All right. What is good, everyone? What is good, everyone? LJ here, and welcome to another PE Live. Man, great start to the week yesterday. I was surprised at how many people came through for the early stream. So I'm gonna try to, like I said, try to start, before 7 o'clock Eastern if I can. Most days. Today I was a little late, so I'm sorry about that, guys. But we're gonna talk about a lot of different stuff here tonight, man. We've got the official Nintendo Switch 2 game lineup for the Nintendo Direct, so we can kind of just like see everything at a snapshot, and then we can pick out what the best announcements were. So we're gonna do that today. That's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna talk about the future. We're gonna talk about some of the other stuff that's going on. We're gonna talk about some gaming news, and then at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock PT, 9 o'clock Eastern, we're gonna have the debate with the Nintendo Switch 2 hater, a guy that consistently quote tweets me on Twitter, talks a lot, never been overly rude. I mean, he's been kind of a douche at times, but I mean, maybe you can say the same about me too. So we're gonna talk to him, Alan B. Shout outs to Flipping the Switch Mongunzo. He set this one up. I reached out to the guy first, but he never reached out back to me. But then Flipping the Switch reached out to him, and he agreed to come on. So I got to give him props for that. We got a lot of people that are too scared. We got a lot of content creators that are too scared to come and talk and debate. They'd rather just sit there in their echo chamber. So I'm glad that Alan is deciding to come through. And no, it's not going to be ghetto. It's going to be a normal scheduled. It's going to be a civil, good debate, like all of my debates have been with people for the most part recently. They've all been civil and normal, so it's going to just be a normal civil debate. You put out your points, you put out your facts, and that's that. So no, it will not be. So yeah. But anyway, we're going to get into the shout outs first here. Then we'll get into some of the other stuff as well. So let's go ahead and start with the shout outs. Big love to Dior. Dior's here first. What's up, Dior? Welcome. Jeffrey Tucker said first. Dior said hello. On my screen it says that Dior was here first, but yeah, sometimes if it's at the same time, it just, I don't know who it picks the winner. So yeah. Big love to General Zamora. What is good? Welcome to the stream. Party Man is here. I saw Bead Queen is here as well. What's up, Bead Queen? Welcome to the stream. Let me guess. Nintendo is pricing people out. Game key cards suck. No 3D Mario or Zelda. Switch 2 accessories are overpriced. I mean, that might come up later, but this debate is rooted in the Mario Kart bundle type of stuff. It's rooted in that and Star Wars Outlaws, in addition to maybe a few other things. We're going to talk about Japanese sales, and I think he has a couple other things that he wants to talk about, so maybe he'll spring those on me out of nowhere. But yeah, it should be, like I said, I mean, I'm pretty sure that stuff will probably come up because that's like the go-to for a lot of Switch 2. I mean, just people just in general just complain about that, so we'll deal with that once we get there, right? Once we get there. So yeah, should be fun. It's gonna be a good one. It's good, and the reason why I wanted to co-stream it, usually I just go on Flipping the Switch's channel, but I wanted to co-stream this one as, once again, the warning shot, because I already know the type of debates that this guy's gonna bring to the table. I'm not surprised, so I want to put that out there so people on my channel see it, and to give Flipping the Switch's channel a signal boost. So I'm gonna, say, hey, here's his channel. You guys all go subscribe, so I, help him out as well. So, Justin with the $3 dono. Shouts to Justin.
How's it going? I have to keep telling YouTube to stop recommending Nintendo as greedy videos.
I don't think they're ever gonna stop because those videos do really well. You've got cozy girls talking about how they broke up with Nintendo, but then making more videos how they're not quite done breaking up with them, and you got all sorts of weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like telling you to buy or telling you to support free to play, like Genshin Impact, all sorts of stupidity. From all sorts of nonsense being recommended, sitting there in a cozy room talking about support Hoyoverse, and as if that's some type of non-greedy company. Like all sorts of stupid nonsense, sitting there whispering in a room telling you to support Genshin Impact and free-to-play games. Like, yeah, the YouTube is they're sniffing something, like, in straight up like multiple lines at this point. So yeah. But it's all good, you know. It's all good. Like, we all know the same stuff. It's the same things that everyone says over and over. It's like they all just look at each other's homework and then just say, I'm gonna copy it, but I'm just gonna say it in a slightly different way. But it's like the same thing. It's like, you know, my buy now before rare, and I tell you, how many different times can I tell you that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is going to be a rare game, you know? Shout outs to Justin. Thank you for the $3 dono, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 3. What's up, Flipping the Switch? Welcome to the stream. I was just letting people know about the debate tonight. It's going to be a civil debate. I am not angry. I'm looking forward to talking with this person. I'm looking forward to, once again, discussing and kind of getting out the points, you know? Let's see, OJ and Game Freak bringing back amazing boutique theme from X and Y, ZA, let's go. Already pre-order Legends. Yes, I'm looking forward to Legends myself. I think it's gonna be really good, Velvet.
It's funny seeing people saying the prices are too high, but then they buy it anyways, so I can't take them seriously.
It depends on who it is. Like, I said that the price is too high for Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. I felt that should be lower. You know, but that's pretty much the only thing that I really had an issue with. Everything else seemed to be pretty normal price to me. You know, when it came, everything was 70. There was no $80 games. People were saying that there's $80 games, that they started 80. Like, there's no $80 games. Everything was pretty much, the amiibos were a bit higher on price. I do it, but I mean, you don't need amiibo. You never needed amiibo. So that's not anything important. But once again, you know, I hate to say it over and over again, but tariffs are a thing. So yeah. Ask the farmers about tariffs. They'll let you know, all the farmers that are losing their farms because they can't sell soybeans because the tariffs are high and they're being priced out. Other countries like Brazil are pricing us better on soybeans. So China and many places stop buying soybeans. So therefore, you know, now our farmers are going at it because the tariffs are too high. You know, so it's not just us. It's not just our products. It's not just video games. It's lots of stuff. It's lots of industries, lots of stuff where prices are skyrocketing. People can't afford stuff, you know. So yeah. Anyway, so like I said, yeah, not to get too much into that again. But anyway, let me grab my phone real quick. It's going off. So give me 1 second. I dismiss this. And I need to plug in my phone because it's about to die. So I need to plug that in. So yeah. I don't even know. I don't know who I've never seen the video of the Cozy Girl doing that. I just saw other people talking about it and I saw it pop up on my stream or on my recommended. I'm like, why is this crap popping up on my recommended? I do not care if Cozy Girl is breaking up with Nintendo. Go and like I said, I heard somebody else ranting on it, and you know, they're talking about go play Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse games and play Power World. Like, go play trash. It's like, what? Go play garbage instead. Like, no, I will not go play Hoyoverse. I will not go play Power World. Absolutely not.
Also, I almost have enough clips of my Pokemon beating legendary Pokemon for a montage.
Nice.
Wow.
Let's go. Shout outs to Justin. Appreciate that. Also, shout outs to Spunning. I don't know how to say the name, but thank you for that follow on Twitch. Flipping the Switch also with the $5 is all except me. I have only novel arguments against current direction on the net. Yeah, no, like I said, you had Switch 1, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not hating on anybody who feels like the system isn't worth buying or anything like that, or whatever the case is. I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying that there's a bunch of nonsense and weird double standards that people have that are very easy to expose very quickly once you talk to them. So I'm glad that Alan decided to actually talk live with me, so we can discuss these things, because once again, no other content creators, you know, bigger content creators are willing to discuss, because what's the point? What's the point of coming to a debate and getting absolutely massacred by someone who knows more than you, you know? Especially if you're a bigger content creator. That doesn't sound like a good time. That's gonna make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. Because once again, YouTubers do things more based on their emotions than on logic. It's more based, it's an emotional thing. Content creators, not all content creators, but some content creators, a lot of content creators, and a lot of users online, you know, it's more about how they feel and not about what's actually true. Let me give you guys the perfect example of this. I put up a simple tweet saying, hey, look, 18 years ago, Nintendo released Super Mario Galaxy 1 in 2007 and Metroid Prime 3 in 2007. What does one of the first comments say to me? Yeah, they're bringing it back. History repeats itself, and it's more expensive. And all I say, and I'm looking at the comment, and I'm like, well, no, it's not. In 2007, if you bought Super Mario Galaxy, it was $50. In 2007, it was $50. If you buy Mario Galaxy today, it's $40. Like, that's just a factual thing, right? And that's no inflation. Obviously, if you account for inflation, clearly that $50 in today's money, 18 years later, is around 70 something dollars. That's around the price. It's around $75, $78, somewhere in that range. It's around 70 bucks in today's money, right? And he got upset with that. Why are you fully backing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing? And I'm like, I didn't fully back anything. You just straight out said it's back and more expensive. No, it's not. It's factually cheaper. Factually cheaper. And he got emotional with me for no reason.
I don't have a problem with anybody not wanting to support or buying anything Switch 2, but the Pocket Watcher bother me.
Yeah.
Like I work, but off, so kiss my you know what.
Yeah,
I'll buy what I want.
You know, exactly. But it's like, but Justin, it's like comments like that I'm just like, why are you upset? Because I told you factually, 50 is higher than 40, okay? 50 is higher than 40. It is a fact, and it's not my skewed opinion, but it is a fact that Mario Galaxy is cheaper now than it was back then. That is factual. And he got upset and emotionally started saying, why are you fully backing this? Why are you defending them? By saying a fact. And that is what people on the internet really dislike. They dislike when you correct them with something factual. And I think that tonight's debate, you're going to see that. I think you're going to see someone who doesn't necessarily like facts, who likes opinions, and who likes Nintendo fans are like this. They are biased. They are this. So therefore, I'm going to say this. So it's going to be fun to see facts versus opinions versus stilted truth by some of these people. So that's all I said. And already the emotional waterworks come through from this guy. And I'm like, nobody's fully backing anything. I told you factually, if you take Mario Galaxy when it launched, 1 and 2, those were $100 together, plus tax. If you take Mario Galaxy 1 plus 2 in today's day, those are $70. It is $30 cheaper than if you bought both of those games day one. That's all I said. That's it. When it comes to Mario Galaxy, the Metroid Prime thing, there was no need. I used an inflation calculator, but there was no need. Metroid Prime is $60. It was $50 back in 2007. It's $60 now. $60 is seen as the standard price, or $70. It's $60 or $70. So there was really nothing with that. It was really just him harping on Mario Galaxy. So people get upset by simply just stating facts, you know? They really do. So yeah, that was, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how Mr. Allen discusses some of the stuff that's coming up here.
Am I modding on this one, or you want a 2-on-1?
No
Damien,
2-on-1.
You know my arguments and we have been over them, and I'm not sure I agree with his.
No 2-on-1. I would like it to be in moderation. If you want to add in your opinion, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I don't want it to be 2-on-1. I don't want it to be ganging up on this guy. You know, because I had that accusation, you know, beforehand. I'm not sure if he was thinking that it was going to be that beforehand as well. So I don't want 2-on-1. You know, it would be good if we just, like I said, had a good debate and let the facts speak for themselves. If I'm off base, you can say, hey, OJ, you're off base. If he's off base and you think that, then you can say, hey, you're off base. Or if you have a fact check that you can do, if somebody makes a claim, you can do that as well. That's what I would like for this one. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the $5 dono, Zoo. I appreciate that. Flipping, thank you for the two multiple. That's two $5 donos. I think, yeah, that's two $5 donos. I think I messed up here because Justin did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, yeah, Justin did 12. So I don't know how to count. So yeah, Justin did 12. Shout outs to Justin. Thank you for the $12 dono, Matt, or $12 total. You are the Hokage and Stream Ninja. Or actually, no. Flipping this Zoo is the Stream Ninja. Thank you for the $5. That is the biggest dono of the stream. And it does 5 or more, you beat up my man. Zoo, 12 or more, beat up my man. Flipping the switch, let's go. I appreciate that. So we are at 22 on the combo board. So yeah. Let's see here. OJ Crawford. You know what? I'm not undefeated in debates. I wish I was, but I'm not undefeated. But, you know, maybe I'm like Canelo. I've been punched a few times, but I'm still here. I still got my belts, baby. I still got the belts. Let's see here. Let's see. I like how people are getting so worked up about Virtual Boy. Wario Land was the only game worth playing on that thing. I don't know if people are really getting worked up about Virtual Boy. Most people probably won't even buy the attachment or even care about the Virtual Boy, to be honest. Do I read Twitch chat or YouTube chat? I'm not streaming on Twitch right now, Ali, so I'm only reading the YouTube chat. So if you tag me, I'll read your comment. Just at Player Essence, and if you have a question or anything, or if you want to make a comment or something like that, I respond to everybody. But yeah, I don't have Twitch. Justin with another $3 dono. Shout out to Justin. Let's go.
Honestly, I don't care about the Galaxy thing anymore. Also, can we look up a 480p Galaxy picture? Lol.
Yeah, you know, I think that 4K is going to be a lot better. I mean, 4K is so much better than 480p. It's very funny. It's actually hilarious how much better it is. So yeah, if you look up like Mario Galaxy like Mario Galaxy Wii screenshots. Nintendo did press releases back then. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, here we go. We got some actual real 480p screenshots right here, baby. You guys want to really get into this? This is how you know it was. Woo, look at that, man. Oh, we gotta zoom in. This is how it might look on your TV too, unless you're playing on a CRT. Woo, boy, that thing looking like this right here, bro. No, it didn't look this bad. It didn't look this bad. But this is an actual screenshot. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't the actual screenshots that Nintendo released. These were it. These were it. Woo, boy. On an HD TV, though, it might look like this, though. If you're playing on a CRT, you might be able to get it to look a little bit better. Looks okay. It ain't gonna look... Honestly, it looks a lot better. If you played Super Mario 3D All-Stars, it looks a lot better in the 1080p on the Switch 1. It looks a lot better. So now you're gonna get it even in 4K. So, I mean, it looks all right. But, you know, obviously 4K, 1080p to 4K is a lot better than 480p. I mean, 480p is okay, but 480p looks bad on a HD TV. Like, if you have a CRT TV, 480p looks decent enough. If you've got a good CRT TV, like with progressive scan, it looks decent enough. But if you have an HD TV, it does not look good on an HD TV, like Mario Galaxy. It does not. So yeah. Let's see here. But shout outs though, I appreciate that. Israel says, "Hey OJ, hope your not Mega Man Legends collection makes me angry." I think that they're gonna get to the Mega Man Legends collection at some point. They're definitely gonna get there at some point for sure. So, you know, just be a little
Looks
patient.
good on my phone, but imagine it on a 55-inch TV.
Exactly.
Wow.
Like on a 55-inch TV, it's gonna look terrible. Like, I remember playing Mario Galaxy at the time that Mario Galaxy 1 came out, I had an HD TV. And it looked all right on there. But yeah, it definitely looked better on a CRT. So yeah. They still need to do network transmission, Mega Man, Bass, and Command Mission Collection. Yeah, maybe we'll get to those too. Yeah, there's gonna be a debate tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So in about a little bit less than 2 hours. Here's a deep poll. Classic Star Wars Battlefront 2 for the PS2 split screen multiplayer on HD TV 16:9 ratio. That's blur. That is blurry. Oh yeah, I bet. What's up, Alonzo? Probably the list source code of Mega Man Legends games. Okay. Zoo with the $5 Ninja Peach.
To clarity, you would be 2-on-1ing me and him if we did that, since I am a Switch 2 skeptic. Basically me stepping in with arguments if he ends up emotional law.
Yeah, if you want to agree with him, if you actually agree with him, or you have a take that, you know, that you feel is like against, yeah, go ahead and say it. So if it, I don't mind 2v1 versus me. I don't mind that at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I've been in 2v1s before. IRL 2v1s. I've had to fight off 2 people. Debating 2 people is no big deal. You know what I'm saying? No, I've had to fight off 2 to 3 people in my life. So debating or going against that, that's no big deal at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've got punched by 2 people at the same time, like a double punch from here and here, and been rocked backwards. Okay? So I don't mind. I had one time, I told you guys that one time I was in 4th grade. I remember all this stuff like it was yesterday. 4th grade, I was playing basketball. They didn't like I was cooking them. They did not like how I was cooking them. I was cooking a 5th grader and a 6th grader. So I was just, you know, I was a little dude in 4th grade. I really hadn't grown much. I think I was like 4 foot or something like that. I was really tiny. And I'm just cooking these guys in basketball. So then they got upset. So one of them grabs me from behind, you know, and the other one just starts punching me in the stomach like freaking Little Mac. Just starts wailing on me, just like punching me. And he's like knocking the air out of me. So then all of a sudden, I don't know what I did. I think I activated Tekken Rage mode, but I was like, ah! And I grabbed the guy and I took him and I flipped him freaking over me and hit the other guy. And then I lunged and I jumped and I like tackled the other guy into like the little flowers that we had behind the basketball courts. Like the little, like, it was like, there was like stairs and there was like flowers and like trees. And I tackled him into there and put him in a chokehold while the other guy tried to come and run and hit me. And that's when the yard aides came and people came and broke it up. I was like, screw you guys, man. I ain't gonna let you guys beat me up. Because there was this really cute girl. There was just this really cute girl, Candace, and she was right over there. And she was watching me get my butt kicked. I think I saw her and I was like, oh, heck no. I'm not getting slept in front of her. So I freaking just hit the activation, bro. Hit the activation. And I just grabbed him and I just kind of like tripped him with my feet and just, you know, to throw him off balance. And I just freaking flung him over like, you know, I dipped down low and flung him as hard as I can, and it smacked right into his friend that was punching me. And then I said, like, I just leaped over him and like flying tackled him and choked him and was like, had like wrapped him around and choked him. I was like, I'm gonna choke you out. I was like, I'm gonna choke you out, son. It was so funny. And everyone came in and tried to like stop it, you know, after that.
Also, the Sparking Zero Switch 2 port is barely double the resolution of a Wii, by the way. Lol.
Barely double the resolution of the Wii? It's 900p. It's like, man, that is a dookie port. Unreal Engine dookie port, bro. Dookie port. I ain't buying that. Nah, we can't be having that, fam. We can't be having that. Unreal Engine is not kind to Switch 2. I can say that right now. Unreal Engine is not kind to really anybody. We got Octopath Traveler running at 60. I mean, that's okay, 1080p 60, but still, man, like, it's not kind. Shout outs to Justin, man. Shout outs to Zoo and shout outs to Justin. Thank you guys for your donos, man. You guys are really supporting the stream. We got some combo breaks going. Bro was watching too much Dragon Ball back in the day. At that time, Dragon Ball Z was not a thing for here in the West at that time. So, I don't know what I was watching. I mean, maybe Bloodsport. I was watching like, yeah, I watched animes and stuff, but it was like old. It was like Gundam Wing or like, no, not Gundam Wing. It was like Mobile Suit Gundam. It was Vampire Hunter D. It was like old, you know, Ranma or whatever. It was like old anime, because like Dragon Ball Z wasn't, I mean, I did see a couple Mexican episodes of Dragon Ball Z, but that was before it was popular. Like I said, this was before Dragon Ball Z blew up here in the West. So yeah, because like I said, I was only 10. I was, yeah, 4th grade. So yeah, it was kind of before, it was before Dragon Ball Z blew up. But yeah, I mean, it was something like that. Something like that. Shout outs to Zoo, shout outs to Flipping the Switch. Anime didn't really pick up mainstream in the US till Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon was probably one of the biggest. Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z, those were the two that really blew up anime here in the US, was Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z. Those two animes did the job, did the deed. And then a lot of other animes came through around, like, at or around the same time. You know, you had Inuyasha, you had Rurouni Kenshin, you had Outlaw Star, that also kind of, like, Toonami started getting more anime. You had Tenchi Muyo, you know, there was a bunch of animes that came through at that time, but yeah, it was really Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z that really just, and Sailor Moon, that was another one that got a lot of popularity at that time, you know, so yeah. Let's see here, Toonami 96 blew up anime. It was Pokemon first and foremost, and then in 96, Dragon Ball Z was not really going yet. I think it wasn't until 97 or 98, if I'm trying to remember correctly, because I was definitely in that generation when it blew up, like, right away. Once again, we had Dragon Ball Z. Telemundo would air Dragon Ball Z before that, and I remember watching a few episodes then, but I had no idea what was going on, and it was in Spanish as well, so I couldn't really understand most of what they were saying. So yeah, but yeah, 96, probably more like 97, 98, you know, 99. That's when it really, really blew up. I mean, 96, it was still not quite, but then yeah, 97, 98, 99, that's when it really started heating up and getting really good. So yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho, that was after as well. Once again, the anime blow up, that was after. That was Adult Swim that kind of blew up Yu Yu Hakusho. Yu Yu Hakusho in the US, it gained popularity, but it never really gained the popularity of a Pokemon or a Dragon Ball Z or even like a Naruto or a One Piece or whatever. It never got that popular, but it got to the point to where it was good enough for Adult Swim, like, you know, midnight you can get a new episode of Yu Yu Hakusho, you know, in like 2001 or whatever, 2000. So yeah, no, you didn't miss the debate. It's in the title. Is Reboot Japanese? I don't think Reboot is Japanese. I don't think that's a Japanese show, or is it a Japanese show? I know what show you're talking about. Like, it's like that computer generated show, like with Bob and Enzo and all that, but I don't know if that's an actual Japanese show. Is it? Yeah, Reboot's it doesn't look Japanese. Yeah, Reboot. Yeah, I know it's Canadian. Yeah, Canadians make the most interesting animes or like the most interesting cartoons. I should have known it was Canadian. I should have known. Like Inspector Gadget type looking animations and stuff. Inspector Gadget. Yeah, that's how you know it's Canadian. And stuff like that. Shout out to my Canadian peeps out there. Y'all bring out good stuff though. Let's go. So yeah. No, I don't know about Captain Future. Let's see here. I mean, there are the people who still don't know Lion Voltron show two match together. Yeah. What's up, Gloria? Welcome to the stream. I loved Cowboy Bebop was a show that I never really watched too much. My sister was really into that show. Like Adult Swim vibes. I was always more into Outlaw Star. I felt Outlaw Star was better than Cowboy Bebop. I mean, I don't think it is. I mean, obviously people don't think that, but I loved Outlaw Star. I always felt like that's the better spacefaring, like lone wanderer type of gunslinging dude or whatever. Outlaw Star. Yeah, I don't think I ever finished the whole Outlaw Star. I think I want to watch it now. I never finished it because I had to wait for the episodes, and I think they cut it off before they finished the whole thing. But yeah, I liked Outlaw Star a lot. I never got into Samurai Champloo or anything like that. I never got into that. I never got into that at all. I mean, I'd seen a few episodes, but I never really got into it. Let's see here. Loki, I kind of hated. Reboot is not a good show. Reboot's not a good. No, it's not even low key hate. Reboot's not a good show. It's just not. It's static. It's boring. It's the animation. It was groundbreaking for the time, but it looked off. It looked awkward, but it's not a good show. It's a mediocre show with really good tech at the time powering it. That's really what it was. It was heavily funded, obviously a lot of money thrown into it, but is it actually a good show? Absolutely not. It sucks. They do have a Shippuden time skip in there though, which is kind of cool, where Enzo turns into like a big old one eye, you know, crazy, you know, BA with a gun. I mean, that's kind of cool, and like a destroyed future. So it does kind of have like a Shippuden time jump or Boruto or type of thing to it, but it's not very good. No. So it's not even low key. The show's not good. Go back and watch the show now. I dare all you guys, go back and watch Reboot, and you're gonna be like, you're gonna cut that crap off instantly. It's unless you're gonna laugh at it. It's terrible. I mean, it's not that it's terrible. It's just not good. It's just not a good show. But I don't think it's due to lack of trying though. I think they tried to make Reboot good, and they pushed Reboot really hard on Toonami. Like they were really pushing Reboot as if it was like a goated show, and it just wasn't. My brother and me, we used to laugh at that show all the time. Shout outs to Ashoka with the 2 says, did the guy who wanted to debate you run? No, it's in the title, guys. The debate's at 9 o'clock Eastern. So 9 p.m. Eastern, that's when the debate's happening. So we're about an hour and a half away from the debate. Yes, I watched Rurouni Kenshin. It's really good. I like it a lot. Let's see here. So yeah. I just looked it up and ew, yeah, Reboot's not very good. Reboot's not very good. Listen, if you liked it, then you liked it. You know, I have no problem with you liking it. But the problem is that, like, Reboot came in a time period where there were definitely better shows than Reboot, you know? Justin with the 3.
Tweeting 1 month left for the Raj Xbox while still not giving an official price is funny. Wow.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit scared of that price tag. I think it's going to be pretty high. And I think they're trying to do their best to get it down as much as they can, but tariffs are bending them over and calling them daddy, you know what I'm saying? So there's nothing that they can do. Those tariffs are those tariffs, and they can't get around it. So yeah, it's going to be like $1,000 almost. It's going to be like $8.99 plus tax. Thank you, Justin, for another $3 dono. That does make it 21 on the board. Hey, yo, combo breaks. Shout outs, guys. I appreciate the support. We're trying to get to that platinum streak. I mean, we already got a 3-hour stream today anyway because of the debate. So I appreciate you guys still supporting despite not having a built-in clock extension modifier. So thank you, guys. Let's see. Debate now is Reboot debate. You both lose. Listen, I'll never argue with somebody who thinks Reboot is good because I don't remember the show enough. So I ain't gonna debate you. I just remember it was ass. So I can't debate specifics with the show, like a lot of specifics with the show, because I don't remember, because it's a forgettable show. I just remember not being entertained. That's what I just remember not being entertained at all. When watching the show, that's what I remember. You know, I remember that. I remember not being entertained. So yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, it's good to see these host debates. It's honestly respect the haters for coming to be embarrassed. Action egg, I know. Listen, I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. Trust me. Reboot ain't. I know. I mean, listen. Like I said. It's a show that it'll definitely have some of its fans, and I can see
valuable
that,
items.
you know, but it just wasn't a show for me. And you know, and the problem is that like I said, there were other shows at the time that were better, like action shows and stuff. So, yo, Vision with the five-time gifted members. Hey yo, 5-time champion Booker T, Vision T. I need to do a spinneroonie when somebody does a 5 gifted. We do the 5-time spinneroonie. Booker T in the house. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Hey yo, we gotta give you some extra points though. We gotta get it up to 60, man. With that 5 gifted, we gotta get it up to 60. We gotta get it up to the flame clock. Even though once again we are going 3 hours no matter what, but we gotta get it up to the flame clock. Let's go. Join me on the house. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. Cook that flame clock. Cook that baby. Woo! 1 hour max. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. I appreciate that. Ayo. And let's get your name on the let's get your name on the board here, shall we? Shall we, Mr. Vision? Long time, super long time Elite Ninja. Round table elitist as well. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. Appreciate that. Let's go. Let's go. Anybody does 5 or more gifts, you can tie up or pass up my man Vision on the Stream Ninja board. Or sorry, Stream Gift Ninja board. If I can speak correctly. So yeah, let's go. And I think Justin with another 3.
What did you think of the Persona demo? Also, I just remembered I still have the Growlithe.
Yes,
Wow.
I gotta get the Growlithe. And I played the Persona demo, And I mean, outside of 30 FPS, it's not that bad. Visually, it looks great, portable mode. I haven't played it docked yet, but really the only knock is the 30 FPS. Outside of that, it looks like graphically it looks great. It looks super smooth, and it's great to be able to play it on not a Steam Deck, but it runs at 60 FPS on Steam Deck, or it runs at higher than 30 FPS. So that's how I know it's an Unreal Engine kind of more quicker port, because it should be running better than what the Steam Deck runs it at, you know. But yeah, outside of the 30 FPS, it's actually it's okay from what I played, but I didn't play a ton of it though. I only played like the first 30 minutes, so I got a chance to play a little bit yesterday. Justin, thank you for another $3 dono though, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. I watched VR Troopers back in the day, and I always thought that Power Rangers was better. I didn't think that VR Troopers was better than Power Rangers, but I can understand why some people might like VR Troopers more. OJ, PC Tinkerbells was complaining about Borderlands 4 performance on PC. I was trolling them the whole time, especially in Muda's comment section. I have no sympathy for PC people complaining about that. Once again, you have a AAA developer that is the top of the class with a big publisher, and you're sitting there and saying you're stupid, the game sucks, like they don't know what they're doing. I think Randy had enough of it, and he blew up at them like, listen, this is what it is, like with Unreal Engine, and we're trying to make this game, and it's a massive game, like to whatever. So this is really what these people do. I have no sympathy, and I don't care. I really don't care. The market, like sometimes Zeus says, is overshooting itself, and in this case right now, the game runs acceptable. The game is not perfect, but it runs acceptable, but people are expecting perfection, and I get that. It's a $70 game, but this is what you're gonna get, man. This is what you're gonna get, so either you buy it or you don't. I know Randy talks a lot, but that's just what he feels like. People want people to be honest. That's how Randy feels. Is he? Once again, I think he's on the spectrum. Very, very, very high functioning, by the way. So once again, I don't know for sure. There was some talk about that, so do not quote me verbatim. And it's not a negative thing. High functioning autistic people can be and in very high places and can make tons of money. Randy is a multi-millionaire, for those who don't know. Randy Pitchfork, he's the Borderlands CEO, or the Gearbox CEO, or whatever, blah, 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 blah. So high functioning people can obviously be in very good spots, and there are plenty in the US and worldwide, so I'm not using that. But that's how sometimes, they wear their emotions on the sleeve and they say something that they're not supposed to say.
Notice how problems seem to always lead back to Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
Lol.
But I think another one of the issues is if you don't use Unreal Engine, your game's gonna take even longer to make. If you use some type of custom engine, and yeah, you'll probably get better performance and all that, but your game's probably gonna take way longer to make, because Unreal Engine has a lot of cool dev support and tools to get things done quicker. It's still hard, but it makes development a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. So yeah. Unreal Engine 5 is an issue for like every platform. It's an issue for like every platform, not just Switch 2. Let's see here. Can you see comments? Like, I can see your comments, Mr. Davis. What's good, man? Welcome. So that's a Justin. Thank you for the 24 on the board. You are the Hokage. Anybody does 24, beat up my man Justin. Everybody does 5, beat up my man Zoo. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Let's go. But yes, I can see your comments. He's in good company. Most Nintendo haters are silenced when you highlight their autism. Most Nintendo haters are silenced when you highlight their autism. Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know. I'm not saying everybody is. Well, hold up, Sketches. I'm saying that there was some talk, or he might have said, I forgot exactly where that came up, that he's high functioning, like he's on somewhere on the spectrum, like high functioning. Now, I could be wrong, but the type of tendencies that Randy Pitchford does is like, very much like, someone that's just trying to say his mind, right? And so he'll go on multi-tweet rants, and he'll say things that he's not supposed to say, which you would for someone that's, in charge of a multi-million-dollar franchise, that's got a movie, even though the movie sucked, but it's got a movie, it's got multiple games. He runs the whole shebang. Now, they are under the umbrella of 2K, so it's not like he can do and say whatever he wants, but he does have a lot of freedom to kind of do and say what he wants, and clearly he does that, right? Clearly he does that. So, like I said, you guys want transparency, you guys want it, you got it. Now, do you gotta like everything that he says? No. But do you gotta vilify him like he's some type of insane person and he shouldn't be saying this, let him talk. This is his opinion. I don't think he's lying with this type of stuff. He gave you his thoughts. That's what the man feels. You don't have to like it, but that's how he feels. You guys want transparency. You guys always want the truth and transparency. He's trying to give it to you how he sees it. And now you got people up in arms about it. Like, how dare him? It's like, bro, that's how he feels. This is what he sees from the developer standpoint. That's how he feels. People always complaining until you actually get how they feel raw. Then all of a sudden you want to cry foul. I'm not crying no foul. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how he feels. That's how the man feels. Is he right or is he wrong? I don't know. I don't code. I don't do all that with Unreal Engine. I don't know all the details with that. But from what it seems like to me, from the people that are playing Borderlands 4, it's a decent game. It's pretty good. It runs well enough, and it's a good game. So, I mean, is it perfect? No. But from what I see, it seems like it's good enough, you know? But once again, good enough might not be good enough for people that are spending $70, but it don't seem like it's this crazy, terrible game that runs like trash on everything. That doesn't seem to be the case with the game, you know? So it is what it is. No, you didn't miss the debate. Let's see here. Hi, OJ, I'm owner Switch 2, but I don't feel like the prices are justified and believe I try. Prices for what are justified? Which ones are you saying? Which ones are justified or not for prices for Switch 2? So what are you talking about? Because there's a lot of different prices for a lot of different things. So what prices are you talking about? Let's see. OJ got a question. Did you see the Brian update? You see the Brian update? Brian Ninja Gallons Switch 260. Yeah, I saw the update, Mr. Davis. Let's see, I just saw him kind of make fun of PC elitists. You saw him kind of make fun of PC elitists? Okay. Then he made fun of PC elitists. There you go. I mean, there you go. Then he made fun of PC elitists. Okay. Let him make fun of PC. If that's what he wants to do, then let him do that. Okay. So what? You can agree or disagree. You can say something, you know, if you feel like it. I'm an actual diagnosed individual. It's not exactly fair for me to assume Pitchford is on the spectrum too until he confirms it, no matter how he expresses himself. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said don't quote me on it. Don't make don't assume. That's why I said don't assume what I'm saying. I said there was some talk. There was something that came up. I can't quote it verbatim. So that's why I said maybe. I didn't say that he is 100%. So all I'm trying to say is that this man goes off on tangents and rants, and whether you're on it or not, there are people that I go off on tangents and rants, and I'm definitely not. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not like it's exclusive to people that are or not. I'm just saying there was some talk about that, so that's why he's a bit weird. Like, he's a bit like weird, but he's also very intelligent. You know, like Randy Pitchford is not stupid. I know some people like to think that he is, but he's actually not. He's actually very intelligent. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the man's gonna say what he's gotta say. Like I said, you don't gotta like it. You can disagree with it. Everybody's free to say what they gotta say. But all I was saying was, whenever developers try to be upfront and say how they feel, people got a problem. You want transparency and honesty? Well, not exactly, unless it confirms what you already want to hear. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Let's see here. What's up, Immortal Rooster? Thank you for the 59 months, man. I appreciate that. After seeing how cheap Amiibo were in Europe compared to US, I'll be smuggling back somewhere after my Euro trip. Yeah, I wonder why they're cheaper in Europe compared to the US. I wonder why that is. That's interesting. Really? Are Amiibo cheaper in Europe than they are in the US? I wonder why. Huh, that's very interesting. I wonder why that would be a thing. Huh. That's such a weird thing. That's such a weird concept to me. I wonder why. And I'm not mocking you, by the way. Oh my gosh. So, I still don't understand Switch 2 critics. They say that there's no new games. Anybody that says that is not a Switch 2 critic. They're just trolling for engagement. That's it. There ain't no actuality or reality to that. You look at their playlist on Steam, and I'm telling you, it's a bunch of old games. They're playing BioShock 1. You know, they're playing Fortnite and like Valorant or some stupid stuff, something like that. Ain't nobody normal say that. What was stupid? People said that Mario 64 was the best, and yes, I probably was. Looking back at all these years, the game had sneak glitches like every other game. No game is perfect. Oh yeah, yeah. Does it rhyme with Marifs? It might or it might not rhyme with Marifs. Let's see, upcoming amiibo are even cheaper in Australia. Dude, the good people of Australia just are not as greedy as the good people over here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. 70 for higher res ports of Galaxy, 50 for amiibo. Hell no, 100 for the low Legends experience. I'll bite it, but I'm grifting for my teeth. Yeah, once again. Wait, let me get through this dono and I'll say that. Is that what you're talking about, Montana?
I love tangents. It's how we hear great stories like the Purple Guys, Hunger Games okay, and the dollars in the pockets.
Yeah,
Joy.
those all came from me ranting about things. And yeah, I agree that yes, some of that stuff is too high. Montana, I agree with the ports of Galaxy. They're 4K ports, but still, even on the Switch 1, they're not 4K, and that's 70. That's too high. Amiibo for 50, that's literally tariffs. That's literally tariffs. When it comes to Arceus, I don't know what experience you get when it comes down to it. Most games have DLC. Breath of the Wild also had DLC. Super Smash Brothers had DLC. Lots of things have DLC. So I mean, once again, I see people honing in on Pokemon, but yet I'm guaranteeing you didn't have any problem with the Breath of the Wild DLC, right? For the full experience of Breath of the Wild, you had no problem with that, right? And I'm pretty sure you had no problem with Super Smash Brothers DLC, right, Montana? And I'm almost positive if you played Xenoblade Chronicles, you had no problem with the DLC for there. So, like I said, for some of this stuff, some of it's just people complaining because it's Pokemon, you know? But there's been DLC for many things. There's roadmaps and DLC. Borderlands has DLC. Everything has DLC. So it's all about what you get in the base experience, and if that gives you your value for the money that you spent for it. If you spent $70 and you get hundreds of hours out of that, then it was worth your money. You know what I'm saying? Then it was worth it. But once again, Breath of the Wild had DLC, and I'm pretty sure you're like, cool. I didn't think you were like, oh my God, Breath of the Wild DLC, I'm so angry. I don't think you were like that, because nobody was like that. Nobody was like that. People are being selectively mad at DLC now these days. You're being selectively mad, right? Because I'm pretty sure you were okay with Xenoblade, you were okay with Fire Emblem, you were probably okay with most other games, but now you have a problem, you know? So that's all I'm saying. We got to be consistent here. If you got a problem with Pokemon, you should have a problem with every single game that announces DLC beforehand. That's all I'm trying to say. Not saying that you can't be upset. That's fine. Be upset. Be angry. But don't pick and choose when to be angry about the same exact thing. That's called hypocrisy or double standards. That is called hypocrisy or double standards. I say, I'm angry because they did this DLC beforehand. Did you say the same thing with Zelda? So I guarantee you didn't. Nobody did. That was not a complaint. That was not a complaint. And don't tell me that you did, because you did it. Okay? Don't tell me that you did, because you did it. So let's just be fair and let's just be honest here. Okay? If you're gonna be upset about something, it needs to be that way. And it's very specific too. It's DLC before the game. The full experience. Okay? So you should have been that way with Zelda. You should have been that way with Xenoblade. You should have been that way with Fire Emblem. And you should be that way with literally everything that comes out these days. Because everything has DLC beforehand. Announced pretty much day one. Like literally most games do. You know? Most games do. How about Sonic Racing Crossroads? Yeah, that has DLC announced beforehand. Are you upset about that? Are you angry? You see what I'm saying?
The funny part is I remember a time when people wanted DLC for Pokemon back before the Switch generation.
Yeah.
Lol.
Times have changed. Times have changed. So these people can't be consistent. Just look at patent BS according to them. It should be Yacht Club. They should hate Yacht Club for having patents. I know. So yeah. That's what happens now, though. What's up, OJ? Don't agree with everything, but you make really valid points. I like to be normal. It's really easy to not to be not hypocritical by simply not being hypocritical. If you're being honest with yourself, it's really easy to not do that. If you're upset at one thing, like I said, I've seen people honing in on Pokemon. Like I said, had no problem with Zelda, had no problem with Xenoblade, had no problem with anything else. But now you got a problem, and that's fine. You can have a problem, but don't expect me to not call it out. Okay, that's it. That's it. So yeah. My thoughts on pad situation, I don't care. Let's see here. You just got to be consistent. I don't have a problem with DLC. If the DLC's good, then I'll buy the DLC. If it's not good, then I won't. I already committed to buying the game because I think that the game's going to give me my value for my money. If you feel that you need the DLC in order for it to be valuable, then the game's not that valuable in the first place. If it needs DLC, it should have everything that you need in terms of getting value out for your time or your money or whatever. If you put 100 hours or 50 hours or 60 hours and you like the game, then you got your value out of the game. You know what I'm saying? If they cut the DLC or they cut this to add it in there, then you don't have to buy it, or you can wait for a sale, wait for a discount, whatever the case is, right? Nobody's forcing you. So that's kind of how I see it. Because literally every single game has DLC. So we should be mad at like every single game these days. Like most games have DLC. Most big games have DLC. So yeah. No, I agree with you. I just don't necessarily have a problem with Pokemon. I'm fine with DLC. Get the complaints about 100 bones. But I wish I could have spent 70, now 30 in 6 months, not at 400. Yeah, and I feel you on that one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel you on that one. But I'm just saying, like, we got to be honest with ourselves. We got to be honest. That's all. No, Jade's entitled. Nintendo fans, Nintendo games should never have pre-announced DLC, never have DLC release of competitive games throughout its lifespan. Yeah, I think that the issue that I see with some people is they say, oh, well, they cut it out of the base experience. But even if you announce it later, people will still say, did they cut that out of the base experience? So no matter what, whether you announce it now or you announce it later, whether you announce it, you have it right at launch or you have it later, people will still say you cut it out. So it you know, unless it's something like a completely like segmented experience like Xenoblade Chronicles, you know, Torn of the Golden Country, you know, but you could easily argue that the season pass content for Xenoblade games is cut content, but nobody does because they love Xenoblade. But people don't complain about that because Xenoblade fans love Xenoblade, and people who don't like Xenoblade see the effort that's put into Xenoblade, so therefore they don't criticize it. But I've not seen anybody, literally nobody, criticize Xenoblade DLC, and it's literally stuff that you could technically say, eh, they probably cut that out. You could make the same argument if they cut it out, but they don't because Monolith Soft is Monolith Soft, so they get that pass. Shout out to GS with the $5 dono. It says, yo, OJ, what's good? Did you see DS Infinity Castle yet? Demon Slayer. No, I did not. I will play Fallen Lynch for you, though. I did not see that. I don't ever go to the movie theaters. I wait for, like, Netflix or something like that, so I don't really go to the movie theaters. Unless it's the Mario movie. I've only been to one movie in the movie theaters in the past, like, decade plus. The last time that I went to a movie is back, like, when I was in college. I had, the girl that I was dating. She was terrible girlfriend. And I went to go see a movie with her. And I bought her a Domino's pizza. And I think I bought her Domino's, or was it something else? It was something else, whatever. But anyway, I saw a movie with her, and I think that was in 2010, and I had not seen a movie in the movie theater since 2010 up until 2023. So it had been 13 years since I was in the movie theater. But I saw the Mario movie in 2023, and I'll go see the next Super Mario Galaxy movie. I'll go see that. But yeah, I don't go to the movie theaters. So yeah. Was she fit? Yeah, she was fit. Yeah, she was fit. I mean, I don't think she was unfit. She wasn't like fat or anything, no. She was short. She was like 5'4", 5'3". She was short. You know, short girl. So yeah. Let's see here. The reason why I paused, let me tell you guys the reason why I paused. The reason why I paused is because, like, she's just like, this is just describing. She had this, like, wagon, bro. Like she wasn't big, but she had crazy wagon. Like, crazy wagon. But no, I don't think she was fat. I don't think she was at all. She was really small hips. Really small hips. But yeah, crazy wagon. Like crazy. Crazy. But that's the same girl that cheated on me, like with like the big football player. So it's like, and then like she like took me to go meet him. So, so like that's the same girl. But like it wasn't a big deal because I was also talking to somebody else at the same time. So we were just kind of both like, just doing whatever we wanted anyway. So yeah. Let's see here. No, she was cute. She was cute. She was not ugly at all. She was cute. She was, I actually, I was on LinkedIn, and she worked at the same place that not the same exact place that I worked, like in the same city, but she worked for the same company because she came across my contacts on LinkedIn one time, and I'm like, oh wow, that's her. So because she worked, I mean, I don't know if she still works there now, but she did work there before. So music's a bit too loud. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, I know why the music's a bit too loud. All right, there we go. All right, should be better now. So yeah. My point, they should wait a little. Smash fans don't care about DLC, so it doesn't matter. Smash fans don't care about DLC. Smash fans definitely care about DLC. What are you talking about? If they should wait a little bit. They waited for Donkey Kong to announce DLC. People still said that it wasn't worth it and it was cut content as well. So it doesn't really matter if they wait or not. Smash fans love the DLC though. Smash fans love DLC. I don't know what you thought about. Smash fans don't like DLC. So you know. What's up, Cloud from FF7? What is good, man? Welcome. Do you know FE and Xenoblade ever released near each other, or do they share a player base significantly? I don't know if FE and Xenoblade share a player base because they play pretty differently. I mean, I'm pretty sure there is some crossover between Fire Emblem and Xenoblade. I don't know how much there is though. Fire Emblem sells much better though. So there's that. So I don't think that there's a ton of crossover, like at the highest level, like there's like a 90% crossover rate. I don't think it's that high. I mean, it might be more like 20 to 30%, somewhere like that. But yeah. So I think it means they don't care if Smash has DLC guys in the cast at the start of the show. It's the greatest crossover of all time. But Smash fans do go crazy over DLC. They do. They don't care about day one DLC, I mean. They don't care about day... Like, what does that mean? I'm telling you that Smash has day one... What do you mean Smash fans? There's a lot of different... There's casual Smash fans. There's hardcore Smash fans. You're generalizing everybody. So I'm just saying, Smash people do care about DLC. They do. They care about DLC. And there are some people who complained about day one DLC for Smash. What I'm trying to say is that every major game, or a lot of major games, have day one DLC or DLC later. Trying to pick and piece which one's good and which one's bad before you've even played anything is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should wait to see what you get in the base package, wait to see what you get in the DLC, and then make your determination from there. Stop making wild proclamations and trying to incorporate other games and say, no, but this and this. It just sounds stupid. That's all I'm trying to say. It sounds dumb. Wait till the game comes out. Wait to see how much content you get in there. Wait to see how much that DLC is from there, and then make your determination from that. Stop trying to involve this and that and try to sit there and just... It's silly. Stop trying to make double standards and try to say it's okay for this but not okay for that. Oh, there's a PR problem. Oh, there's that. Like, stop trying to... It just sounds dumb. It just sounds stupid. Just be fair across the board. Just be normal across the board. You wait and see. If it's good, then it's good. Then you can say it's worth it. If it's not, it's not. And that's the most logical way to go about it. Like, stop trying to make excuses and all sorts of weird nonsense to justify one and then not the other, and to try to speak for people that you don't even know and all this other nonsense is stupid. Just wait for the actual stuff to come out and then make your determination from there. Like, why are we sitting here and acting like we already know everything? Just wait till it comes out and then go from there. Like, so yeah, that's it. So let's see here. Double standards exist because they are different franchises. No, a double standard shouldn't exist because they're different franchises. There's no debate that says that double standards are okay. There's not a single debate. Once you admit that there is a double standard, you've already lost, Felipe. And tell that from somebody who's actually done debate. If you are found to do a double standard, you have lost the debate. You will lose. You've lost. So no, there is no double standard because different franchises. No, that's you and your own opinion and your bias. No, that's admitting that you're wrong. No, there is no double standard. Or if you admit that there's a double standard, you are wrong. There should be no double standard. There should be no double standard. No. You cannot admit that there's a double standard because the franchise... No, you're admitting that you have a bias because you like this or that more or whatever, or because you have a problem with something that happened before. That is not an effective way to debate. That is not a logical debate, and that does not make you right. So if you're going to use the words like double standards and stuff like that, you've already lost. You've already lost. So no, double standards are not okay. And we're not going to sit here and justify double standards so you can feel better about what you're saying. No, you already lost, so I'm not going to argue this anymore. If you want to still go on with this, since you've already admitted that it's a double standard, I'm going to have to see $10, Felipe. So if you want to, because you just admitted that it's a double standard. You just admitted, because it's different. There should be no double standards. That's the problem with gaming, is that you guys have double standards because you guys feel like it some way, and that's what I said, emotional. A lot of you guys get into your emotions on certain franchises or not, and you will justify or not and pick and piece when you feel like being pissed off or happy or sad based off of certain franchises and make excuses. No, we're not going to do that here, or we're sure as hell not going to debate that here. You lost, and just admit, you know what, I am biased towards that. I do have a double standard, and that's that. It's the end of the debate. It's the end of it. That's done. I'm glad that you admitted that you do have a double standard and that you have no problem admitting that. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, because now the debate is over. The discussion is over now. The discussion is over. Let's see here. The way to not have the best way to not have a double standard is to simply wait. Simply wait till the DLC comes out and then make your judgment from there. It's a very easy thing. It's not hard. Trust me. Try it. Try it. Just, I swear to you guys, if you wait and then you judge, you will be right 9 times out of 10. If you go that route, you'll be right, or you won't be wrong. More like that. You won't be wrong. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is a great example of this. Everyone, that guy that was yelling at me about the release date, all the people that were saying it's going to get delayed and everything, I said, no, it's probably not because of X, Y, and Z. This is why I think that way, but we will wait and see overall. And then what happened? It made it in 2025. You know, it made it then. Hey, what's up, Shadow Fox? Welcome. You think Delta will release on Switch 2? Yeah, Delta was already leaked for the Switch 2. Since when are we debating? I got a mic standby for these fools. Well, I'm debating someone in about an hour. Hey, what's up, Jazzy Jefferson? Welcome to the stream. Shout outs. Let's see here. So are you allowed to have an opinion beforehand? Sure. You can have your opinion. You can have your opinion beforehand. You can have your thoughts beforehand. You're allowed to say that. Okay? You're allowed to say that. But once again, the reason why I personally don't with DLC stuff is because so many games announce DLC beforehand. And sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it's not. So it's best to just wait and see. And if it's worth it, then it's worth it. If it's not, then it's not. And then you move about your business. Then you go about your way. You know, so that's really the best way to get it done. I'm not going to be upset until I see what it's about. It might be worth it, it might not be. If it's not, then you let them have it, you know, or don't buy it or do whatever, you know? Simple. I already told you, Felipe, that if you're going to continue arguing, I'm going to need 10. So I'm going to put you in a timeout for about 5 minutes. So 5 minutes timeout. So I already, if you're going to continue arguing, saying, oh, the market considered double standards, and all, I'm going to need 10. I don't want to hear no more talk about it unless you're willing to, I don't want to hear no more debate about it unless you're willing to, because now you're just making assumptions for the market. I'm going to need $10. We know the rules. We know the rules. Come on now. It was funny that some were criticizing Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave being the last announcement. Yeah, Xenoblade 1, HD, and 3 were the last announcements in their respective directs. People that criticized Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave being the last announcement, they just simply don't like Fire Emblem, because Fire Emblem is an incredible franchise. It's an incredible game. It's a 90+ rated franchise, or near 90. Fire Emblem Three Houses was 89. Fire Emblem Fates was high 80s. Fire Emblem Awakening was 90. I mean, yes, Engage, but that was a different type of game. But the mainline big Fire Emblem games that we know and love are really good games. And we've also had Fire Emblem before. Like, you know, no, we haven't had a Fire Emblem game end the stream. Yeah, I don't think we've had a Fire Emblem like One More Thing, but that's big enough to be a One More Thing, in my opinion. They already put the announcements for the prices of Metroid Prime 4, and it's $60 and $70, Griffin. So you're late, you're late, or you're watching GriffTube. You should watch me, so you know, so you would have already known the price of Metroid Prime 4 a long time ago, because they priced it a long time ago. So yeah, you should have been watching me. You would have known. Let's see here. Let's see here. Nobody rocking with tactical RPGs. Fire Emblem sells incredibly well. I think Fire Emblem Three Houses sold around 5 million units. So, I mean, people liked it. It's a multi-million seller. Shout out to, we got 2 donos coming in.
Whoa, another debate? LMAO, what did you do this time, OJ?
I didn't do anything. Somebody was quote tweeting me and telling me that I'm wrong, and I don't know what I'm talking about. So speaking of Fire Emblem, so they were quote tweeting me. They were calling me out. Okay. So yeah. And thank you, LP. Shout out to Psychopathy. Thank you for the $5 dono. And thank you to LP with the $5 as well. And he says, games are undervalued and gamers are showing their entitlement. No form of entertainment matches the games to time value. Gamers are devaluing games. Yes, that is true. Not saying that I like all the high prices, but games clearly give you more value for your buck and your time than like movies or anything. I think I spent, between myself and my wife and some food for the movie theater, I think I spent around $60 something for tickets to go see Mario. I think it was like, yeah, like 20 something bucks per ticket. When I saw that, yeah, like 20 bucks per ticket. So there was like 40 and then plus the food. But even that, I mean, the movie's what, an hour something. So I spent 40 bucks for like an hour something, you know? So yeah. I just got done beating the Beast Fly in Hollow Knight Silksong, and it's because I got my new Satisfied grip. I figured that out. The first day I got my Satisfied grip yesterday, and I beat the freaking Beast Fly in Hollow Knight, which is, it's not that hard of an enemy, and I use a different tactic of using a different like A attack, like the little like whipping like venom attack that Hornet has. But yeah, I actually got it done with the actual grip here, with the real Satisfied grip, man. This grip is great. I love this grip. Got access to all my buttons. Doesn't add any extra girth or too much weight to it. You can stand it just like that and still play it. The other one, you can't do that. The Mamba grip, you can't do that. Where's my Mamba grip? I don't know where my Mamba grip is at. Actually, I think it's right over here. Hold up. There we go. Yeah. You can't stand with the Mamba grip. There is no stand with this one. So I do like the fact that you can stand this. I think, can you use the stand? But you can't use both, though. You still have access to the kickstand, but you can't really use it. So yeah, it's no tilt on that one. So that's not good. But still. Or actually, can you? Oh yeah, you can do like that. You can tilt it far if you want. You can get some of that kickstand in there. Yeah, you can get some of it, but not too much. Yeah, you can get some of it and play like this. So if you get it like about at that angle, it'll still work. But you can still stand it up like that though too if you want. Either way, good grip, and it's got the cleanest finish on the dock. Cleanest finish on the dock.
I took my wife out to eat. It cost us $74 and lasted about 2 hours.
Oof.
She's worth it, but man, games are cheap compared to that. Lol.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, man. That's what happens sometimes, bro. That's what happens. You go out by yourself, you'll spend $3 on food. You spend $3 on food. Go out with your wife, you spending $7.50. I go out by myself. I'll eat turkey. I'll eat a breadstick. I'll have water. Somehow I only spent $7.25. I go out with my wife. All of a sudden, I need to call the bank. They calling me to say, wait, what's going on? Just one more person. You know what I'm saying? Just one more person. Hey, shout outs to Yo Peeps, man. Oh, I'm gonna beat that second Beast Fly. You're ruining it for me, but you're spoiling the game for me. But I appreciate that. I didn't know there was a second one, but I'll beat it. I was just thinking, what if Pokemon launched on the Virtual Boy and Fire Emblem is the ish? Pokemon launched on the Virtual Boy. That'd be interesting. That'd be great. That'd be red and black. Ooh, yes, the HD Rumble with the satisfied grip, best in the business, baby, because the HD Rumble works with this one, but see how it covers the whole thing? Plus, you also have this covering. It zaps some of the HD Rumble strength. I mean, it's still good. You can feel it, but with the satisfied grip, you can feel the HD Rumble a bit better because of the plastic lining that's in there. So it kind of sends the vibrations through that. So it doesn't really hit the Joy-Cons too much. Like see, like you still have, like it's covered. Don't get me wrong. Like it's covered here and all this, but you still get a good feel for the HD Rumble. It does go through it. It's not as good as if you're just holding the actual Switch 2 by itself, but it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good. Yo, shout outs to Yo Peeps, man. Thank you for the $10 dono. We are 8 combos away. 8, let's go. From the platinum streak to 35. So yeah, my only issue with the grip is that when it's docked, it obstructs the USB cord to charge my controller. It does. Or you have to really just get a small USB cord that really has like a line, like a spiny, like a little, like you can fit one in there, but it's gotta be like one that doesn't have like a cable that's thick enough. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Or you can just charge it in. You can use the USB cable. I think there's one on the back of it, but obviously that's more. That's like that makes it more frustrating to get get to it. Congrats on finally getting the grip. It's been a while since you were waiting for it. Yeah, it's been a while. I got the notification yesterday, or the day before yesterday, that it was shipping. Then it came in yesterday, which was great. So yeah. See, let me know how you feel about the boss going into Act 2, especially Act 1, last boss. I think I've already beat those bosses. I've already beat a ton of those. So yeah, I think I've already beat those ones. Yeah, they're all kind of difficult. They're all kind of like the last boss that I fought was kind of lame. But I figured out how to get it done. So I'll beat the other bosses too. Silk Song's good, but like people say like it's the best Metroidvania of all time and all that. I don't know. I think I put around like 12, 13 hours into this game now, and like no, don't get me wrong, it's good, but yeah, I think we're going a little bit too far with some of that. Like it's a good game though. It's a really good game. I'm enjoying it, but yeah, I don't know. I like it though. I like it. It's good. It's good. Let's see. Is this a structured debate or informal? Structured debate. Structured debate. I don't even like comparing Dread to Silk Song because Dread is so significantly higher quality than Silk Song. Dread is like if a AAA company, right, made a Metroidvania, and Silk Song is very clearly an indie game, like with a lot of great stuff, but it's absolutely an indie game. Like it's absolutely a game made by a few people, right, with some outside contracted help. But Metroid Dread is just, it's not the same. It's not the same. I know some people try to say, oh well, I can't recommend Metroid Dread with Silk Song being 20. It's like, dude, Metroid Dread is a completely different experience. You've got an actual you got a story, a really good story that's built into there with full voice acting. You've got crazy cinematics and cutscenes, like just incredible cinematics and cutscenes. You've got, like I said, pretty advanced AI. Silk Song's AI it's just patterns of the typical looping pattern, which Metroid Dread is to a degree. But the AI that they have, like with the Emmys, is way more advanced than anything in Silk Song. Like just from a programming standpoint, from like an enemy standpoint, not even close. So it's like it's hard to even compare the two. There really isn't much of a comparison. Dread is a full, like, actual big AAA game, and Silk Song's an indie Metroidvania that's very good.
To end the argument in chat, Sonic Cross Worlds is not way better than Mario Kart World or any Mario Kart before it. I played both and still prefer Mario Kart World, but Cross Worlds is a great game on its own right.
Yeah.
I plan to get it a bit later on.
There's no Switch 2 version at launch, so I would have got it. If there was a Switch 2 version, I would have got it. But I mean, I think Cross Worlds is probably going to be the closest thing in terms of like the next best thing after Mario Kart, or maybe some people are going to like it way more than Mario Kart. So competition is good. I've always said this. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. Competition is good. It is good for the industry. It is good to have other games that also do this. And that's why, like I said, I hate to bring up the PC as Nintendo God says, the PC tech zombies and all that. I don't ever want competition to die down. I want there to be multiple marketplaces. I want there to be multiple consoles. I want there to be exclusives. I want companies to fight for that dollar. Fight for our time and our energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to get on here and fight for you guys to watch every single video. I got to be on point. I just can't mail it in. I got to come through. I got to stream. Even if I got kicked in the nads earlier today, I still got to come here and put on a happy face for you guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you need to do when it comes down to it.
Chainsaw Repop Switch 2 edition announced. So cool, I guess.
Good, because now we can actually get some a decent frame rate in that game. I'm not a big lollipop chainsaw person though, but yeah, that's good. So Garfield cart clears both. Let's go. So yeah, man. Video Power Game with the $5 dono as well. Thank you for the 3, Justin. Appreciate that. Video Power Game. Thank you for the 5. Says OJ, how do you feel Silk Song is harder than the original Hollow Knight? Also, Chrono Trigger's Zeal Palace music. Yeah, it's definitely harder. Although they did do some patching to it, but it's definitely harder than it's definitely harder than what's it called? Than the original game. But that's fine, you know, it's a sequel, so it's supposed to be a little bit harder, right? It's supposed to be harder. Chrono Trigger, Zeal, alright. Shout outs, thank you so much, Mr. Video Power Gaming! Thank you for the $5 dono, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. We've got about 45 minutes before the debate starts, so I'm excited to get into that debate. I think it's going to be great. I'd actually argue that in terms of production value, it isn't cut and dry. Most companies don't do true 2D animation anymore. 2.5D is cheaper. In terms of what? Production value? Well, Silk Song to Dread? I mean, well, Dread is actually fully modeled in 3D. A lot of the backgrounds, pretty much everything is modeled in 3D. It's not 2.5. It's fully modeled. That's why it can seamlessly transition from like what you see and then like into like cutscenes that are like 3D. It seamlessly does that, and like you can kind of see it kind of like move, like you see like the depth in the backgrounds and stuff like that as well. So yeah. What's the debate about? Well, you'll find out soon. You'll find out soon. It's about a lot of different topics, so look forward to it. It's a surprise. How about that? Silk Song aesthetically, I mean, it's like, it's okay. Like, it's not my favorite. Like, I'm not a big fan of bugs, though. I don't like bugs. So I can't sit there and say that I love the bug and like, you know, like the bug aesthetics. But, you know, it's fine. You know, it's fine for what it is. Like, they do a good job of making it work. I think Hornet's design is good. Hollow Knight's design is good, but I'm not a huge fan of like bugs and ants and stuff like that. Like, I don't like games that like use like insects like for like Bug Fables, right? Like, that's one of the reasons why it's like Bug Fables is good, but like I don't like playing as like ants and bugs and like, you know, caterpillars and stuff, you know, like ladybugs and all that. I don't like playing as that. So yeah. Let's see, but yeah, 2D animation is full HD. A lot more work is very expensive. 2.5D. Let's see, I don't really like bugs either. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. It's not like Silk Song is cheap, but I mean, it's not. There's no comparison between Silk Song and like the graphical quality of that compared to Dread. Dread's fully modeled in 3D. You know, fully modeled in 3D. And like I said, like the cutscenes and certain, it's not close. It's not close. Let's just say they wanted to make a Hollow Knight game, but then was also fully modeled in 3D and had the amount of cutscenes and the amount of texture work and graphics of Metroid Dread. I mean, they would need to hire more than 4 people. I can tell you that. They would definitely need to hire more than 4 people, you know, and they would, and you know, in terms of like the main people working on the game, you would need a lot more people than that, you know. So yeah. Are you debating PC elitists? I don't know if this guy's a PC elitist or not. I mean, he might be. We'll find out. People throwing Metroidvania name around show up and they haven't played Dracula's Quest. Their experiences clearly started with Symphony of the Night. Well, Metroidvania kind of started with, that's where it really, like, Igavania started, right? With Symphony of the Night, from what I understand. Psycho Pie with the $5 Ninja.
I love me my Sonic. But to be honest, the way the Sonic fanbase is dissing Mario Kart World is like a big kick me sign for Sonic fans. I'm used to it though, LMAO.
Yeah, I don't mind people saying what they want to say. If they think it's better, that's fine. I mean, there are times when people, listen, there used to be an argument that Sonic Adventure was better than Mario 64. We all know that it's not. We all know that it's, we all know that it's not, but believe it or not, there was a time period where on forums and message boards, there were people that were saying that it was better. And we all know that's not the case. We all know that's not the case. But, you know what? Hey, look, some people think that. They're allowed to say it, you know. So that's kind of how I see it. As like Sonic versus Mario to me is just like it's like a tired old debate that's not worth having. Because I'm old now. For you younger cats, you guys didn't grow up in like the real Sonic versus Mario. You guys didn't grow up in the bloodbath when Sega actually had a system. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like cussing out your mom, then going and living under her house. That's basically Sonic right now, because you're gonna cuss out you're gonna cuss out you know, whatever, and then you have to go pay rent to that person. Because that's exactly what they're gonna do. Like Sonic, the marketing team. Oh yeah, but this game sucks or whatever. Blah blah blah. This is boring. Yeah, but you're going to pay them 30% on every sale on Switch. You're going to pay them another 30% on every single sale on Switch too. So it's one of those things that without their own system, it's just kind of talk. And it wasn't the real bloodbath. This is a neutered junior version of a rivalry that is no longer actually a rivalry. That is simply just playing into the marketing aspect, playing into what the fans are saying. Why not? You're with house money. You have nothing to lose. You might as well, you know, and you know Nintendo's not going to respond, right? And you know they're not going to say anything back. So yeah. Let's see here. History is written by the winner. History is written by the winners. Well, I mean, you can see the history. It's not even written by anybody. Nintendo didn't say anything. When Nintendo cooked, well, actually, it was Sony that cooked. Really, it was Sony that put Sega out of business. But when everybody else won, nobody said anything. Sega decided to go multi-platform. Nintendo was more than happy to have their games on the platform, and that was that. And that was it. There was nothing else to really go off of, you know? I mean, there's been a few different pot shots here and there in like older Nintendo games like Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong, like making fun of Sonic's shoes or something like that in like one of the Donkey Kong games or whatever. But like there really isn't much. And when they went multi-platform, nobody really, like, people cared, but it was like, oh, well, Sega's done. Like, it was the end of an era for sure, but it wasn't, Nintendo didn't say anything. It's not like Nintendo showed up like Vince McMahon at WCW and was like, I have purchased WCW, you know, like, you're fired. It wasn't like, you know, freaking Yamauchi showed up at Sega headquarters and was like, all you beeps work for me now, you know, like, that's not what happened, you know? Shout outs to
I remember back
Justin.
Then, it was actually a fight. Sega forced Nintendo's hand to actually respond with the Play It Loud commercials.
Well, yeah, they did respond in that way, but what I'm saying is that afterwards, like back then, there was a real fight. I meant that Nintendo was not going to respond now at this point with Sega's commercials like they're doing like with the whole Sonic Cross Worlds. But back then, yeah, they had the whole Play It Loud campaign and all of that. But back then, I didn't know that was a response to that. That was just cool marketing for the games, how I always saw the games. I always saw Nintendo's games as Play It Loud. You think I was playing that crap quiet? You know what I'm saying? Like, you think I was sitting down and playing it quiet? Was I like, it was, everything that they did was always Play It Loud. Nintendo always had weird, wacky, zany games. They didn't really need, I mean, that marketing campaign was great for other people, but for people that already played Nintendo games, it was the same games. It was the exact same games. All they did was make the marketing more edgy. But the games were the exact same. We got Mario Kart, we got Zelda, we got, you know, we got the same stuff that we always got, you know? So yeah, we got Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, we got Mega Man, we got all sorts of stuff. It was status quo, you know? Let's see here. Deported with the $2 says, how does Borderlands 4 run on your mini PC? I know you got the 4090. Tell me he did not try to run that on his mini PC. Tell me he did not try to run that on his mini PC. Did he really? Deported. So yeah. So it is what it is. Now you're playing with power, superpower, play it loud, change the system. Yeah, like we had this play it with power, you know, Paul Rudd, you know, that old school commercial. So back then, let me give you guys a snapshot, because a lot of you guys were not alive back then, or you're too small. I was alive and kicking. I was like this. I was doing the cow and chicken dance back then. You know what I'm saying? Every single day was like this for me. So we were poor as hell, but not like so poor to the point where we couldn't get games every now and then. But every day was a day. Every day was a cool day. It was the world. I was green. I saw the world as like, you know, my oyster or whatever, my playground. You go outside, you play, you have fun, you come back, you play video games. And that's how it was. And all those commercials didn't do anything for me. They were just cool, you know?
I'm chill, but I think it's funny because Mario fans actually do like Sonic games too, LMAO. Mind you, I'm a Mario fanboy that gave mad props for Astrobot and Sonic Crossworlds being great games, lol.
Yeah, yeah.
Fun discussion though. Play some Mario music, please.
Absolutely. Mario music. Thank you for the support. Play some Mario music right now at this point. How about some Super Mario Galaxy? So yeah, man, like every day I was just chilling. We play games, we have fun, you know. You do. I mean, there's some hardcore fanboys of Sega Gen, yeah, or Super Nintendo, but I didn't care. Like, I wanted to play Sonic, I wanted to play Vector Man, I wanted to play, you know, what's it called, Altered Beast or whatever. Like, I wanted to play all those games, like, or Golden Axe. I wanted to play, you know, Comic Zone. I wanted to play all those games, so I didn't really care, you know. So I didn't really care at all, like, about the whole console, like all the commercials and all that. It was all about having fun, man. It was all about having fun. It was all about playing video games. It was all about, that's how it's always been about, like, my whole life. It's all about just having fun. I don't care what system it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me just have fun. Like, let me just, and let there be competition. I like competition. I thought Sonic was great competition for Mario. I'm like, oh yeah, Sonic, he can run real fast. It's very different from Mario, you know? So for me, it was great. It was great. It was fun. It was a fun time period. I couldn't afford nothing, but it was still a fun time period. I still played a lot of games at my friends' houses, you know? The part with the 2 says, OJ was holding up other kids and taking their games. I definitely was not. I definitely was not. I was just a normal kid, man. I was a bit maybe hyperactive. I'd kind of bounce around at places. I was very much like always running and riding my bike and always going to the arcade, you know, loving pizza, Ninja Turtles, you know, like watching cartoons, like the 80s, right? 80s and like 90s. That's like what you would do. You would go to the arcade, you know, you would watch Ninja Turtles. I'd get into a few fights here and there. You know, I'd fight my brother. We'd fight. Everybody be fighting. You would just, you know, but you lived another day. So lived another day. You just enjoy, man. That's just how it was. I remember the 90s. I remember the 80s, and I remember the 90s. And yeah, it was just, those commercials came on, and it was like, oh, cool, video game commercial. I wasn't thinking about fanboy stuff. Even though I had a Super Nintendo and I love Super Nintendo, I wasn't, like, when I saw a Sega commercial, they were making fun of Nintendo, I wasn't thinking, oh no, how dare them, you know? I wasn't thinking that, you know?
There is no debate. Sonic Adventure is better than Mario 64. Anyone who says otherwise is objectively wrong. Please play Sonic Adventure Lazy Days.
Alright, I got you. Sonic Adventure Lazy Days. Thank you for that, man.
I have a funny example of Nintendo responding to Sigile. Link it in the chat.
Okay. Sonic Adventure Lazy Days. So yeah, like, shout out to Justin. Thank you for another $3 dono, man. I appreciate that. So like, when I was watching, you know, the cartoons, or when I was watching whatever back then, I didn't think all this fanboy console war. I didn't think that. I saw, wow, Sonic's running really fast on screen. I wanted Sonic shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't, like I said, for some people it was, but for back then, man, it was all about just playing who had the best games and how you can play them, you know? So I didn't have money for any of this crap though. I was at the mercy of my parents, you know? So I had to wait for birthdays or Christmas or go to a friend's house or whatever, you know? All right, let me check this out here. Let me see here. I think it's what, I know what commercial you're talking about too.
Okay, class, pop quiz, question number 1.
Okay, yeah, here we go. I remember this commercial. The commercials back then were so wild, you know, for video games. I'll show you guys this. Shout outs, Justin. The commercials back then were so crazy. I loved them. They were so good.
Okay, class, pop quiz. Question number 1. You want to buy a video game system. Super NES gives you 4 free games. Sega gives you no free games. Which do you choose? Number 2. Farmer Brown has 4 chickens to trade for a video game system. Super NES gives him 4 free games. Sega, no free games. Which should Farmer Brown choose? Number 3.
Buy any Super NES system and for $3.50 postage, we'll send you Super Mario All-Stars. That's 4 games free. Now, who would miss an offer like that?
Could you repeat the question?
Check this out. Yo, check this out. This activated a memory. I saw this, and that's how I got Super Mario All-Stars. I remember telling my dad and my mom, you gotta write into that little thing, right? You gotta send it in via postcard. You send it in, because we had just Super Mario World. You send it in, we had Nintendo Power too. They'll send you Super Mario All-Stars with the 4 free games. It was Super Mario All-Stars. And I remember seeing this, and that's how I got Super Mario All-Stars. Remember, here, listen to what they say at the very end, if I'm not correct. Listen to what they say at the very end here. Hold up.
Number 3.
Buy any Super NES system and for $3.50 postage, we'll send you Super Mario All-Stars. That's 4 games free. Now, who would miss an offer?
Send it postage, you'll get Super Mario All-Stars. That's what we did. That's how I got the Super Nintendo. This is exactly how I got it.
Could you repeat the question?
With Super Mario All-Stars. Yeah, that was a good response. That was definitely a good response to Sega for sure. Shout outs to Justin, man. Yeah, man. That was great. That was great. I loved that stuff back then. Like those commercials were always awesome. And like as a kid or as like a young adult or a kid or whatever, like you're always watching TV. You're always watching Nickelodeon, or you're always watching like Cartoon Network, or you're always watching like whatever, like the Fox Kids or whatever the crap I was watching back then. And those commercials would always run. You'd always see hella Sega commercials. You'd always see lots of Nintendo like you saw Nintendo commercials all the time. You saw Sega commercials all the time. Sometimes you might even get like a Neo Geo or something like that, but most of the time, nah. You just saw Sega, Nintendo. You know, it was great time period. So yeah. You were there. No, there was no YouTube. There was no such thing as YouTube. This was like 1993 or something like that. 92, 93. No YouTube. No consumer grade online either. No consumer grade online. Zero. So there was nowhere that you can go online. Like there was maybe like the basic beginnings of some people that had online, but most people did not have online. So there was no online. There was no contact like with the outside world outside of just like what you had in your house. Now, were there computers? Yes, there were computers. There were family computers, not the NES family computer, but there were family computers. There were like Apples and there was stuff like that. We had an old DOS, old ghetto computers, but like, I mean, like, I don't even know what those did, bro. Like, like green screen, green with green typing. It was like Fallout, bro. It was like Fallout computer. It was like you had to like, it was like DOS, bro. It was like Fallout. I had a Fallout computer in my room growing up, even all the way up to high school, bro. I had a Fallout computer in my room, man. It was old school. It was DOS. Computer was ghetto as hell. I'd be playing Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, Oregon Trail, Test Run, a bunch of ghetto games on there. Those games suck. I had nothing better to do at that time though. Sometimes I was just bored, nothing to do, weekend, not at school, so I'm just home. Nothing else to do, so I'm just booting up Test Drive on my old DOS ghetto computer. Oh man, I miss those times, then I don't miss those times, because like a lot of those times suck. Like a lot of those times were trash, bro. I'll keep it a buck with you guys, man. Like a lot of those times were trash. I like the freedom I have right now, you know?
I will say GameCube commercials were weird. They had people in cubes and the whole clean is better than Dirty Sunshine song.
Oh yeah, yeah,
wow.
Absolutely. Yeah, they did. Those were weird commercials. I didn't care about the Cube commercials though. But the problem with, like, I didn't see a ton of Cube commercials because that's when I really kind of stopped watching TV, was around the GameCube time. Because like I was really heavy into football. And I was just trying to get a scholarship, so I was just trying to play my butt off, you know? I'd just be like, I'd always be doing football crap. Football summer camps, football this, football that. So it was like, I didn't really watch TV. I was always hurting. My ankles were always snapped in half. I was always just tired. I just always felt like going home, like playing a game. Like just play a video game. I did see commercials of video games, but I just didn't watch a lot, just because at that point I you know, I had school, I had to work, you know, I had all other stuff going on, you know. So yeah, I wasn't really watching TV like that back then. So yeah. Play MK 1 through 3 on your PC. Oh, Mortal Kombat? Yeah. So yeah. My view says, AJ, given the PlayStation is now more open to less exclusives, do you still think Wolverine can't make it to Switch 2? Wolverine's not going to be on Switch 2, in my view. Do you play Flight Simulator? No, I don't like wasting my time. Okay, and Mario had one movie. Okay, wait, you guys arguing about Mario and Sonic. This is a 30-something-year-old argument, bro. We're going like, what, 40 years almost of Mario versus Sonic? You guys can't be serious. Stop arguing Mario versus Sonic. There is no more argument, bro. Sonic is on Nintendo's platforms. Like, there's no argument. Sega's out of the console race. Arguing Sonic versus Mario is stupid. Like I said, I've heard it for 30 plus years now. Y'all really can't be arguing this. This is ridiculous. Stop arguing Sonic versus Mario. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Okay, but what if Monosoft did Xenoblade Fight Simulator? I probably still wouldn't play that. What's the point of doing that? What's the point of doing that? Let's see here. People need something to argue. I guess they need something to argue about, but arguing Mario versus Sonic, if I really felt like saying what I wanted to say, I'd get canceled, but I ain't gonna say it. So I just say it's a stupid argument. It's a stupid argument. Let's see here. Shout outs to Deports to Slay with the $2 dono. And says, so why do you hate on Sonic so much? Much chili dogs equals I don't hate on Sonic so much. I don't know what you're talking about, fam. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hate on Sonic so much. They try to reignite the 90s, which just makes no sense. You can never reignite the passion that was the 90s. The passion, the atmosphere, like, man, it's almost somewhat sad to look back and how much the world has changed since then. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I remember it and it felt like it was just yesterday. It's scary and it's cool at the same time. It's okay, it's cool now, like, you know, obviously you've grown up, you know, everything's like you can afford what you want and got your own house or family or apartment or whatever, you're doing your thing, but at the same time you're like, man, where did all that time go, you know? I was hoping my donation would spark a debate. That's what Sonic fans look to do. Sonic fans, you guys look to spark the debates, you know? Try to make up for what happened, losing your kingdom all those years ago, all those decades ago. Justin with the 3.
Just settle it in Smash. You can just have the characters fight each other now.
That's true.
Lol.
That is true. You can just settle it in Smash. Sonic's pretty good in Smash, though. He might be better than Mario in Smash. I mean, Mario's good, but Sonic's pretty good in Smash. OJ, why not Wolverine? Because it's a Sony first-party game. And they have not been putting big first-party games on Nintendo Switch 2. So I think Wolverine's going to use the top-of-the-line PlayStation graphics and all that. So I don't think they're going to downport it to Switch 2. So yeah. Mario versus Sonic at the Olympic Games. Yo, let's go. At least you gained Jim Carrey. Yo, Sonic OP in Smash Bros. Sonic's really good in Smash. He's actually really good. Like, no cap on that one. So in the 90s, you can have your own opinion and people respected it. Hell no, they didn't respect it. What? Back then, it was just people didn't take things so seriously. But hell no, people didn't respect it. You'd be getting into arguments all the time. Hell no, people didn't respect your... I mean, if it was a good opinion. If it was a good opinion, yeah. The problem in today's day is that you can, like... in today's day, there's these, like, movements. There's too many activist gamers. There's too many activist gamers in today's day. That's the biggest problem with today's gamers. If you go on Twitter, everybody's freaking Martin Luther gamer out there. You know, everyone's like fighting, picketing, and acting like, you know, there's a colored fountain, a drinking fountain over there, or like the hoses are coming out on people. That is the problem with gamers today. They act like victims of the Civil Rights Act, and that they need to petition the government before they go burn down buildings, or like it's Tulsa or something like that. Like, that is the problem with today's gamers. They act like it's freaking it's in the Constitution about gaming and prices. That is the biggest issue with gamers, and they lie. And we have so many grifters and liars to manipulate for money. Back then, you argued for the love of the game, because there was no way to make money off of online, off of Twitter, off of clout chasing. There wasn't any real clout chasing with gaming, because we were all just nerds. Not in today's day. You've got dead ass just liars. You've got grifters. You've got activist gamers. You've got all this nonsense in today's day. That's the real issue. That's the real problem. Shout outs to Deported with the $2. Says, can you play Feel the Sunshine? Sonic Hey. Yes, I can. And Carlos with another $2. It says, my Mario versus Sonic was Pokemon versus Digimon. Yeah, and Digimon got smacked. He got Ogmon is blasting off. Digimon got blasted into oblivion. Digimon's great, but it got absolutely smacked into the sun. It got Falcon punched. Like, you know, when Falcon punched that dude into the sun. Yeah, that's what happened. So shout outs to Carlos. Thank you for the 2. Shout outs to Deported. Appreciate that. Can you feel the sunshine? Can you? Nady Nay with the $5 as well. What up? Shout outs to Nady Nay. And says, that commercial took me back to being a kid and watching the old school Nintendo commercials with the desk full of free AOL trial discs. Yeah. You've got mail. No, I don't got nothing. This thing's slow as hell. No, man, I feel you on that one, man. I feel you on that one. That was funny. That was funny. Shout outs, guys. For the lying and grifting, did you know that Nintendo sues Game Genie isn't exactly that? Gallo sued the Nintendo, counter-sued. Well, yeah, sure. Can you feel the sunshine? Can you feel the sunshine? Sunshine. Like, hey OJ, Nintendo haters are decent views on YouTube. Apparently it's rage bait. That's what I'm saying. It's all about rage bait. It's all about, you know, all sorts of nonsense, you know, in today's day. Like I said, it's not even about like people back then. The reason why you might be able to respect someone's opinion back then, because you would bring up actual stuff. It'd be about the actual game. It wouldn't even be about prices. I mean, sometimes, yeah, obviously price would come into play, but it was about what game was better. It was about what game did what game took advantage. Now today, it's like people just cry and complain about prices all day. People just make up stories about Switch 2 not selling well. People just grift. That's all they do. People just make up lies on Twitter. That's all people do in today's day. The debates are not even fun. Like I said, I made one comment, bro. One comment about 18 years from Metroid Prime 4, from Mario Galaxy 1 in 2007 and Metroid Prime 3 in 2007. I said history kind of repeats itself. And what is one of the first comments I get? Like I said before, oh yeah, but now it's more expensive. It's like, bro, shut the fudge up, bro. I just said it's been 18 years. It's just a comment. Why are you these damn price watchers, these pocket watching activists? They're annoying as hell. They're so annoying. You can't even stay a fact. You can't even say something with these freaking pocket watchers coming in and ruining everything and wanting to complain about everything. Like, it's not even true. Mario Galaxy was $50 in 2007. It's $40 now. So it's not even true. It doesn't even have to be true. You can just make up something. And then when I tell him, no, you're wrong, it was 50 back then, it's 40 now. Why are you comparing them? What you mean? That was the whole point. It was 2007 to 2025. That was the whole point, was a comparison. When they launched in 2007 compared to 2025. That was the point. These activist gamers. I'm so sick and tired of these grifters and these activist gamers. These are the worst thing that has been part of this generation. That's the worst thing. They're the worst. These Twitter activists and grifters, and these people are the worst. The worst. Completely kill any type of video game discussion. So that is the biggest issue, you know? So yeah, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's just like, and he's like, why are you fully backing this? I'm like, what did I fully back? What did I fully back? I told you that the price was not the same, because it's not. And once again, I repeat, in 2007, I bought Mario Galaxy 1 in November 2007. I think that's when it launched, whenever it launched. I bought that. I was in college. I was a junior in college in 2007. I had just transferred to Fresno State, and I bought that game on my, I think it was on my Thanksgiving break or near my Thanksgiving break or whatever the case is. I went home and I bought it and I played it and I thought it was incredible. And it was $50. It was $50. It is not $50 right now. It is not. It is $40 right now. Should it be cheaper? Sure, I agree. But it is not more expensive. Like, it's factually incorrect, and they don't care. They don't care if they're factually incorrect. They don't care. Like, they just don't. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me show you guys. This is the post that I made. Most people were cool about it, though. Most people were cool about it. Look at this post. It's just a simple Twitter post. In 2007 and 18 years later, in 2025, history kind of repeats itself. You got Mario Galaxy. That's the original poster for Mario Galaxy, right? 2007 version of Mario Galaxy. And you got Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. That also came out in 2007, okay? It was a great game. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Sorry, I'm saying it wrong. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. So then I say, okay, so you fast forward 18 years later, you got Mario Galaxy in, same year, same fall season, Mario Galaxy 1 and Super Mario Galaxy 2. And then you got Metroid Prime 4 Beyond releasing. So I thought that was kind of ironic that they both released, 18 years ago, both coming out in the fall, right? Pretty cool. It's a pretty simple post. Nothing big, but I just thought it was an interesting thing to go, because like I was editing a video and I remember, and I saw like best games of 2007, and Mario Galaxy was number 1 and Metroid Prime 3 was like there. And then I was looking at some of the best, obviously games released this year, and of course Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 and Metroid Prime 4 are coming out. So okay, that's kind of cool. Like I said, first comment I get, this dude right here. History repeating itself, but this time it's more expensive. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I just put, it's actually cheaper. That's the funny thing. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 were both $50 at launch on Wii, total $100. Here, they have $40, they're $40 a piece. So if you buy the bundle together, it's actually $30 cheaper than if you bought them full price in 2007 and 2010. Metroid Prime 4 is $10 to $20 more than Metroid Prime 3 in 2007, but adjusted for inflation, which he wasn't talking about Metroid. I don't think he was even talking about. I just addressed his Metroid thing, but he wasn't talking about Metroid. He was only talking about Mario. But I just did it like a basic inflation calculator, right? So that's all I did that. And then look at his response, bro. Look at his response. Why are we comparing launch prices? 2007. That was the launch of the system. That was the launch of the games. What do you mean, why are we? You said it's more expensive. What do you mean? That's why. When both games are old AF, though. Bro, I made a comparison post from 2007 to now. How is it more expensive than when it was in 2007? It's not. That was the whole framing of the post. In 2007, it was $50 in 2007. It was $50. It was just, surely you see where we're coming from. You're actually love your work, man, but it's a tad confusing watching you fully back this and overpriced Nintendo practice. What did I fully back? What did I fully back? What did I fully back in my statement? And other Nintendo practices overpriced. What did I didn't even talk about other stuff. What, Metroid Prime being $60 to $70? Isn't that standard price for the games today's day? What? This is the type of people that I'm talking about, bro. These people, these activist price gamers, this is the worst thing. One of the worst things outside of grifters. These are the worst type of people because you can't even make a post like this simply without them turning into budgeting couponers budgeting edition, or turning into Priceline Negotiator, or turning into Groupon, or turning into the ads that you get in your damn mail, the damn cutout ads from Subway, from Wendy's. You can't turn, they turn into budgeting bullies. They just turn into, you know what I'm saying, like Grouponers. These, like I said, you can complain about pricing or whatever the case is. This has nothing to do with pricing. I'm simply making a comparison of the launch years and stuff that happened. This is not a post celebrating the pricing. These are the worst people, bro. These people, I need these people out of my life. I'm not gonna, these are the worst people. Because you can't even enjoy gaming history. You can't even enjoy a little bit of gaming history without somebody coming up, pulling up their pants, and telling you how you're stupid. How dare you? You know? Like I said, that's why I built my own community. I built my own thing. I don't gotta deal with these people. I don't gotta deal with these people. You know? I don't gotta deal with them. And then when you give them factual information, like, well, no, it's actually cheaper than it was back then. How dare you? They look at you like the whole meme. They look at you in a certain way. And then they start making assumptions. You backing Nintendo's practices. I literally said in my video, I don't like the price. So he doesn't watch. He's just saying stuff. These are the worst people. These people, and I know I started a rant from what Joe said, Pro Joe said, but these people are the death of video game discussion online. These people. Because they will remind you every 3 seconds, how dare you spend your money the way that you want? How dare you make any type of video game discussion about something? These are the worst people. Seriously. Back then, video game discussion was like, there was fanboy wars and all that and whatever, but it was so much better in terms of respecting an opinion because these people did not exist. These people that do this did not exist. They just didn't exist. And the internet didn't exist like that. But I guarantee you, out of all the discussions and arguments that I've had, this was never one of them. This was never one of them back then. So yeah, like that's the problem that we have in today's day. That is a big problem that we have in today's day. You know. So yeah. Your first mistake to try to say something interesting, player, since shame on you. That's what I'm saying, bro. So yeah. No, they could be cheaper, but it's true considering everything they included. I already said that once again. They pay all that, or 100 for GTA 6 though. It won't care about being 30 FPS either magically. Well, GTA is a whole different you know, beast in its own right, you know. Wait, we got a debate today. Yeah, I'm debating a guy named Alan B. I'm debating a guy named Alan B. on a variety of different things tonight, so it should be a fun debate. We're actually going to be starting the debate up in about 9 minutes. I'll be starting the debate up, so it should be fun. Cyber Taurus with the Bobby Propane Blasto! Let's go with the 42!
Oh dang, just in time for dinner. Looks like you're already cooking. Here's some extra propane. and propane accessories.
We cooking. Bro, I've been cooking tonight. I don't know where I got this energy from. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know where I got this energy from. That's funny. Oh, my wife can tell you where I got this energy from today. But anyway, I'm feeling great today, boys and girls. All right, I'm feeling great today, boys and girls. All right. So, I'm feeling pretty good. But yes, man, it's been a great day. It's been a great day. I just, my brain just froze from, I'm like, where did I get this energy from? Oh, wait a minute, hold up. I know where I got the energy from. Yeah. I mean, well, workout, maybe. I don't know. You know, just as much as I can get in a small time frame. She didn't give me very long. She had a stopwatch. No. Shout outs though. Shout outs to Mrs. Essence. She's the best. She's the best. Let's see. Can you find someone that actually debate for these debates? It's always one-sided fight. Honestly, if you talk to Nintendo, Prime will tell you. Prime, does anybody that actually has a following, do they actually want to debate? No, everyone's too scared to debate. Everyone's too scared to debate. Nobody actually wants to debate. Nobody wants to debate me because, oh, I'm aggressive and I'll get you in gotchas too many times. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Nobody wants to debate Prime because he knows what he's talking about, you know? So nobody actually wants to debate. They'll only debate people that they know that they can like beat up on. They won't debate anybody that's intelligent or anybody that knows what they're talking about. So it's hard to do debates because most content creators that are anti this or whatever the case is, they don't want to. They don't want to do debates. Because it's going to make them look bad and it's going to crumble their money. That's the real reason why, Prime. I don't know, like I said, maybe I'm a bit more aggressive than you are when it comes to this, but the real reason is because it crumbles their narrative. And if you crumble their narrative, it's going to crumble their revenue. So why go get slapped up when you've been wrong? Why go get slapped up to where you know it's going to be a big thing, you know it's going to get clipped, you know the troll channels are going to post it, because especially if you've got haters, you know they're going to post it, and you know it's going to affect your business and your revenue. So why would you go get beat when you've been lying through your teeth, or you've been manipulating the truth, or you've been grifting this whole time for money? Why go there and get slapped up by somebody? By the way, Prime, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you know this or not, but they all saw that debate that we had with Angry. They all saw that. They all saw that, and they're like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll see my way out of this. They're not gonna debate. Why would they debate? If I was them, I wouldn't do it either. Like, why go get crushed from somebody who's clearly more intelligent than you? A lot of these guys aren't smart. Let's just keep it a buck. Let's just keep it real. And that's okay. You don't have to be smart to run a YouTube channel. Like, you know, like, you can go online and grift all day and be wrong and make money. You can go online and make fun of other people and be a complete douchebag towards people and rip their content and do whatever. You can do that all day and make money. You know what I'm saying? And it'll be fine. But why go and have somebody crush all your points that you've made? Why go and have somebody question what you like and the stuff behind it? All these Valve worshippers. You guys know Gabe Newell's worth $11 billion? Valve's always for the gamers, right? That's what all these people do. These Steam gamers, these PC guys. Why is he worth $11 billion? Why don't they make anything? God, how are you worth $11 billion and you don't make any damn games? That sounds pretty greedy to me. Sounds like you're just taking money from third-party companies. That's what it sounds like. That sounds pretty greedy to me. Sounds pretty capitalistic to me. $11 billion? There's not a single person at Nintendo that's worth $11 billion. Not a single person at Nintendo that has $11 billion. The only person that had that much money was Mr. Yamauchi. But he'd been there since 1920. His family created Nintendo. And he died with a ton of money when he left. Yes. But nobody else got $11 billion that worked there. I also want to talk about greedy and stuff. Why is Gabe Newell worth $11 billion? Where did he get that $11 billion from? It wasn't from giving handouts to people, I can tell you that right now. Okay? So a lot of these PC people and all that, they're full of crap. When they're full of it, and they know that they get called out on stuff that they buy and stuff that they support, you know, when they're trying to sit there, and it'd be double standards, right? It'd be complete double standards. So why go somewhere else and get completely bodied in a debate about Nintendo when you don't know anything about Nintendo, you don't play their games, you don't know anything about them, but you just see stuff online or whatever, right? So that's why they don't show up to the debate, because it's going to crush their money-making machine, you know? I don't have the fear to be wrong. If these people can prove me wrong about Nintendo or about anything else, come through. Come through. I have no problem with that. Come prove me wrong. I don't have a problem admitting that I'm wrong. I don't have an ego like that, you know? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll admit that I'm wrong, you know? But these people, they don't want to admit that. Getting caught in gotchas? Yeah, stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. If you won't get caught in a gotcha if you're not a freaking liar, you know? Stop lying. Stop lying to your audience. Stop lying to your base. Stop lying and you'll be good. I don't ever get worried about getting caught in gotchas. Gotcha moments. I don't lie. And if I'm wrong on something, my bad. I was wrong on that. They don't want to admit that. They don't want to do that. So yeah. See, worth 11 billion of the company's private, not even publicly traded. Yeah. If he was publicly traded, he'd be worth a lot more, but obviously they'd have to start making games. They have to actually start doing something, you know, instead of just taking money from third-party developers and putting out Steam Deck and not making anything for Steam Deck. What do they make? They don't make anything. You know, just Steam Deck verified. Half that stuff is verified. It doesn't even work. What you mean? Power World never worked. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Power World did not work for me. You know? So yeah. Can you teach me how to grift? My channel doesn't even get the minimum to go live. Teach you how to grift? If you want to grift, just be negative about stuff all day. That's all you got to do. Just be negative about everything. If you want to grift, just say this company's greedy. I'm moving on from this company. This company, they're lying. They're greedy. They took all their money. Just make Nintendo's greedy videos, or just make Sony's greedy videos, or just make, you know, just do that, and that's the grift. It's very easy to do. Just be negative about everything. Just be complaining about everything. Just be whining about everything, you know? And that's how you make the money. You can make way more money doing that. I can make way more money doing that. But I'm not going to do it because I'd rather tell the truth and be honest with you guys. You know? So yeah. So yeah. Exactly, Kelsey. Valve's just as bad as anybody else when it comes to that. They're just as bad. Like I said, why is that man worth $11 billion? That is a lot of money to be worth. By the way, he, like I said, on his yachts, plural. So I don't want to hear anything about greedy. They're greedy too. Every company's greedy. That's a stupid. They're greedy. They're greedy. Every company's greedy. Yes, Valve is greedy. Sony's greedy. Microsoft's greedy. Nintendo's greedy. Yes, they're all greedy. All of them are greedy. Yes, they are. Okay, what's next? Like, they're all greedy. There ain't no ones that aren't. Don't tell me Valve and Steam. No, they're greedy too. If he wasn't greedy, then how about you give away that net worth? How about you filter that back in? How about you filter that back into some development studios and get some games going? You know, not greedy. So yeah. But anyway, all right, guys, I gotta get ready for the debate. Give me just 1 second. We will be back with the debate in just a bit. So give me 1 second. We're gonna set up for that. I gotta boot up my Discord, and then we're gonna get ready for the debate as well. So give me just 1 second. Let me get into my gosh, I gotta get into this. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll be back with the debate stuff. But I gotta use a. Where is my, what's it called? Where is my yeah, I don't know where my persona little background thing is to remove the, what's it called? All right, here we go. All right, there we go.
All right, cool. We on? Wherever you are, gaming the worst customers. I just haven't checked your channel. That's all. How to do this?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Whenever you want.
actually, I need one more thing.
Let's go live in 5, Well, real quick, because I'll bomb through the wall. Is there anything specifically you guys do not want to discuss today? Anything you do not want to discuss?
I guess you're talking about just game related, right? Because if you're like politics, all that other shit would be kind of out the window.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. Yeah, I mean, typically it's a game discussion channel, but
Yeah, I didn't think so. I was just more saying.
oh, Boomer Zoo already fucking up tonight. Let's see
Oh my
here.
goodness! Oh my goodness! What we gotta do with you? Oh my goodness!
Let's see here. So almost there. Let's see here. We just need to go.
How you doing, chat? While he figures that out.
Oh, there we are. All right. Well, it wouldn't be a Liquored Up Live if it was completely fucking smooth. So, all right. So in this particular case, then basically what we need to do here is, I guess we'll introduce you guys. So I guess we'll start with the newcomers. So new to the bar, Alan. Tell everybody a little bit about yourself, where they can find your content if you have it, and most importantly, what the fuck are you drinking, my friend?
Okay, so let's start with the more important thing. What am I drinking? So I'm a beer guy, right? So I was actually at the store. I was like, I gotta get some beer for the night. So I don't know if you've been in Tampa. Got one that's called Gourd's Gone Wild. It is pumpkin beer season. Pumpkin beer season started. So we got some of these tall boys. Got some pumpkin beer. So that's what's really important. Nobody gives a fuck about who I am. So I'm your rando tonight. I'm the like, who the fuck is this guy tonight kind of guy. So you can find me at, it should be at Spoogie Monkey on Twitter. I think it's what it is. And I have started blogging in. So I actually have done, I used to write way back in the day for a website, for a Nintendo website. Then I kind of did my own thing. They got writer's block. So I've kind of, actually kind of even with this whole event, it got me back into doing. So if you go to my Twitter, right now I think it's smashmonkey88.blogspot.com. It's going to have a real domain. But I'm bringing back the Video Game Accountant, my old site. And we're going to start talking about video games. I'm a real life CPA. So I love to talk about business. And
CPA, okay.
Yeah, we're just drinking and having a good night.
I would say you got a CPA, got an MBA, and we're going to be doing good tonight then, business-wise, I think. So, all right. The other thing I want to just mention offhand is, don't worry too much about writer's block, man. I have writer's block too, but my writer's block is a little different. It's called being a lazy piece of shit.
Isn't that everybody? What's really screwed? It was freaking COVID. It was just like, it was hard to really, like, what do you write about kind of in there? It probably was glad I didn't, because I think everything would have said would have been wrong, because you can't really predict stuff like during that time. So it's easier in 2025.
It was kind of a major black swan event. It was hard to predict anything. Got a lot of new rules being made and broke along the way the entire time there. So all right, and then we have the one, the only OJ from Player Essence. Talk about a little bit about yourself, where they can find you, and most importantly, what the fuck you're drinking, my friend.
I have water here. I have a nice water. And yeah, you find me at Player Essence. I'm also doing a little bit of a co-stream, so you guys all go check out Alan and check out Flipping the Switch. I did link your channels. I did link that in my chat as well, so you guys go check them out, give them a subscription. Go give Flipping the Switch a subscription as well. So go follow them on their channels.
Yeah, we keep growing somehow. Somehow keeps growing. Keeps plodding along.
Good.
So, alrighty. So we're here to kind of discuss a little bit of a few key issues, and we'll kind of go from there. But what issue did you guys want to discuss first?
We're going to discuss first, since I'm the one who, I guess, initiated this. We're going to discuss first what Polygon had to say. And the sales...
Now remind me. Take me down memory lane.
Yeah, no problem. So essentially, I put up a tweet on August 31st, and I said 11 years of lying, 11 plus years of lying to their audience. And I put up a tweet that shows Polygon. Says Mario Kart 8 will likely be the worst selling game in the franchise. Here's why. and their explanation was stupid, was dumb. And people called it out as dumb even back then. But whatever, that was in 2014. And then I put up another Polygon article that said Mario Kart 8 is outselling Mario Kart World. So that's what I put. And for some reason, Mr. Allen here, or Spoogie Monkey, decides that he doesn't like that I said that, or he decides to quote tweet me. He didn't just, talk in the same thing. He quote tweets me, and then, which I don't have a problem with quote tweeting. It's fine. I mean, but I don't know why you just can't put in the comment there, but whatever, but he quote tweets me and starts just listing off a bunch of stuff, so I'll refresh everybody in the chat so you guys know kind of like where we got here, he says Mario Kart 8 was a Wii U game, and it was toward the bottom selling 8 million less, or only 8 million less than DS, Wii, 7, and Deluxe, etc. So once again, that's irrelevant because they said it's likely the worst selling. It's not, so it's not the worst selling. We already know that.
Well, okay, wait. They said likely the worst, right?
But it looks like Double Dash so far.
Whoa, they said likely the worst though.
But it's not.
They didn't say the worst. They said They said likely the worst because they're writing in the future.
Okay.
Did you
read the article?
I actually did not read the article because again,
that's your problem. That's your problem. You didn't read the article, but you're arguing. So just let me finish, and then we'll continue.
Okay, I'll let you finish, and I'll go.
Let me finish, and we'll continue on here.
They're
writing in the future, and their predictions were bad. And if you read the actual article back then, which you didn't, or if you read the article now, it's bad. Their justification was bad. Their writing was bad. So I essentially said, listen, they already knew that a lot of this stuff was nonsense when they were writing it. They already knew that they were just trying to pull off of the Wii U flop failure, and they were lying in certain types of ways, lying through omission through their base. They were. Go read the article. I suggest you read the article. So, and then you said here, this is probably the bigger one here, is that if you read the article, you'd see that this was from official data. I don't like game journals either, but don't claim they are lying when they clearly aren't. So you were talking about Mario Kart World and Mario Kart 8, right? You linked the best-selling games, and it shows that Mario Kart 8 is above Mario Kart World. And no, that's a lie. It did not outsell it. It did not. It did not outsell it. It did not. And you don't know that because you didn't know that Mario Kart World bundled sales are not counted on here. You didn't know that digital sales aren't counted on here. So you were
arguing... I knew that, actually. That I 100% knew. But it wasn't relevant because both games...
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I did know.
So then why were you asking...
Well, I was asking because you can't... Okay.
Why were you asking why it includes digital sales or not? If you already knew...
Because everyone's claiming that. And I was like, well, everyone's saying that. Is that true or not?
Did you know?
Because again, everyone's...
Answer the question. Yes or no?
I found out later. I found out later because I read Matt Piscatello's Twitter. Oh God, it's already gotten me.
You mean
the alcohol's already gotten
me. You mean Blue Sky. You mean Blue Sky.
Same, it's Blue Sky. It's Blue Sky, but yeah, it's the same fucking website.
Hold on. Question.
Yeah.
For both of you, because I'm gonna ask a question that means probably almost dick to anybody, because nobody in fucking video games knows how to actually do a macroeconomic analysis. But we're gonna ask the question anyway. When you guys started stacking these games like Tetris blocks on which game sold best, did you guys at least do a pop increase analysis?
No, we didn't. No, we were simply doing a straight up analysis of it, not of a pop increase or anything like that. It's a straight up analysis of what was on there. He said that since Mario Kart 8 is above Mario Kart World, which it's not even that many places above it, that they did not lie. They did. They did lie.
So here's the question.
Here's how they lied. Wait, hold up. Let me just put this last point in. Here's how they lied. In the post from Matt Piscatella himself on the Polygon article, where it says the Switch 2 and Mario Kart World might be doing well, but their older siblings have some most successful video game products of all time. That is the article where they say that Mario Kart World or Mario Kart 8 outsold Mario Kart World. Matt Piscatella himself says, important to note that US software charts, sales for software bundled and hardware are not included. Those dollars are allocated to the hardware sale. They're not included. The bundled sales of Mario Kart World are not included. You cannot.
Well, not only that, but Mario Kart World just fucking came out.
Yeah, true. But what I'm saying is that Mario Kart, you cannot equate that Mario Kart 8 is outselling something. And by the way, they didn't even give it by region. They just said it's outselling it. So we're not even talking about other regions, which is whatever. They can do that too. That's clickbait. It's fine.
I see your point.
They didn't even state that in the Polygon article. The Polygon article did not know that bundled sales didn't even count. They didn't even know that. And it says that actually right on there, that digital sales don't count. This guy, Spoogie Monkey or Alan, whatever you want to go by, either way, man, you were arguing all day that digital sales don't count. Or, sorry, that digital sales are counted, my bad. Digital sales are counted. You were arguing the whole time for that. You had me and many other people telling you that, and you consistently argued that it did. So, are you willing to admit now that digital sales for Mario Kart World in those bundles that have been selling extremely well are not included? Are you willing to admit that now?
Well, let's go back a little bit, because you're putting words in my mouth a little bit. Because here's the thing: is what I was asking as far as the digital is, everyone's claiming, oh, it was there, oh, it was there, oh, it's not included, but nobody could really cite anything. Now, I did find after even
it's
then,
right
even
there
before
on the
you
page.
did, well,
Right
even before you did,
No.
even before you said anything, I actually found Matt Piscatello's tweet where he did that. Now, I was only asking that because to me that sounded like a bit of a cope. It's like, okay, well, you're saying this. Where, show me where you're saying this. This is the account.
Okay,
it's like,
so
well, it's like,
you guys
is it
go to
true?
my
Are you showing me
stream.
this?
You guys go to my stream, and I'm going to show you exactly where it says it, okay? I'm going to show you on the same page that you linked. I'm going to show you exactly where it says
Okay,
it.
fine.
So, Reaction Live. Go there.
Didn't Matt Piscatella also confirm directly?
Yes, he did.
He did. He actually he confirmed it, I
says
think, in
digital
June, for
sales
sure. That's where I
not
found it was
included
June.
for marked titles. Mario Kart World, there is an asterisk right there, and it says digital sales not included. It's right there on the actual picture that you
Right, but that says
linked
digital. That says digital sales, right?
Yeah,
So that was
and-
always my concern. You were pointing to digital sales,
Because
and like, okay, well, digital
Mario-
sales, and which is true for both games, by the way. Both games aren't
Mario-
included digitally, so that wouldn't. Whoa. So that wouldn't matter for either report, because if digital sales aren't included for Mario Kart 8, they wouldn't be included for Mario Kart World either, because it doesn't include any Nintendo digital.
difference-
Let me finish.
Oh my goodness.
So the
this guy.
problem is that I was specifically just asking about the bundle. I was really just asking, just trying to figure out if that was true or not. Now we can go kind of go from that point, but that was really what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
I was like,
so
okay,
does Mario Kart World come with the digital code or not?
that I actually don't know. I assume it did.
You don't
but that
know.
wasn't-
That's my point. You don't know
I
a lot
don't
of
know the
things.
Switch 2. I don't know the Switch 2. Why would I fucking know
but
that?
yet you're quote tweeting me all day and you're arguing all day and you don't know shit. I'm sorry. Like, why are you doing that? That's so weird. It's
Well,
so
no, I was
weird.
asking you about that. I
No.
was asking you about that. I was questioning your answer. That's what I was doing. I think you're missing the point a little bit. Because it's actually not that relevant. I really don't care.
This
but
is
it's
not
really a matter
asking.
of.
This is not saying I don't.
I
like
mean, you
it.
can go through the tweets. You can go through tweets, and now you can show us like, where does it show that? And that's what I was saying. It's like, where
listen.
did it show that? What I was saying is, where does it show that? Otherwise, it's attendee code.
My
Now, I
man
did find,
Alan.
and you did show that. Whoa. I did find that later, and you did show it eventually. Or some people in your replying did show that, and then I responded. Which in fairness, I kind of walked in that because I got into a bit of a gotcha. It's what it is. But we can kind of talk more about if you want to go into it to a degree. I will say this. I do agree they should have mentioned it, but I think in the greater scheme, if you read that article, it doesn't really matter, because what the article is really pointing out is that despite kind of everything, Mario Kart 8 is still doing really well. If you dive into the data, if you look at the data and report, and actually here I'll have for Biscatella, dang it, man, I lost it. So, like Mario Kart World was number 1 on the June list, and it fell to I think 7th place, and then Mario Kart
6th.
Was it 6? Okay, it was 6. And then I think, because I can't find it again. I drank this too fast. So, and then Mario Kart Deluxe shot up 4 places. The other thing, too, that's not really thought about in this data that we didn't really get to talk about is the data is actually, and again, Circana's not great. I'm going to be honest, Circana data sucks. But they're actually by dollar volume. So what that means is that it's not just that it's a sales ranking. So it's not a pure ranking of sales. So it's actually revenue. So what that means is actually that if you look at that difference, it's actually a lot worse, because Mario Kart 8 is an $80 game, so it gets weighted higher. Mario Kart Deluxe
Okay.
is $60 game, so it gets laid less.
Time out.
Because basically
this is
they're
not the
talking about pure
argument.
revenue.
You are making a whole separate argument, and I see what you're trying to do, and we're not doing that tonight, okay? I
Why are we
appreciate
not
you
doing that
doing all
tonight?
that, and that's great, and that's fine, but that's not the argument. I'm not being dragged into that. Let's go back
Why?
to when you said...
Why are we not going to do?
We're not doing that. because
Why not? Why
that's-
not? Why not?
Because that's
Because
not...
I mean, my
that is
biggest
not
point was
the
really
discussion. That is not
because my issue, the reason I took the reason I took issue with the article,
Alan.
the reason I took issue with the article is that
I let you talk.
No,
Let me talk.
okay. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
The issue was you said this. You said you were just asking questions. No, you weren't. You made a statement.
I was asking
You
a question about no. I was asking a question about that. I was asking a question
let me
specifically about
finish.
that issue.
Young man, let me finish. I don't
What
like
the fuck,
games-
young man? What the fuck are you talking about?
Old man, let me finish.
Okay, I'm a boomer man. Okay, what are you gonna
Okay,
say?
boomer, let me finish. I don't
Okay.
like game journals either, but don't claim they are lying when they clearly aren't. That is not asking a question, my man. That is making a statement that I am lying.
Okay, then let's go back there then. Okay,
Go
because I
back
don't think
there.
they were lying.
Sure.
Then. How are they lying?
Because it
And
didn't.
you look.
Because it didn't.
How do you know? Well,
Because
from what
because
they're
it
showing,
didn't.
what?
The data does not say, because it's not, you don't have complete data. So you
Well, what
can't
is
say
the
it
data? What does the data actually say? Okay, well, what you're trying to tell them is they should have actually bought the Cursana for like what, for $10,000 and actually have gotten
No, what I'm
like, gone
saying,
more
what
in
I'm
depth
saying
there.
is that digital codes of Mario Kart World are not counted towards the sales, and we know that the sales of the Nintendo Switch 2 were insanely good, and that Mario Kart bundle is doing incredibly well. That is something that we know from the Circana data, so they cannot state that it's outselling it when they clearly do not have the information that it is. That's what my statement was, and you said that I'm lying. I'm not lying.
You know, you're saying they're lying. Where's the lie?
The lie is that they are saying that it's outselling it when they don't know. If you have incomplete data, you cannot make a complete saying that it is. The data is incomplete. And they didn't even know that they were just like you. They did not even know half this stuff. So that's all I
think what
said.
you're really
It is
just-
a
I think
lie.
what you're
That
really
is a
doing
lie
is-
by omission.
So
That is a
here's
lie.
the issue. I think the truth is, and this is kind of what I mean pointing out, it's just splitting hairs at the end of the day. Because
No, it's
and the
not.
truth is they point, yeah, it is, because they point out to the data and they can show where it's ranked. And I even mentioned to you before is two things. One, that Mario Kart World 1 fell a lot. And that if you consider the fact it's dollar sales, that Mario Kart Deluxe actually would have done, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe would have done way better if it's already above that. That probably implies that it's doing
Can I
pretty
ask you
well.
a question?
And they can cite the data. So it's
I'm
not
going
like
to
they
ask you
didn't
one
show
question,
anything.
okay? I'm going to ask you a
Okay.
question. If you're going to buy a Switch 2, are you going to buy the game outright for 80 or are you going to buy it in the bundle? What do you think people are going to do more? What are they more likely to do? And what is the data showing with the Switch 2 being the #1 system sold in dollar and revenue for the month? What are people doing?
What are people doing?
Yeah.
So wait. So, I think you're leading a question. Just say what you mean.
What are they doing?
No, answer your own question because you're leading the question a
Okay.
little bit.
People are buying the
Okay,
Mario
good.
Kart
Play your
World
point.
bundle. The Mario Kart World bundle. Why are they going to go out and buy it when it's $80 when you can get the game for $50 in a bundle? So your claim of, well, people aren't buying it as much because Mario Kart 8 is doing better in dollar, that doesn't matter, because people that want Mario Kart World are just buying the bundle. That's irrelevant.
But then, okay, then why in June then was Mario Kart World the best-selling Switch game?
Why in June?
If that's they're doing that.
That was the launch.
But then there were other games launched.
Okay, and
So why was like not Cyberpunk not beating Mario Kart?
because it wasn't. So what?
Well, I mean, that obviously you're saying that they would only buy it with the bundle, but clearly people were
I
buying it
didn't say
outside
they
the
only.
bundle.
I said that's what people are doing. The argument is,
But they did it-
Wait, the argument isn't that Mario Kart 8 is doing so much better because of this and that. Mario Kart World is slipping. The argument is that they lied. That's the argument. I'm not here to argue your semantics over what you think is not doing as good because you think you have better data than everyone else. You don't. You think that you're smarter than everyone else. You're not on this. You didn't even read the stuff, okay? So my argument is they
I actually
are
read the
lying.
article, but yeah.
They are lying. You cannot tell me that I am lying about what they're saying when they literally lied. And Matt Piscatella himself told them, hey, you guys, this is not right. He even commented on the article himself. Matt Piscatella would not comment on the article if they got it right. Okay? And you didn't know.
Well,
you
alrighty,
didn't know. So I'm not getting into
Well,
the
no,
argument.
that's not true. Okay, I want to clarify something. As far as I can see, let's see. Maybe I'm missing some comments here. You said he commented on the article, right?
He did.
They can't hear me, and now they can. Okay, guys, real quick.
Oh my goodness! Oh, I call myself a boomer. You're calling me a boomer? Oh my goodness!
You finally fucking hear me now. Okay, cool. That was
okay. What do you?
For some reason. Okay.
Yeah. What's up?
So I wanted to ask a question before we do that. Before we go any further, Angry Vigilante Gamer has a thing, and I want you guys to both respond to this. So he says bundles only sold more because Nintendo made more than the non-bundle. What do we think of that?
I don't care.
I think it's relevant. okay, I think it's relevant at least because here's the thing. Here's the thing. People shit on, because if you look at Horizon Zero, I'll use the example. Horizon Zero Dawn is like a game that sold 20 million. But it sold 20 million because it was put in a bundle. It was like bundled with every fucking PlayStation out there. So, to a degree, yeah, you can say that if the sales are high, obviously with the bundle, because people would probably say, well, I'm going to buy the Switch 2 because it's an upgrade. So you're having somebody that is, maybe not the biggest Mario Kart fan, I just want to upgrade. Hey, this is a better deal on the game. I'll take the economical route, even if I don't necessarily buying it for Mario Kart. I think there is an argument to be there. Because the other side of the argument is you're saying, okay, well, obviously, I want Mario Kart, so I'm buying it for Mario Kart. Now, I think generally Mario Kart, and one of the reasons I think it's kind of a bad launch game, is that it's a secondary game. It's usually you buy the console, then get Mario Kart. So I think you probably could use the same argument as Horizon Zero Dawn. But even still, kind of with all this going to the sales data, is that I would still say, that's kind of another point too, is that the fact that it was out the bundle, it was a top seller, but then the second week, even with it being the highest
second month
costing game. Sorry, second month. Yeah. Even with the second month, that it fell so much, despite being an $80 game, which means it should be weighted higher on that list, does kind of bring credence to I think what maybe Angry Vigilante is getting at.
When it comes to Circana, they do units and they do dollar sales for their things. It's not just dollar sales; it's units and dollar sales for the Switch 2 and stuff. So they have both. It's not just dollar sales for it. So
I think that ranking was dollar sales. I can find it again. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's units and dollar. It's units and dollar sales. So
I also wanted to say that, okay, real quick. Wanted to say this as well, and that is that I kind of dispute that Mario Kart is not a system seller. If you go back to the Wii, the Nintendo Wii, literally, you can just chart where it sold out and sold out and sold out. In part, there were three major movers of software. There was Wii Sports, then there was another major sellout where you couldn't find it with Mario Kart Wii, and there was New Super Mario Brothers Wii. If you look at the attach rate on Wii U, almost entirely, those 8 million sales of Mario Kart very likely sold a console. The other one being Smash, and there were some other ones. Then you have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which, you could make the argument, I guess, that it's an also-ran game, but I don't know. I don't know where people get the idea that Mario Kart is not a system seller, in particular when Nintendo themselves seems to bundle it at every fucking possible opportunity, man. Like, that to me tells me that Nintendo seems to see it as a
Mario
system
Kart
seller.
8 was bundled with the Wii U. There was bundles with Wii U. It was bundled with the Nintendo Switch 1. They would do.
It's always bundled.
Yeah, they would do some special edition bundles with it. I
think those were Black Friday ones, weren't they?
Yeah, they were Black Friday bundles. They would do those every single year for the all 7-8 years or whatever the case is. With this, they just started out from the beginning because people are gonna buy it anyway for that. Whether it's dipping a little bit down or not. Mario Kart 8, when that first launched, it was not the top of the sales charts above everything else and selling. It just sells consistently good for a very long time. It will waver, it will go down, it'll go, but it's an evergreen title. Sitting here and trying to pick apart this, and once again, you weren't asking questions. I want to make sure I make this very clear, Alan. You're trying to put this persona up that you were just asking questions. You were not. This is what you said to me next, by the way. I'm gonna show the chat.
Well, correction. I want to correct it, but even before you say that, I'm gonna correct it. I was only asking about that specific thing. I was only asking about the bundle thing.
Let's read it.
Everything else is different. Yes, you can go read the chats. I stand by them. I'm just saying that was different.
Here's what he said next, chat. Here's what he said. He said, "Yeah, look at the date. It's written in May 2014. The article that you didn't read."
This is the second one. Wait, go back. You're talking about the first one. Just clarify. You're talking about the first one.
Okay. So I said, yeah, what's your point? I said, Mario Kart 8 on Wii U sold better than Super Circuit on GBA and Double Dash on GameCube, so they were wrong. What's your point? So then you said, yeah, look at the date. It's written May 2014, and it's one of the worst selling Mario Karts. That's not a lie. That's not what they said. They said it's likely the worst, not one of the worst selling. They said likely the worst. So I don't know if comprehension issue on your end, but likely the worst and one of the worst are two different things.
Whoa, what's the full title of the article?
How do you not know the full title of the article?
Actually, I don't have it in front of me. Actually,
It's
an article fucking 2014, my guy. I was like,
then why are you
I don't give a shit about the
arguing?
article.
Why are you arguing if you don't even know the article? The
You
title?
know what? Here's
What
why.
are you
Actually, you know what?
arguing for?
I'm. Well, actually, here's the. Even I told you, actually go next week because I actually don't care about this article that much.
Oh my God, that's how this all started, my
man.
man.
Whoa. It's a
First of all,
Mott
you
and
need to
Bailey
stop yelling.
argument. So, whoa.
You need to stop yelling.
Hey.
You need to stop yelling, bro. Seriously. You need to stop. Don't
Well,
shush
you-
me
well,
and
actually-
don't yell, okay?
Yeah, you're trying to interrupt me. I'm gonna fucking
Hey.
shush you. I'm gonna
Hey,
fucking
man.
shush you.
You sound like a Florida man right now. You really sound like a Florida man.
Oh,
Like
Florida.
dead ass.
good.
You sound like
I mean,
Florida man right now.
well,
Dead ass, you sound like a
guilty
Florida
as
man.
charged.
Hey man, this is the only place that you tough, homie. I'll say that right now. This is the only place that you tough right now, and it's over the internet. You need to chill, calm down, okay? Chill, calm
Can
down.
I try to get to the back? Can I try
Chill,
to get
calm
through
down,
this
homie.
bullshit?
Yeah. You're good. What's up?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to cut through. I kind of feel like the chat's gonna side me like this. Do you see how in the fucking weeds we are with this?
Yeah.
Tell this
100%.
guy, this guy's over here screaming at me, like over me showing tweets, and because he does not know the title of the article that he quote tweeted me on, he does not know the title of it. There is a problem here, Alan. My man, there's a problem here, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Trying to cut through the bullshit.
Okay.
I
What's
think
up?
where Alan's problem is, I think what he's honing in on is the word likely. I think
Oh no.
he's honing in on
Doesn't he say will? This is a prediction article. That was my actual issue with it.
Okay, so you're honing in on the fact that it's a prediction article that they were wrong about, sure.
Yeah.
And OJ, I think you're honing in on the fact that was a completely erroneous.
Yeah, if you read the article, which Mr. Allen did not read the article, you would see it in there.
Which you did admit you didn't read the article.
And he also didn't know the title of the article. I'll also add that in there. And he also said this about me too as well. After I said, "What's your point?" He didn't ask any questions. He's been saying I just wanted to know questions, bro. Let's not kid ourselves. You only pointed out.
Whoa. Go back. No. I asked you a question about one specific thing, but go on. I was only asking you a question on a specific topic, but please continue. For the record, go and clarify the record here.
Y'all are talking past each other is what's happening.
That's fair. You know what? You're right. You're right. I'll be quiet. I'll let you finish, OJ. I'm sorry, man.
It's okay.
So OJ's saying it was a bad prediction. You're pointing out it was a prediction. You guys both fucking agree on this. You guys agree.
Yeah, that was really my issue with that article. I don't think it's a lie to say it's.
I'm gonna read the tweet. Let's read the tweet of this man that says that he's here to just ask questions. But let's
whoa! Stop! I'm gonna stop you again. I have clarified multiple fucking times. When I say I'm asking questions, it's specifically on the fucking bundle issue. I was not asking questions in general. I'm gonna be at that. I'm not asking questions at a point. When I said I'm asking questions, it was specifically on you saying that the bundle's not included, but you kept saying that. I'm like, well, where are you getting that information from? Because I'm fact checking. It's like, where are you getting that information from? Now we know that is true. That's fine. But that's what you keep saying that. But I want to clarify. You're fucking wrong about that. So stop bringing it up.
Hey man, my man. Do you know what digital sales are not included in the picture that you linked? Like what do
digital sales, right? But they didn't say bundle sales, did it? You said digital sales, which was true for both.
What does the switch?
All right, we're getting the weeds. You know what? We're getting the weeds again. We're getting the weeds again.
Let's
what's your point?
Chad's telling Alan to lower the mic, man.
Okay, you know what? You can mute me real quick. I'll try to lower the mic real fast. I do get loud, by the way, so that's just a me thing.
Let's continue. What's included? Hey, chat, everybody here. What's included?
Does it sound better?
What's included inside digital, like inside console bundles? Like when it comes with the code, what's it called? Is it called a digital code? I'm pretty sure it's called a digital code. It's a digital code.
OJ, Allen, Bill One Up Collects wants in on this. Good friend of the show. Are you guys good on that, or do you want this to just be what was planned?
I want to finish my point real quick, and then
actually, no. I'll let him finish the point. I'm down. Yeah. Let him finish the point. I'll say like one last thing on it and let him come in.
All right, Phil, you're coming on in, buddy. After this.
Look, I have it up on my screen so people can see visually. Digital sales are not for the marked titles. So Mario Kart World Bundle, it's a digital code in there. Those sales are not counted. We all know this. The actual thing. So I don't know why you're asking everyone. I don't know. With that, when you got to that, it's literally said on the thing. By the way, that you linked, it's on that. It tells you right there. Now, when I get to what you said, now once again, you said But let's not kid ourselves. You only pointed out that one because you're upset that they said Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is outselling World. You don't give a shit about the first article. This is just complete.
100%.
This is
That's
complete nonsense. What is going on?
Yep, 100% true. It's Mont Bailey. It's Mont Bailey. Absolute Mont Bailey.
This is ridiculous. I don't give a bro. I'm just trying to talk about the facts. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to give my audience the facts. Since you clearly don't read the article, don't read the title, can't see that it's digital sales that are included on there, I like to give my audience actual correct information since you don't feel like doing that. Okay? So that's really what this comes down to. Now, when it comes to this being upset about Mario Kart World out, bro, I bought Mario Kart World, or Mario Kart 8's fantastic. I got the game, it's fine. If it outsells it, it outsells it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But I linked this as well as said, likely be the worst. Once again, that's what they said. They didn't say it's one of the worst. It will likely be the worst. This is what happens when you don't read the article. When you don't read it,
will likely be the worst, right? Is what it said. Will likely. It says
likely
will
be the worst. Likely.
Well, I guess
not
will
that it
implies,
is
yeah.
likely be the worst. Not one of the worst. You were commenting on it like they said one of the worst. They
right.
said,
I think it goes back to
it
it's a prediction. It's a prediction at the end of the day. So it's like it's hard to say they're lying.
And to be fair, it was. I think they saw the way the Wii U was selling and said maybe it's going to sell back. Because here's the thing: the GameCube, Double Dash were sold worse, and there was I think Mario Kart Circuit sold worse, and then there was a live game that only sold like 1 million. But I don't know if we count.
And that's fine.
Later.
And that's fine. What I'm telling you is that we're now 10+ years post that, so we already know what happened. Yeah. Obviously, it didn't sell the worst, and all I said was that their justification for that was trash. That's all I said. And it was, people were complaining about it even back then. They made a stupid pie chart. If you read the article, which Alan did not read the article, there was a stupid pie chart in there. So that's really all I was saying on that. That's all I was saying. And then I said that, look, they're lying right now by saying that Mario Kart 8 is outselling Mario Kart World without even giving any context in the title. That's fine. You don't want to give context in the title. That's fine. But that title is flat out wrong because it's not in every part of the world. You can go to many other parts of the world and it's outselling it. So the title is clearly clickbait. Okay, so that's whatever. But it's not, you can't even definitively say that it is outselling it. Because once again, those bundles that are #1 in dollar sales for Circana, #1 in unit sales, and is the best selling system of the year already, beating out PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series, and it's been out for 2 months, and it's the best selling system.
Considering how all these systems are overshooting the market, everybody take a shot. That's not exactly high praise. I mean, everything's down in this fucking economy.
Well, we all know that the Nintendo Switch 2 is the fastest selling system of all time. We all know it's outpacing the Nintendo Switch 1. We all know these things. So these are things that Circana's saying. These are things that Nintendo's put up. These are things that you clearly see when it comes down to it. You clearly see all these things. So I'm not upset at anything. I like to tell the truth. There is no lie in what I'm doing. I don't make statements because I'm upset
you're right. But you gotta be careful with fastest selling though, because oftentimes they use fastest selling to basically just goal investors to say, hey, sold really fast out the gate, but then the sustainability's not there and it dropped. Most video games are fastest selling in their fucking franchise because of pop increase. Now that's gonna change because pop's going the other direction now.
Sure. But what I'm trying to tell
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. But what it relates to is the fact of Mario Kart World bundles selling very well. And you're not including all of those digital sales. That's what I'm trying to say. And once again, this article, it doesn't even say US. Like, at least, at the bare minimum, put MPD US. They didn't even do that.
Well, they said Circana, which is Circana reports America.
But it's clearly clickbait.
I never really agree with that. But
they didn't even say MPD Circana. Okay. This is the title. This is the title of the article.
They said Circana in the article.
But the title says this: Mario Kart 8 is outselling Mario Kart World now. That's what it says. You should at least put US, MPD, physical sales, US. Like, you should at least put something. This is irresponsible.
At what point do you want to write the article for them?
Irresponsible to the point where.
Do you want to write it for them? That's kind of what you should do.
Dude, Polygon
you don't want to write
shit writing for
You know what? You're right. You got me there. You know what? I'm sorry, OJ. I'm sorry for ever suggesting such a thing.
Polygon has had terrible writing for forever. So I mean,
Yeah,
like,
because
I
they don't
don't
do
write for
that to
them.
yourself.
So
Yeah, you
this
cheat.
article was even, once again, Matt Piscatella himself actually commented on that, and I'm showing the chat right now, and I'm showing them that he said, hey, look, it's important to note U.S. He even had to correct them on that because this was stupid. So that's all it was. It had nothing to do with being upset like you're trying to make it out to be, because you think that everybody that likes Nintendo or anybody that says something positive is some type of fanboy or some type of this, or tendies as you like to call them or whatever.
I call them tendies. We call them tendies here.
And that's fine. That's fine too. Look.
Yeah, real quick, can you explain the tendies thing? I gotta know the explanation for the tendies.
Oh yeah,
It's been a while. I don't remember where that came from. I just could use it. I think it's because it's Nintendo.
Yeah,
So it became like an insult to call them tendies. It might have been a 4chan thing. I think it was a 4chan thing.
And
Because
that's
it used
fine.
to be, I think some things got banned at one point is probably what it actually was. And then the console war insult became, I think for Nintendo was tendies. I think it used to be Nintendo.
I don't never heard Nintendo, but
yeah.
that's
so.
I think Nintendo got banned is what happened. I actually like tendies better. Tendies better than
so
it's 4chan.
My
they would, I think, silence some words. They do. There's some moderation on there.
Really? Oh, I never do that.
Yeah, the Jannies got him.
So
anyway, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's a good story. It's a stupid name, but it's a good story. So it's like when I look at that, it's like everything's not just geared towards fanboy wars, bro. I've got a PlayStation 5 Pro. I paid $850 for it. Okay, I've got an Xbox Series X. I bought it day one in 2020 for how much was that? $599. I bought a PS5 day one in 2020 for $500. I bought two. I bought one for my wife, bought one for myself. I've been playing games for 30 to 40 years now at this point. I've been buying my own stuff since 2000, 2001, like when I got a job. I was able to, so for 20 something years, I've been playing multi-platform games. Everything isn't geared towards fanboy shit that you guys do online. You don't know me. So stop talking like you do.
Okay.
You don't know me.
Okay,
you don't know anything about me.
So I see all your
stop
content.
acting like you're some, stop acting like you're some.
You actually answered. So you answered one of my questions because I did want to ask you. Actually, did you have another console? Actually, I'll ask you this: do you have a Steam account too?
Do I have a Steam account? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That actually, I was actually going to leave with that question, but I kind of forgot about it.
So
I wanted to come where you come from. Okay.
What's so funny about console ownership? OJ does have all these consoles. What's so funny is I'm this Switch 1 curmudgeon. I'm so down on Switch 2 right now. He can tell you that. But he has more of the Sony and Microsoft consoles than I've ever had. I've got one.
Okay.
I've dropped on one Sony console in my fucking life. It's PS3. And the rest has all either been Nintendo consoles or just sit in the generation.
I have every Xbox console. I have every PlayStation regular home console. I have the PlayStation Vita. I have the PSP. I have the PlayStation Portal as well. And like I said, I have a base PS5 and I have a PS5 Pro. I'll play on whatever I feel like playing. But all I like to do is I like to say correct information and correct facts. That's it. It has nothing to do with Nintendo or not when it comes down to it. It's factual information. If somebody puts something out that's not factual about Microsoft or Sony that I see, or if it's an article, I will say that is not factual. That is not correct. You know, it has nothing to do. It's about the truth. That's what it comes down to. I've been doing this. You probably don't know this, Alan, but I've been doing this since 2011.
I've seen some of your content. That's kind of why I thought you. Because when I see your content, mostly is Nintendo stuff, and maybe it's just my fucking algorithm. That actually might be the actual.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. So you're right. That's mostly Nintendo stuff because in today's day you can't. In today's day, you can't focus on too many different things if you don't got a team behind you. If I had a team that can edit for me, that can research topics for me, that can do everything, I would talk about Microsoft and Sony forever. I'd talk about all sorts of stuff, but I can't. So I have to focus in. If it's Microsoft and Sony, it's got to be stuff that I like, that I know about. It's got to be RPGs.
It's Alan. It's also the fact that Nintendo is absolutely, of the console makers, the best company. I'll say it.
Well, regardless, I love their games, but I love RPGs too. I played Metaphor Refantasio. That was my game of the year last year. I played SMT5 Vengeance on PS5.
It's going to come to Switch.
That was right there. Yeah, it's going to come there, just like Persona 3 Reload. I played Stellar Blade last year as well. I played Astrobot last year on my PS5. I played all these different games. I'll play stuff on there that interests me. When it comes to this, it's like I said, it's not about fanboy. Like a lot of these people here that might be looking in the chat or maybe on yours or whatever. I see some people that I've debated or whatever in the past. They take everything in console wars. Listen, I grew up in the actual real console wars. This stuff that you guys do now, this is nothing. All right, this stuff is
Hey,
nothing.
Phil's getting antsy, or are we good with bringing Phil on? He's saying I'm waiting.
Who's Phil?
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. Yeah, let's do it. Actually, so only thing I will say,
I got some more with this though. I'm not done yet though. I got some more with this because you kept going here.
You know what? I will say this. I'll make a session at least in the articles. Here's the thing. I do agree they probably should have mentioned the bundle thing, but I don't think it was that relevant. We can kind of just say that and move on, and we can disagree to agree unless there's something else you want to say. I'm okay with bringing them on.
They lied,
I'm down,
and it's okay. You know?
All right. We can agree. Actually, you know what? Bring them on and get our beer.
They lied, and it's okay, and that's fine. And that's all I did was call out a lie. That's it.
OJ, you good with this?
I don't know who this person is, but yeah, if you're good with it, I'm good with it.
Yeah,
I'm a fucking rando too.
He's
Rando too. It's rando night. By the way, chat, remember to like the video, hit the bell.
Yeah, do all that YouTube shit. The stars.
Do the hype thing. I guess the hype thing is a thing now. So if you're watching on his phone, do a hype thing.
I have no. I just go live and get drunk.
You know what? That's respectable. I gotta respect that.
Now I gotta find. How the fuck do I add Phil to the call? I don't even know how to do it. Oh, there it is.
Okay. Oh,
I got it right here. All right, Phil. You get one and only call. If you miss it, you miss it.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
not it. That's not what we wanted to do. That's not what we wanted to do. While he's getting his beer, let's see. Add friends to the
beer.
DM.
Can you hear me now? Beer's gone. Beer's good.
There we go. Add. All right, here he comes.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we got here. Phil, what's up, homie?
What's up, everyone?
What's
Okay,
up,
Phil, tell everybody who you are and most importantly, what the fuck you're drinking. Introduce yourself to OJ and Alan.
Well, hello, fellas. How you doing? I'm surprised. OJ don't know who I am. We've had little conversations here and there on
the
Twitter.
Phil 1-Up guy?
Yeah.
Okay,
that is me.
Phil 1-Up guy. Okay, yeah. I know you. What's up, man? You just said Phil. There's lots of people named Phil. I don't know every Phil in the world, so I didn't know what Phil it was.
Yeah. That's me. That's me.
Okay, yeah, shout out to him.
What are you drinking tonight, man?
I'm drinking some water, you know.
Yeah, you know Jay in the fucking H2O club, drinking that vodka.
Great minds think alike. Got to get your H2O up. Yeah.
High quality H2O.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, what you been into tonight, Phil? We've been taking a break from Slay the Princess. What you been into?
Somebody said Nintendo.
Well,
man, Nintendo ain't gonna debate. That dude's a wuss.
Turned on the podcast, and I saw y'all like going at it. I was like, "Whoa!"
Do you
got
know
turned
what
on the
you just
mic and
walked into,
screaming.
Do you know what you walked into?
No, I have no idea.
You're about to find out. Now coming back. You can be right in the middle of it.
Two Super Saiyans fighting each other? I don't know.
Wait, you called him a Super Saiyan?
I don't know.
No, I'm like Majin Buu. I'm like Buu.
Majin Buu? Bro, you Krillin.
Like, I'm like the Buu cookie version.
Fam, you Krillin. You Krillin or you...
No, I want to be the Buu. I want to be the defensive Buu.
After
He's
those
like my favorite one. Oh, get out of here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm fucking
I'm the fat Boo.
Actually, Krillin's pretty cool. I do love Krill. I do love Krillin. It's okay.
You're not Dragon Ball Super Krillin. You're like Planet Namek Krillin.
I don't remember all of Dragon Ball. Honestly, I don't remember. I just like Krillin the show. I didn't watch Dragon Ball. I watched Dragon Ball Z. I liked Krillin. Krillin's pretty cool. Yeah, he isn't gonna.
It's a miracle to get back into the series.
Never mind. Okay. So y'all.
All right. So what's our next topic? Well, what's our next topic?
Do we want to talk about Star Wars? Or do we want to talk about something else while Philip is in here? I do want to talk about Star Wars before we're out.
I mean, we can talk about Star Wars, but here's the problem I have with the Star Wars. You guys are referencing a game that doesn't exist. Like, it's not out for anything, right?
Are you talking about the... is it just a port? I mean, is it something different?
I don't know. I mean, the last Star Wars game I really remember is Shadows of the Empire for N64, but this Star Wars Outlaw, it sounds interesting if it actually existed, but I looked on PlayStation, Sony, Nintendo, it just doesn't seem like it exists.
Did we call it the wrong name? Did we call it the wrong fucking name? Because it does exist. You're gaslighting me.
You got me.
Does anybody actually know the name of the game here? I mean, it seems like nobody actually knows the name.
It's Star Wars Outlaws, supposedly, but it's a phantom game. It's one of Super Eye Patch Wolf's video games that fake video games. So.
Okay, I got a question.
You know what it is? Actually, it's probably. You know what?
What systems do you play? What systems do you play, Alan? What do you have?
Steam and the original Switch.
Steam and the original. Okay, but you're mainly on Steam.
Now I am. Yeah. I kind of honestly, the Switch kind of fell off around like 2020.
Switch never fell off.
I had some great games. It had some great games. It just didn't have as many.
I already knew that you were more of a PC guy. I already knew that you were more of a PC guy because of how you argue. I'll be honest, because of how I knew that you were a PC guy.
Are they all the same? God, that's fucking. I'm not. What is it? The fucking. It's the fucking lights. It's like the light. God, I can't remember that other character from fucking.
But you're the bravest out of the PC guys. At least you're willing to come on here, so I got to give you some shout outs for that.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time. I'll be right.
It's still going strong. We just got. What the fuck did we just get, Philly? What did I just get? Slay the Princess, pristine cut, man. Amazing game.
So I guess if you want, we could listen. I have some more stuff with when it comes to Mario Kart, like that was said overall. But I mean, if you want, we can move on from that. We can move on from Mario Kart. And
actually, you know what, chat? What do you think? How much do you all care about Mario Kart?
We can get into the Star Wars stuff if you want.
I can talk about anything actually. So I was more thinking it's like
Philly's Japanese sales if you want.
Let's do it at the end. Well, I think what we should do at the end. Let's get to the beef. Let's do our beef. And at the end, maybe we'll let, like, you know, if you all got some questions, or we
you want to do Star Wars? Your comments
Star
on
Wars. That was the other big thing with Star Wars. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're gonna be lost on this one. Homie.
Okay. No.
All I was doing is so there's this weird thing I've been noticing is for some reason there's almost like this weird thing where like Star Wars Outlaws, because it's a decent port on Switch, has to be promoted as this great game. And my point's like, why? Star Wars Outlaws was ridiculed constantly when it came out. And it's not like it's sitting at great user reviews, so it's like, why are we now praising what with this awful game?
Did you play Star Wars Outlaws?
No, because it's awful.
Okay, no.
And it's $70. I don't want to spend $70. I want a bad game.
Okay. Why is it bad?
Well, because one, it's a Ubisoft game, so I want to play a big open world Ubisoft game with all its jank, and it's just gonna be boring and not engaging, and it's $70. Why do I want to play? Why would I not? And then it's like you look at every user review, it's like 50
like what makes the game
board.
bad?
So
like you're just making general statements about, oh well, it's a Ubisoft game, it's open world. What makes specifically in that game? What makes it bad? Because Assassin's Creed Black Flag is really good, and that's a Ubisoft game, and it's open world. So what?
Yeah, but that was made like a completely different team. The guys that work on Black Flag don't even work there.
You don't know what team made Star Wars Outlaws. So what makes Star Wars Outlaws bad? What were the reviews why it was so bad?
You know what? I got Steam right here. Let's find out.
No. I want you to no. Don't tell me right now. I want you to tell me because you said it was bad beforehand. So you should have already known.
Because I looked at the reviews and said it was bad. I looked at user reviews and said it's bad. What else do I need?
Why was it bad? Why was it bad?
Because everybody that played it said it was bad.
Why?
So what else do I need?
Did you read the reviews? What did they say? Why was it bad?
It came out a year ago. I could probably go if we talked about like back in 2024.
So let's just establish, everybody in the chat here, he doesn't know why it's bad. He just knows that he saw that it was bad. He doesn't know why it's bad.
It's sitting at a 55 on Metacritic. Even on Steam, most recent reviews are mixed. Am I going to think it's a good game? Why would I think it's a good game?
So
how about that? Why is it a good game?
Let me ask you another question.
So what the fuck?
Is Star Wars Outlaws the original?
Metacritic
One more question.
Steam user reviews as a benchmark for game quality.
One more question. Is Star Wars Outlaws the base game and Star Wars Outlaws Gold Edition, are they the same game? Are they the same exact thing?
What changed? Is it really going to be like a Persona?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you because you don't know why the game was bad. You don't know what's inside the game. You don't know what Star Wars Gold Edition is.
I'm going to be real with you. Very rarely is a...
Let me finish. You don't know,
okay,
you don't know why it's bad. You don't know the game at all. You don't know why it's bad or why it's good. You don't know anything about the game. You don't know the fact that you're comparing the game, Star Wars Outlaws, to the Gold Edition, which is actually different, where they changed up a bunch of things, of course, added in DLC, and made the game significantly better. If you looked, because you didn't feel like it, because you didn't care, but if you looked at the Star Wars Gold Edition reviews, they were significantly better. They were much better and much better received from the fans than the original game that came out. So if you look at Star Wars Gold Edition,
this is kind of like
Star Wars Gold Edition,
like Cyberpunk when it launched and Cyberpunk now.
Exactly.
Right?
Cyberpunk is much better now at this point than when it launched. So Ubisoft with Star Wars Outlaws, the gold edition is much better. And if you look at people that played the gold edition of the game, which came with all the updates to the stealth mechanics, the updates to the gunplay, the updates to some of the mission structure, the things that were the pain points in the game, it's definitely a much better game than what it was. Now, that's not the biggest reason why people are talking about Star Wars Outlaws on the Nintendo Switch 2. And this is why you should actually ask questions before you just start making statements.
I know why people are I know why people are happy about it. It's a good port. Now, of course, the reason is because Ubisoft has to sell the game, right? Like the game flopped. It was a massive commercial disaster. So they're trying to get some people to buy it. So trying to use the Switch 2. That's why it's a really good. That's why it's a really good port.
The point is this. The point is that it's a good port, but not only is it a good port, but it uses a lot of the technologies when it comes to DLSS, when it comes to the stuff that the Switch 2 can do better than Nintendo has used it, better than any other third-party company, and it has the best performance of a current generation game. A game that, once again, if you look at what people were saying beforehand, Star Wars Outlaws, you can talk about how bad the game was. From a technological standpoint, it's one of the best games in terms of graphical fidelity and all of that, all the little different stuff that Digital Foundry will pick apart. That game is really good, and they weren't even sure. They didn't even know how that game was going to run on the Nintendo Switch 2. So that is what people are saying. Like, wait a minute, hold up. They got a game out here in terms of getting a accurate and good port that doesn't have a bunch of frame rate drops, that uses DLSS, that has a 1440p output resolution, that runs smooth in handheld mode, that actually runs better than Xbox Series S. It actually runs better than the Xbox Series S version of the game. Graphically, there's some changes here and there, but it looks better in some parts, but worse in others. But for the most part, it looks pretty visually on par with a small little tablet device, and that is the reason why people were saying, wow, this is pretty good. They were excited, one, because the game is much better than when it was at launch, but also two, because it's using technology that Nintendo isn't even using in the first year, in the first 3 months of the Nintendo Switch 2. That is significant because no other developer has been able to get a port this level on there. Cyberpunk was great. It was very good, but there was a lot of frame drops here and there. It wasn't consistent. Star Wars Outlaws, much more consistent, much better uses of technology. And once again, listen, Cyberpunk, it's on last generation too, so some people said it's last generation game, so whatever, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, of course they got it over, even though they did bring over the Phantom content or whatever it was, that was only on PS5 and Xbox Series, but Star Wars Outlaws isn't on PS4 and Xbox One, so that was the significance. And if you would have just simply asked why, then this would have never happened with Star Wars. If you would have just done just like basic level research, you just look. But the problem that I see with guys like you, Alan, honestly, this is for real.
$5 has been deposited in your Ubisoft account.
All the reviews of Cyberpunk, all the people talking about Cyberpunk and shrugging their shoulders on the Switch 2. What I'll tell you is Cyberpunk with the Phantom Liberty update, that is a benchmark for running a PC. My PC fucking struggles with it. I don't have the best PC.
Yep.
But yeah, that game can make your PC hum, right? So people that are dismissing that just because it's a generation old, I mean, again, it's the point I always make about portable hardware. It's you expect some loss of results when you have a portable
and
hardware.
Star Wars has that.
That's fine.
But the work that they did, if you watch the Digital Foundry analysis of it, that's what people were saying, wow, this is really good and it's good for the future, because if Ubisoft can get this done, which nobody had expectations, but this, once again, they said that this game, they don't know, Digital Foundry made multiple videos before saying, how is this game going to run on Switch 2? There's no way that it's going to run good, because it's using all these different technologies, and it comes out, and yeah, it's not at the 60 FPS, but it comes out and it's running really good, better than Xbox Series S. They did not expect that. That is the big thing with this game. I am not a Ubisoft crazy. I'm not crazy about Ubisoft games. Their games are just to me. I don't play all their games or anything like that. But that was the point about Star Wars Outlaws. And I mean, all you got to do is ask, fam. Everything's not about fanboy stuff, bro. Even they were impressed. They're not fanboys at Digital Foundry. They're not crazy fanboys, and they were impressed too. And they were saying,
but that's kind of why. But that's the thing about why I think that it was getting hyped up, because I had heard this from somebody else as this sort of comment, and then I see you and some other people talking about, like, why are we praising this game that was ridiculed through like 2024 for being just the typical Ubisoft game, with the typical problem, more stealth section, bad shooting. It was a Star Wars Rogue game, but not about freaking Han Solo. It's about this other kind of weird looking chick.
I don't know where you got bad shooting from. That wasn't the issue.
I mean, that
wasn't the issue. The issue with the game, if you read any of the the issue with the game was the stealth. The stealth parts, and there was.
I don't think it was just the stealth.
Bugs,
I think when you have a review of 55, when you have like mixed reviews, because even now the game has mixed reviews on Steam. Most recent reviews are mixed, so it's not like this game is like really great or this misunderstood gem. This isn't a great game. It's just not that good of a game. Why are we?
Go
ahead, yeah.
For some reason, you think only user reviews matter? Is that
yes?
What I'm getting at?
Over critic reviews, yes, 100%. They always matter more.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
Why are somebody else's
opinion? Alan, on that point.
No. I'm going to handle this. Wait, hold up. Time out. Why are
no? Here's the question. No. Let's flip the switch.
What's your question? I got to ask this question. Why are user reviews from people who you don't even know played the game? You didn't even read anything. Why are their reviews more valuable or more important than anybody else's review?
Well, first of all, on Steam, you have to buy the game to be able to do a review. So, and second, unless you think there's some weird review botting where somehow it got to a 50 of all things, usually when something's review bombed, it's usually a lot lower, or if it's review bombed up, it's usually a lot higher. So I doubt this game was really review bombed, because I think even on Metacritic, it's like,
are you sure?
3,000 reviews.
Are you sure?
I doubt. Oh, look, we're not going to entertain the conspiracy theory. It probably wasn't review bombed unless you can show me something really specific. No, stop. I don't care. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
I'm asking you a question.
It's a stupid fucking argument.
I'm asking you a question. Was there a culture war argument with this game? Yes or no?
It was, I guess, maybe like every other fucking game that's coming out Western developers nowadays.
This is why you can't trust 100%.
But again, I don't care.
Wait, time out. This is why you can't trust 100% Metacritic reviews or 100% user reviews, because most of these people on Metacritic, you don't even have to play the game. You don't even have to talk about the game. You don't.
No. But Steam, you do. But Steam,
you reference Metacritic.
I reference Steam and Metacritic. I reference both.
So you're referencing
on Metacritic. On Metacritic, you have on Steam. You have to actually buy the game to read it.
No, you don't. Metacritic? No, you don't.
On Steam, you do. On Steam, you do.
You didn't reference Steam first. You referenced Metacritic.
I did Steam. I did reference Steam. I said Steam is mixed.
You didn't even.
I did reference Steam 100%.
And on top of that, you didn't even reference the right version of Star Wars. You didn't reference the Gold Edition. You referenced the original. So at launch. Okay.
Well, okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be straight with you. Rarely do these extra. If a game was already kind of troubled, rarely is it going to really change very much. It's probably not that great. And seeing as Ubisoft's track record is they haven't really made great games, I'm not confident. Now, if the Gold's released, if you love it, great. I'm doubtful. I'm very doubtful this is somehow turns a 5 out of 10 into an 8 or a 9. It's probably the best of 7 again.
You have said nothing.
But I mean,
that actually even proves the game is bad. You didn't even read any of the reviews. You said nothing outside of it just is because people said this. That's all you've done. There's little to no research done. You did not have any opinion of your own. You were being manipulated by people that you have no idea about. And then now you're coming to a debate and saying, because of these random people that I don't know, that I have no idea their things, because they are right. And
what do we random people don't know? These are people that played the game and actually said they didn't like it. So why am I going to sit there and say the game is good? Okay, it's crazy. Who am I going to believe? OJ or a bunch of people that played the game? Am I going to believe OJ or a bunch of... Stop. Am I going to believe OJ or 300 people that played the game?
Fam, you sound crazy. You're not even reviewing the right version. That's how you're not even talking about the right version of the game.
Y'all sound crazy. Real quick, guys.
That's fair. That's fair.
You sound crazy, fam.
I'll sound crazy. Let me tell you why.
You sound crazy, bro.
I just pulled the Metacritic user reviews for Star Wars Outlaw. Everybody want to see them?
Yeah.
There they are. No results found.
For what?
No results found. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Are you talking? What the fuck are you talking about?
On Metacritic.
You have to be gaslighting me.
No, look, on Metacritic, they have reviews for the launch version of the game. That's not the Gold Edition. Yes, through patches and updates, a game can be considerably better. You're saying, well, I'm not sure about that. You haven't played it.
No, rarely is it going to be that much better. If the game is fundamentally flawed from the beginning, it's probably because, again, if we're talking about,
what is good and bad about the game? Go ahead and tell me what's good and bad. Break it down, since what's good and bad. Go ahead.
Why do I now need to fucking give every little thing? Why is the game good? You've asked me why the game's bad. Why is the game good? Well, the actual game, not the graphics. I don't give a fuck about the graphics.
Sure.
Tell me what the story is good. Tell me what the gameplay is good.
Tell me everything. Okay, sure. First of all,
actually, what did the story change? Because the story was bad to begin with. It's very generic.
The story was bad and very generic based off of what? You didn't read a single review.
I've watched reviews for this game, but again, I think visually anti-put it.
You have not watched anything. You're lying.
You know what? Actually, you know what? I bullshit. You know what?
You're lying.
Fucking pull this up. I'm pulling it. If you say I never watched the
nothing.
game,
You just said that you did nothing on this game. You saw nothing. Now you're telling me that you watched the review and the story's bad?
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen this game. Like this game came out a year ago. This is not a new game. This is an old game.
No, Star Wars Gold Edition is. Did you watch the Star Wars Gold Edition?
Star Wars Gold Edition is just Star Wars with some changes. It's the same fucking game. Stop trying to fucking change the narrative. It's the same fucking game.
Okay, fine.
It's the same game.
From the base game to the Star Wars Gold Edition, what are the differences? What are the gameplay differences?
Oh no, you're the marketing agent. You tell me.
No, you tell me. Go ahead.
No, you're the marketing guy. You're the one that's like, oh, this is somehow this 5 out of 10. This 5 out of 10 is now a 9 out of 10. How is the 5 out of 10
people are
a 9 out of 10?
Stream, and they're gonna look back and say, dude, you are just saying whatever. They are.
They're gonna just look back at the stream and just say these are two retards arguing. That's what they're actually saying.
Nobody's gonna call me that based on because I actually have facts and actually state where I'm talking about. You are saying that.
What facts did you talk about? You're just referencing another game.
My facts.
You're referencing a game. You're right. You're like, well, no. This bad game isn't really bad. It's this. Well, no, stop. You interrupt me all the time. Fuck off. Okay. It's this bad game that is like, bad, and everyone kind of agreed it was bad in 2024, and it's the reason why it flopped. And it wasn't very good. Well, no. Now we have the gold edition. It's totally different. It's totally changed. You basically are. Yes, because you're basically saying, oh, well, you're referencing the old version. Then you need to talk about the new one. And I'm saying it's the same game. It's the same fucking game. What changed? It doesn't change that much. I'm going to be honest with you, buddy. It doesn't change that much.
The new one. Go ahead, pull it up.
All this passion for a game that doesn't exist.
Hold on, it's not about that.
I know, right?
You're gaslighting me so bad. Listen, you're gaslighting me so bad.
You don't even know the term of gaslighting. Let's listen.
It totally exists.
Pull up the new reviews for the Gold Edition. Go ahead, pull it up. Pull it up on Metacritic.
When I pull it up, it says no results. OJ, sorry.
Or pull it up on Steam.
Oh, are you talking about the Gold Edition? Okay.
Pull it up. See what it says.
Is it? You know what? Actually, you know what? Let's look at this. Is it on Steam? Is it out on Steam yet? I think it's fair because isn't the Gold Edition even out yet?
This guy doesn't even know if the Gold Edition is out yet. It's clearly out.
I don't know.
I don't see it, dude. I'm like looking at Star Wars Outlaws. I don't see anything else besides Star Wars Outlaws.
Okay. So listen.
I'm not even like being a dick. I'm like, don't even see it, dude.
Listen. Do you know the differences? You said it's the same thing. Do you know the difference between the original base game and the Gold Edition? Do you know the gameplay differences?
I don't even know this game exists now. What the fuck is going on?
Do you know? Do you like? That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to argue that the game is terrible, but you can't point out any.
Okay, I'm just gonna do this. Is it the bottom? Is it the Fortunes DLC? We're trying to first figure out if this game fucking exists. So I posted this is my Steam. So
I can tell you the difference. One game is. No, it doesn't exist, and the other one is gold, but it still doesn't exist.
Bill gets it. Bill fucking gets it.
Actually, by the way, I want to say that. I want to kind of sidetrack a little bit. Phil, we've had you here this whole time, and we've been arguing about dumb shit. Is there something you want to add?
And the other two are on digital only. That's the difference.
Yeah, we're primarily physical collectors here. So if it's always online, it has internet connection required. It doesn't exist. That's
what it is. Which you know what? I think it's a good way to say it. Now, am I really being gaslit here? Because again, I don't see this Gold Edition. Because usually, if a game is going to come out, would it be on here? Is it only Switch 2? No.
Oh,
I don't know. You'll have to ask Willy Wonka.
Here, let me check PlayStation. Let me check PlayStation 5.
You know, we're gonna find it, chat. We're gonna find Star Wars.
The next 5 hours is him looking for this Gold Edition.
We'll move on. We won't bore you to death, chat. We won't bore you to fucking
death.
Let's see,
Xbox Series. What's the new Xbox called? Xbox Fuck Your Mother. What's it called?
OJ, what's the full name of the game? What's the full name of the game?
I'm looking at the what's it called? I'm looking at the the Star Wars Outlaws, just the original game on Steam, and it says English reviews mostly positive, 4,019 reviews mostly positive, recent reviews mixed for the original.
Yeah, but if you look at those even mostly positive, it's still like not that high at 72, which is about kind of. So it's like
that's a terrible game. That's like the worst game ever.
I mean, if you go look on Steam and a lot of other games, it's like
it was like terrible, like a 50 something and all that. It says most.
I mean, the highest it's hit is 72. That's not great.
But you just said it was all like 50 something and it wasn't. So why is it mostly positive?
I mean, because like that's mostly, it's mostly, but that's not that high. 72.
You failed to mention that.
72 is like an average game normally.
You failed to mention that one, huh? You didn't think I'd look it up? Huh. Interesting. Interesting that you didn't say that. It was
are we okay?
Interesting that you didn't say that. Had that in there.
Okay,
right.
Now we're really splitting hairs. Are we saying this game is not great because one
hairs.
side has a 70 fucking 2? As if that's an amazing game?
You
what the fuck are you going on about, buddy?
Nobody said it was an amazing game.
You all hyping up like an amazing game. That's why I called it out. You're all hyping it up like this amazing game.
I told you exactly the reason why people.
No. My point was always actually. You know what? You want to pull up my tweet? What did I say about it? Let's see what I said on it.
Tonight about it. You said
I think it's shit.
Try to be the soothsayer here for a second.
You said it was a 50, and you deducted 20 points because you're a bad faith debater, okay? You're a bad faith debater, and you just want to talk over, and you just want to yell. And you
that's what you've done the same shit to me, buddy. No. We both done it to each other. Don't say like I'm bad faith because I interrupt you sometimes. You do it to me too. No. We both been doing this Berg Fest. It's all good.
Wait, hold on. I said that you're bad faith because you didn't point out that it was mostly positive. That you intentionally.
I said recent reviews.
Left that part out.
We can go back. Maybe I didn't. I've had 2 beers. Maybe I had 2 beers, man. Recent reviews.
Wait, hold up. Why wouldn't you just say?
I said recent reviews. Recent reviews are.
Hey guys,
and then why wouldn't you say it's mixed with mostly positive? Why wouldn't you say that?
Bring him in. We're gonna have. It's actually.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone's in there.
Never come back to this again. Like this is.
No, this is honestly. This is fun. No, this is fun. This is what actual like. So actually, have you all ever heard of internet blood sports?
Oh my gosh, have I? Yeah.
You do know about internet blood sports. Oh my God. They were the thing back in the day, which I thought before even this was going to happen, that's what this would turn into with internet blood sports. And it kind of has turned into. Maybe not as like cool. I mean, maybe we were talking about politics and stuff, but this is like gay fucking video game shit.
I feel like you ate way too much sugar before you came on here.
I don't endorse that type of language. So.
Yeah, let's not do that, man. Yeah.
Oh, did I say something wrong? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you said G word is pejorative. Don't do that.
Okay. I apologize to anybody. All right.
Oh, you're good. Sorry. So anyway,
I just talk fast though.
No 6 in here, or are there too many already?
That's fine.
I'm okay with it. I'm good with it. Unless you're good with the OJ.
But I gotta have everybody okay with it. It's part of consent.
Okay.
OJ, up to you. This is
At this point, man, it's like I said, it's whatever. Like. Listen, man, all I ask is that we just be fair when it comes down to it. You can't just segment off information and say it's all bad, it's 50-something, when it clearly shows that it's mostly positive with me.
Well, let's look at this.
I'll be honest, man, it's like I feel like cutting off the mic and just getting off because of that. Because, like, why would you not tell the whole story?
Really? Are you serious? Are you kidding me?
I do. Let me tell you the reason why I kind of do feel like that. I kind of feel that way because that is bad faith debating. Why would you only say recent? Why would you not say mostly positive with all the amount of reviews? Oh my God! And by the way, not even the right version of the game. Can I just say something? Like really whack, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. That's just.
Go ahead.
If you're gonna debate, you need to have facts. You need to be able to come into a debate. Proper debating skills is to know what you're talking about, for one, and have something to back it up. And if you don't, and you just come in and you say, well, everyone said it's bad. Well, have you played it? No. Can you prove that it was bad? What did people say? And you can't. Then you're wasting everyone's time. That's all I'm going to say. You're just screaming into the void for the sake of screaming. You got to be able to back what you're saying.
Here's my thing. All right. Here's my thing is this. Is that I'm not going to...
Just look at Steam reviews and then just say, these people that I don't know, that I have no idea if they played it, they said it's bad, so it's bad.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, why am I... I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be straight with you. Oh, no. I'm going to be straight with you. Why would I, if I see a game that's rated by users, which I trust users more than critics, and it's rated 50 across the board, and even if I say recent the total reviews, because I don't know what the reviews are over the time period, it's changed. I'm going to use more recent reviews because that tends to usually mean that either a patch was bad or that's kind of the current state of the game and how it acts after, the honeymoon period. And I see if it's like it's not really, because I mean, the best... From user reviews, if the best is 72, because that's what the mostly positive would be, why am I going to sit there and say, I need to play this game? especially at $70. I'm gonna be like, no, I can do better things with my
First
time.
of all, the game isn't $70 right now.
It is. Yes, it is.
No,
We're talking about $70.
No.
Is it? Okay, I want to double check. Maybe I'm crazy. It's fair.
I'm starting to think you're a little crazy. Or you ate
you know
way
what?
too much
You're
sugar
right.
before you came on here.
The
'cause,
physical
dude,
edition of the game isn't $70. It's Steam. It's not on sale. It's $70.
No, it's $70 on Steam. Actually, it is
But
$70.
on the physical edition of the game on PlayStation or on Xbox or whatever, you can get it for cheaper.
No, it probably would be $70 because normal games are $70 on
I think
PlayStation.
what you were trying to say, and having watched some of your video content on the Star Wars Outlaws, I'm going to go ahead and step in and pretend like this game exists for a second. So, if the game were to exist and you were to cover it, your whole thing was basically saying that this game, with the way it performs technically, is a good. It's a good direction showing what the hardware can do. Kind of shut up the naysayers, right?
Yes, that's part of it. And once again, if you look at the gold edition or if you look at the reviews of people who have played it, you don't have to say you don't trust me. That's fine. Don't trust me. Talk to people that have played the game. They all say, oh, this is actually not bad. Talk to people that have played the game, the gold edition on PlayStation, Xbox, and say, hey, it's a lot better. Nobody's seen that the game is the greatest game of all time. I never said that. No reviews say that. Nobody said that. What everyone is saying is that it's a much better game than when it was at launch, just like
so Rush Dog has a good point here too.
So that's all.
Rush Dog says, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't Steam user reviews show the number of hours the user played?
They do, yeah.
Listen,
100%.
To be honest, I'll keep it a buck.
Which we can kind of keep going.
I don't look at random people that have no right, like that. I don't know who these Steam people are. So I don't just go on random Steam forums or random Steam reviews and say these random things say this and generalize.
Yeah,
that is a ridiculous way, in my opinion, that is a ridiculous way to judge whether something is good or bad. You have no idea what that person has played. You have no idea if they're part of the culture grift war or something like that. To me, what you should do is look at actual footage of the game. Look at you can read Steam reviews, that's fine, but also see what professionals are saying that actually have to do this and they actually have to review the games and their livelihood is tied off of writing good reviews or at least trying to write a good review of a game. If a review is trash and people don't like it, people are going to be like, yo, this is trash. It discredits them. There is no credit or discredit on a Steam review. You have no idea what these people are, how much they played, what's going on. So there needs to be a balance of, yes, sure, you want to use user reviews, go ahead, use user reviews, but to just discredit everyone else because they're journalists, bro, that's their job. Like, I'm not saying they're saying journalists are the best ever, but it's still their job, and often they can tell you a lot more. This is the reason why you don't know a thing about this game, Alan. You don't know a thing because you didn't read anything. The Steam reviews don't tell you a damn thing. You just looked at it and said it was terrible instead of actually looking at some of the critic reviews and they explain why it's one way or another.
Well, let me kind of come up to my point to kind of I think maybe this might see where I'm coming from. So the thing is, the reason I usually don't trust critic reviews because critic reviews are always overinflated. Basically, does your game turn on? It's a 70, and that's kind of been the case for a lot of games. With user reviews, you get people that usually have actually played the game, and you can say review bomb. That's not true on Steam. You see people that actually have played the game and see what they say. And you get a sense of what the game is. If I'm going to trust review versus critic versus user, it's user all the time. Because I'd rather trust the massive gamers that have played the game. And even you mentioned, it's like, oh, talk to someone that played the game. So that means I use Steam reviews, right? You're basically agreeing with me at that point.
Talk to somebody that can actually explain it, not just, you didn't even read it.
Whoa. So a review can't explain it? You can't explain it?
And I want to go back to one thing. I want to go back to one thing that you said. I want to go back to one thing that you said. You said for a critic review, all they do is they turn on the game, it gets a 7?
Yeah. That's been true for critics games. They always overrate games. Look how many 10s have come out.
What review?
How many 10s have come out?
What review was
There's been so many games. I don't know. You can take a look at the plethora of games that have come out. The game reviews scores have gone higher and higher and higher over time. I mean, unless you don't believe this happened, I mean, that's fine.
He's doing a blanket statement there about how reviewers...
Tell me what review. Which review was that they just turned on the game, they gave it a 7, right? What review was that?
I mean, that's been the trend for... I'm talking about reviews in general. I'm talking about most reviews. I'm talking about experience. I've seen...
Who did that? Where's the example? What games? What was that?
I don't know. All of them. Look, you're just trying to obfuscate a little bit. You're just obfuscating at this point.
Wait, hold up.
No, stop. No. Let me finish my point. Yeah. Okay. Can I talk now?
Go ahead.
Okay. You can see it, and I think a lot of people probably in this chat kind of recognize this too, is that there's been a trend with game critics is they tend to overrate games. Very rarely you can look through a lot of review sites, and they tend to review games very highly. It's very rare they give games really bad reviews, and there's been more 10s than ever before. They love getting 10s. So it's hard to take critics at their face, especially because, again, you're talking about the culture war. Well, they'll do the opposite. They'll because again, a lot of them are liberal. If it kind of conforms with their values, they'll rate the game higher. So if you're saying that, there's a culture war, typically there's going to be an opposite side of that too. So it does cut both ways. So if you're talking about critics in general, they typically are going to rate the game higher. And also keep in mind, they don't have as much time with the game as the user does. More often than not, they typically have to pump out a review out.
I think you're making everything you just set up. That is all made
up.
Whoa.
Let's come back. You're saying that I make something up? These guys have a deadline. Do they not have a deadline?
You don't know how much.
No, OJ, do they not have a deadline?
Some of them do have a deadline. Some of them don't.
What do you mean some of them have a deadline? Do you think none of the review sites have a deadline?
Some of them have a deadline. Some reviewers have a deadline to turn it in at launch. Some of them don't. Because you get reviews over a course of time. There'll be reviews that are on
wait. Is there not? There's an embargo, right? On reviews.
Do you know what an embargo is?
So there's a date that there's a first date they come out and they all come out.
Explain an embargo. Go ahead. Define embargo.
Why don't no, stop. No, we're not explaining embargo. Come the fuck on.
You just said embargo. Explain it. What's an embargo?
No, I think for the intelligence of the people in this room, they know what an embargo is.
I want you to tell me what an embargo is.
Stop this. We're missing the point. We're getting in the weeds in a dumb point. Why do we need to find the term embargo?
I hate to tell you.
Tell me what an embargo is. Go ahead. Tell me what an embargo is.
What, an embargo? It's a minute that they can actually... So at least in terms of games, embargo is that... No, we're not doing this, actually. Do we need to explain what an embargo is?
You don't know what an embargo is. That's okay. It's okay. We can move
No,
on.
It says we don't need to explain it. It's a stupid point. The point is that everybody has a point. There's a minimum time... Quiet. There's a minimum time when everybody can release their reviews. That's what embargo basically becomes in game reviews. So basically, everybody has the earliest they can release a review. So they all have deadlines. So they're all going to play a game up to a certain point, or they're going to play a game for a certain amount of time. A user's more likely to play a game in depth and more likely to play a game longer. And they're more likely to play a game like you are. Again, journalists are just trying to get the review out so they can get the clicks.
So you're trying to tell me that everybody that puts out a Steam review has played it more than the people who reviewed it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, so you said yourself. You can see what it's
not true, by the way.
Huh?
As far as Steam people playing games more than your average reviewer.
Like
the average.
I might. Well, I don't know. I disagree with that. There's the meme
some
of
people on Steam will play it. They will play it long enough so they can still refund it, because I know if you play more than 2 hours, you can't refund it.
The average
so
Steam
people,
it does tell you that though. It does tell you that.
A little bit they don't play a lot of each game for the most part. We've got scientific data on that. So Steam users they may play one game a ton, but most games are going to play very little. Certainly not what a review
I would say.
It could vary though. I think it varies.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how good a game is reviewed or how bad a game is reviewed. If you like the game, at the end of the day, your opinion is all that matters. It doesn't matter if the whole world said this game is trash or everybody said it was good. If you like it, enjoy it. I don't like Call of Duty, but a lot of people do. So
are we sure we shouldn't look at Steam reviews and say it's garbage because Steam people said that? Are you sure?
Yeah. Why would I?
Are we sure that shouldn't be the way that we do things? I think that's
what. Okay. What do you suggest we do then?
Huh?
Here's what.
What do you suggest we do then?
What I suggest we do? Well, one, I'm gonna learn what an embargo is. That's the first thing that I'm gonna do. That's the first thing.
Embargo. Let me tell you guys what I do.
Sure. Yeah. Let's go. Here's Flip.
And maybe I'm a more insular person than most, but I don't tend to read a lot of game reviews. I don't look at Metacritic. I don't even really look at Metascores. What I do is I have people that I trust. I look at what they say about the game. I go look up the game myself.
Yeah.
And I play the game for myself. Like you'll notice, like in my discussions, I'll talk a lot about games, but if I haven't actually played a game, I'll never say it's good or bad. I'll just say I haven't played it. And I think that's the only way I feel like I can be honest is to say, I haven't played it, or I'm not interested in this game.
Exactly.
And I would say,
I think we need more people like that. I think that's a good idea.
The game's great. I don't fucking know. I didn't play it.
I think we need more people that actually play games instead of looking at online and being terminally online and telling themselves.
Whoa. We need more people that play games, but you say that I can't use people that play games reviews to come to an opinion. Explain that.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
You said we should trust people that play games, but I'm talking about reviews from people that play games. So reconcile that, square that circle.
Actually start playing more games, like playing ourselves, playing more games, or at the bare minimum.
The problem though is like, again, is money infinite?
Actually research what makes the game good or bad.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Mass generalizations about it's Ubisoft, it's Steam reviews. They said it's bad. I don't know the difference between each version. I don't know.
Well, okay. Do you have infinite money? Do you have infinite money?
That's not the point.
Do you have infinite money? I asked you a question. You asked me about Bargos. I'm asking you this question.
Sure, I have.
Do you have infinite?
Yes, I have infinite money.
No, you don't. Fucking stop that.
Well, you asked.
You don't have any. Do you think the average person has infinite money? How about that?
I have infinite money.
Do you think the average person has infinite money?
Can I have some infinite money?
Yes, the average person.
I know, right?
Yes.
Well, it might be an inflation issue there. Might be an inflation issue there.
Yes, the average person also has infinite money.
No, you're full of shit. Okay. The point is that you have limited resources, right? You can only buy so many games. So why is it wrong then to use reviews as a metric? To use people that bought the game, played the game as their metric? You seem to be against that. You seem to only want.
Your Twitter comprehension directly translates to your vocal comprehension. Like literally, it's 1-to-1. Your Twitter comprehension and your vocal.
Well, you're not answering my question. Answer my question. I said why.
Nobody said any of this. This is not part of anything. This was not.
No. I asked you. No. You said you should.
You have to buy the game. Nobody said you have to buy it, or you.
Then I can't use reviews. Then can I use reviews to judge a game? Then
buy it.
Well, you kind of are. You're kind of saying that I should play the game. You are kind of saying that.
What I said originally was that the game isn't bad, and it would be good if you played it, or at least researched why it's good or bad.
Well, okay. Well, I researched it. I researched it, and I saw Steam reviews, and I saw Metacritic reviews, and I said it was bad. Why is it not research? Why is it not research?
Sir, you didn't.
Why is it not research?
Sir,
you didn't play it.
You couldn't tell me why it was good or bad.
What? So wait. Do I have to buy it now?
You couldn't tell me a single good thing. You couldn't tell me a single bad thing. You didn't read those Steam reviews. You just looked at it and just went off from there. You didn't read.
That's what most people do. So is that wrong?
Most people are idiots. Okay, so if you want to be like most people and be,
so I guess you're the genius. You're the stands above all men.
Most people that would decide to look at a Steam thing and say whether they're gonna buy something or not, or whether it's good or bad. Yeah, that's an idiotic thing to do, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
So what should they? So what should they do instead? What should they do instead?
I don't know. Get multiple opinions. Get opinions from people that actually played the game and can tell you.
But getting multiple opinions, wouldn't that be looking at aggregate reviews then? Wouldn't that be looking at aggregate reviews?
And maybe
wouldn't that be looking at aggregate reviews?
Maybe watch a review.
You could at least, at the most,
gameplay,
watch a review. Yeah.
Watch a review.
Yeah. Which I think most people do, and I have watched reviews. But again, you're talking about a game that's been a year old at this point.
You watched reviews, but you couldn't tell me what was good or bad about the game. But okay, you say you watched.
Yeah, because it's from a year ago. It's from a year ago.
So you
remember?
Okay, you didn't mention anything bad from the game. You just said it's open world and it's Ubisoft. That's what you said.
Yeah. I think I probably did, but it's getting lost. It's gotten lost in the void at this point. But I think it's weird that you're discrediting people's opinions on the game. You say get people's opinions of the game, but when I say get people's opinions of the game, I say listen to reviews. You say no, that's not sufficient.
Here's what I said.
You are saying that. Okay, what are you saying?
Mix. I already said this before. I said that you can look at what critics say, and if you want to look at Steam reviews, sure, go ahead. Look at Steam reviews if you want to, but you should actually know the contents of the game. You should actually know what's good or bad. You have no idea.
You're saying that some of these purchasing should go through every single little review?
All right,
easy way to thread this needle.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Okay.
Well, Bill, give me 1 second, because I gotta get my shots in where I can in this one, buddy. Give me 1 second here.
Hit me. Actually, yeah.
So, okay, Alan, the way you thread this hole is you can have if you haven't played a game, just say you haven't played the game. Or
I haven't played the game. Yeah, I thought that was pretty clear from the beginning.
Or just say I'm not interested in playing the game, and here's why.
Yeah. But I'm not. I think my. So I just go back to the beginning. Is that the point was my whole point from the beginning was this game wasn't that good. It was not a game that really should be praised from Switch fans. It's great.
You
didn't play it.
I mean, what do you mean? I
didn't play it.
But do I have to play every?
Do I have to play every
No,
game though?
You didn't
don't
play
have
it.
to
You couldn't
play
say
it,
what was bad or
but-
good. You couldn't say anything on it. You said nothing.
Exactly.
Let me answer
If
your
you
question.
can't
If-
say
if you're gonna
anything
tell me a
about
game
it,
is
good
good
or
or bad,
negative, you're wasting your time.
When I asked you
you're
what
gonna
was good or
tell-
bad,
if
you
you're
were like,
gonna
I don't. It's Ubisoft. It's open world. It's that's what you said. You don't know anything about the game. You still don't know anything about the game. Nobody's saying it's the greatest game in the world, bro.
You seen this crazy game more? You did hype it up quite a bit. You hyped it up for like 5 minutes.
What did I hype up about the game? Tell me what I hype up.
Oh, you had a whole conversation about how great it fucking was and how great the gold edition is.
What did I hype up the game about? What did I say? Why
So we need to go back and watch the VOD, I guess. We can kind of what you're saying,
Go ahead,
Flip.
Go ahead, tell me. What did I hype up about the game?
Tim 06 was wanting in, and I'm just telling Tim 06 if he comes in here, he's not going to get to answer any. He's not going to get to ask any questions if he comes in here.
Actually, so you know what's a good idea? Do we, because we brought in, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Do we want them to ask us questions? Do we want to move to that? Because we've kind of been going back and forth. Do we want to move to that? I'm down.
It's up to you, but we gotta let each other talk a little better here, Alan.
That's fair. You know what? That's right. Do you want to? You know what?
I just want to say to kind of put a pin in this. Like, okay, like there's critic reviews, there's normal people reviews. You can't trust any of them 100%. Right? You have to make your own decision about whatever the game is at the end of the day. Because sometimes some critics are not honest. And a lot of times users will review bomb or puff up a title. So you have to use your own judgment to decide if a game is for you or not for you because it's your money. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
I'll disagree on one point just because if you're talking about that. Usually, there are some users that will give bad reviews. You're right that some critics will give bad reviews. I think the critics do more often. But the thing is, you're going to get an aggregate, and that's obviously why I'm talking about the aggregate. Because there's some reviews that are going to be shit, some reviews are really, really good. People do write really, really good reviews on Steam, and I think that's why I would trust the aggregate more. So I think maybe that's a good way to get, if as TM comes on. That's where I'm coming from. I think the aggregate and the people that are playing it are better judged than the critics. I think that's sufficient to say if a game is good or not.
You said that you'll trust the people when you can confirm what you already think about the game. Because you didn't.
No, did I say that?
You didn't read the mostly positive. You didn't read all that. All you read was what you saw was negative, and then went with that, right?
Where's your point that I didn't read anything at all? So what are you talking about? I read something now.
Because you said the Steam people they make their reviews. You didn't look at everything. You didn't go off of everybody that talks about it on Steam. What you went off of was confirm what you already felt about the game. You didn't read and try to make your own decision. You already thought the game was bad, so therefore you looked at the bad ones and said, they're bad. And then you moved on.
I knew it's bad because we've known this game has been bad for a year. It's been out for a year. What are you talking about?
You say mostly positive.
Which is fine, but you just have to frame
the Steam reviews say mostly positive. So why aren't you looking at the good reviews and the bad reviews and saying, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to buy this game, but maybe it's not as bad as what some people are saying. Why are you only going off of the bad reviews and confirming what you already think in your head? Why aren't you going off the good Steam reviews too? Why are those opinions not good, but only the people that write bad reviews?
Whoa! You're kind of doing the same thing in reverse
Go
then,
ahead.
because I point out multiple times that on all the Metacritics it's bad, on all the mixed reviews it's negative. But you're like, whoa! What about this?
It says
so
mostly
it seems
positive.
like you kind of want to just focus. You want to focus on the thing that works for your argument, the one thing that works for your argument.
It's mostly so. Like I said,
did something fall out? If you want to bring him on, actually, so I'll close it there. If you want to bring TM on, so that we can get some of the other folks to talk.
You can bring him on. So what I'm trying to say here is that this whole Star Wars Outlaws thing, this whole thing,
Red Rover, send TM right over.
I think it's a little silly because essentially what you're doing is you're just looking at whatever's negative and then saying, you see, negative. And then anybody that writes mostly positive, it's like, oh, well, screw them. They don't know what they're talking about.
And you're not doing the opposite of that? You seem like you're doing the exact opposite of that.
No, I'm actually not. I'm actually
How are you not?
No.
How are you not?
No, I'm not. And
How are you not?
Nope.
How are you not?
Because I'm not. Go ahead and tell me how I am.
No, I asked you. How are you not?
Because I'm not.
Okay, so you
So go in and tell me how I am.
No. I asked you that question. How are you not?
We got a new guest in here.
Okay, we got a new guest. You want to answer the question? Okay.
It's on you to prove that I'm doing something, my boy. The burden is
No. I asked you that question. You just refused to answer it. So okay, whatever. Well, I guess we'll concede that point.
Okay,
Alan,
so
but
Y'all should hang out in person.
Alan, you legitimately need to work on comprehension, bro. Like, and I'm serious.
What
like,
the fuck are you talking about? Working on
legitimately
comprehension?
need to
I
work on comprehension.
I asked you a question. You just didn't answer it.
TM6
So
is here.
yes, TM, what's up, buddy?
What it do? Look,
What's up?
look. I'm listening to I'm listening to this, and man, I don't even know where to begin. First off, I'm completely unbiased. Yes, I'm a mutual to OJ. Me and OJ agree on a lot of things. Me and OJ disagree on a lot of things, and I 100% agree with OJ on this whole entire topic and debate. Because and I feel like there are some points that aren't being brought up. I think that using Steam reviews is pretty insane when you're talking about a game that you haven't played, and then the reviews that you are talking about are coming from the launch of the game that was over a year ago.
No, the launch of the game would be mostly positive. So I'm actually looking. So the mixed reviews would be the most recent. So the actual reviews have gone down
on Steam right now.
Yeah, on Steam it's mixed right now. Most recent
are all anecdotal, right? So each
person.
Isn't
a review always anecdotal though? Isn't a review always anecdotal?
Correct.
Yeah.
But you're using somebody else's opinions, numerous people's opinions that aren't journalists, that aren't game reviewers. Who's to say we don't know if they're gamers? Because believe it or not, PC gamers don't finish their games, let alone get through a third of the games that they finish.
I was getting that, yeah.
So I don't think using Steam reviews would be the most adequate thing to do.
Okay.
But what I'm confused about is what's the big deal behind Star Wars Outlaws and OJ? Like why is that such a bother to me?
No. So the only reason this beef happened is I just didn't think it was that great of a game. It was this weird because it seemed like. And it wasn't just OJ, in fairness. I quote tweeted OJ, but it's a lot of Nintendo fans have been hyping up this game, but it wasn't really even that good at launch. I mean, you can go back and look at the reviews, and they kind of, a lot of the, and now I'm going to talk about user reviews, a lot of the critics did give it better scores, in fairness, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't that great of a game, and it was a commercial flop for a reason. It just wasn't good. So it's why are we hyping this game a year later just because of port season?
So games that
was really my point.
If a commercial flop means that a game, so if a game doesn't sell well, that means it's not good too, as well.
I mean, sometimes it can actually. So a lot of times, I mean, if a game doesn't do really well, people don't reject it, especially for a company like Ubisoft who has a big marketing budget and they have a big reach. So they can and the game doesn't do very well, then usually kind of, and especially when you have a game that doesn't really sell very well, and you have a lot of negative user reviews, and you can go through YouTube and you see everybody talking about Star Wars Outlaws and how it really sucks from a year ago, then I can kind of say that, maybe if a game flopped, it probably flopped because people just didn't want it, and they thought it was a bad game, and they said, this game kind of sucks. This isn't very good. Everybody's telling me it's bad, and
okay. Yeah, Okami would like some words with that because that game flopped and it's an incredible game. So that's not a that's
not always, but again, I think a different time though. And in fairness, that's a huge conversation because it's a different time. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, hit me.
Here's what I would say.
Yeah.
Because I make arguments that are critical in terms of games that are successes and failures all the time. The way I parse this is a game. So sales are useful, and I use sales and argumentation all the time.
Yeah.
And they're useful to point to what customers may want out of a certain IP or franchise, whether something hit or whether something missed. Doesn't necessarily say anything about the quality of a game itself. I'll give you a great example. On new Zeldas, especially the later ones like Skyward Sword, etc., they still did okay, but in comparison to Zelda's great heydays or the absolute mind-shattering numbers of Breath of the Wild, those games bombed. Those games were outperformed by games like Dark Souls coming out and just disrupting them. Now that was an indicator of the fact that maybe the market direction didn't like some of the weirdo Enuma puzzle shit, but it absolutely was not indicative of the quality. If you go play Skyward Sword, that's a quality game all the way through. That is a high quality game.
Actually, so I'm curious about this. Why would you say it's a high quality game?
It's the craftsmanship of the game. It's the way the puzzles are intricately detailed and put together. The boss fights are oftentimes well thought out, except that weirdo fucking like mud monster thing that she had to fight 3 times. That sucked. But in general, like the sword fights with white lip gloss were amazing. Really, really good boss fights. There's parts I like, but overall, I can't say that it was a bad game. It just wasn't a game for me, right?
But so it's interesting because I almost would say, because my opinion on Skyward Sword, and that's why I was asking too, is it kind of maybe gets to the greater point. Is I think that game is just bad. And I would say you could say like it controls well.
What did Steam say, Phil? What did Steam say? What did the Steam review say?
Well, don't worry, that one's not on Steam. Yeah.
What did the Steam?
Don't worry, Gabe will get his day.
What did the Metacritic users say?
OJ, you wait. Gabe always wins. He always gets his game. You might be waiting in 5 years, and there's a Steam review. It's Skyward Sword's coming out.
I gotta know what the Steam review said.
So it kind of to the point of, Skyward Sword. I don't think Skyward Sword is a good game. So and again, I played Skyward Sword, so you can't give me that. So the problem is that I know it argues that it didn't sell well because it wasn't a good game. Because again, there's so many problems to that game. Again, long tutorial. The game was not even there's like no combat, it's all puzzle focus. It didn't look super great. It kind of didn't really have a lot of areas. So I would almost say like in that situation, it wasn't a good game, and that's kind of why it didn't sell. So I get what you're saying. You're saying sometimes there's things that don't resonate with an audience, but I think
I know. Keep in mind, I couldn't stand Skyward Sword. I hated the fucking game.
Which is funny that we got a physical of that on Switch, but we still don't have Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD.
That's another terrible Zelda game.
You know what?
By the way, Wind Waker's incredible, and it did not sell. It did not sell incredible. So let me
okay.
That's why this whole sales to great how good the game is. That's why it's a hit and miss, guys. It is not. There is no.
It is a hit and miss, but I think a lot of times it does hold. I think it does hold a kernel of truth. I think it does hold a kernel of truth. This is where I disagree. I think it holds a kernel of truth. A lot of times the game doesn't do very well. Now again, there are some situations. Because it's not as simple as that. So, for instance, if you have a situation where a game is like a sequel to a popular series, but it's still bad, it can still do well just because you get a lot of people in and you buy that. Now, I think that's kind of what happened to Tears of the Kingdom. But a better example might even be, say, The Last of Us Part 2. A lot of people hated that game for a lot of different reasons, for like the story. It's kind of the same game. They didn't really like how, again, it's Naughty Dog games.
What does this have to do with anything you said?
Well, I'm making a point. Right, we're talking about quality of the game, right?
I hear your point. I've been hearing it for the past 30 minutes as you've been talking in circles, right? You're saying that your whole thesis is that I don't understand why Nintendo fans are hyping up Star Wars Outlaws.
Yes, yeah.
But it's also like you're ignoring that Star Wars Outlaws have been patched over time. It's the gold edition on Nintendo Switch, and that when the game was first shown off, it looked rough. And the final product is outstanding on a $450 tablet. That
it shows
$1,000 PCs can't even run this game stably.
So
$1,000 PC, I'm not finished. $1,000 PC handhelds cannot run Star Wars Outlaws like a Switch 2 can, which is a $450 device. It's using ray tracing and it's using DLSS. A Steam Deck can't do it. My Steam Deck can't do that. My ROG Ally can't do that.
It's not even compatible with Steam Deck, according to
my Legion. Yeah, you can use like quirks and tinkering and all that and try and get it to work. It'll run like dog shit. My Legion Go can't do it. My Asus ROG Ally can't do it. And those are $1,000 handhelds. But my $450 Switch 2 can run this game at 1440p DLSS with ray tracing at almost a stable 30 FPS. That's crazy. So yeah, I would see why people are hyping that up. When you see games like Resident Evil 9, which is a late stage RE Engine game running on a Switch 2, I would see why people gas these games up, because it's running on a budget handheld. And it's running these games better than what these $1,000 PC handhelds do. That's why you see people gassing these games up. and that they're also good games. I've played Outlaws. I played it on the PS5. I don't really have that many complaints about Outlaws. Looking at some of the Steam reviews, and I remember some of the reviews back then, I think it was just virgin-ass dudes complaining that the main character was a woman with a jawline.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a big reason. I mean, if you're playing with a character, you want them to look good. You don't want the character to be ugly. I think that's important. People care about that, so I think it should be judged. Now, regardless,
people were playing Metroid, and Samus doesn't look that attractive.
Samus still looks cool. Samus always looks cool. What are you talking about?
At the end
Samus,
of
do you not
Metroid Prime,
think
when she
Samus is
takes her helmet off, she looks like a 2003 generic CGI model.
Samus in general as a character is an attractive character.
For sure.
Like, she's an attractive. She's an attractive character, right? I think we can all say that.
I think we can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Samus she's made to look beautiful. I know. Yes, the graphics were a bit rough,
but
her character art is beautiful.
So I'll just answer your question real quick. I think the thing is that I get the looking good, but the truth of the matter is that we saw this game how it was back then. I mean, even to see more recent reviews, like I was to point out. And the reality is, it's just not that great of a game. So my point was really just like, why are we hyping up this game that's not that good to begin with?
Okay, so we at this point,
I'll see this
nothing
one more
that
thing.
anybody can say for you to think that the game is not just terrible, even though once again it's been patched. Once again, nobody's saying it's the greatest game ever. It's not a bad game.
Well, okay, you said it's been patched, but the most recent reviews were the most negative. So why is that?
That's not the gold edition. I don't know I don't know if they're playing the gold edition or not. I don't know if you can even
fair.
tell if
Okay.
they are.
Now, okay, does this gold edition exist? Here's the other thing I do want to ask. There's lots of
if
questions.
you look at the
does the gold edition
hold up.
exist?
If you look at the most recent reviews, there's a lot of people that are saying it's mixed. There are people that are saying great things, and there are people that are saying not so great things.
That's true.
So if you look at it, there is a mix of people that are saying that. So once again, this goes back to when I said I wanted to cut this off because you're saying it's all 50s, and that's just not true. That's just categorically.
But usually when you
there's a person, if you look on Steam right here, there's a person they played 79 hours. They gave it a thumbs up. Right under that, a person played 11 and 9 hours. They gave it a thumbs down. So it's mixed. Then another person played 35 hours, gave it a thumbs up. And a person played 66 hours, gave it a thumbs up. Someone paid 26 hours, gave it a thumbs down. So, it's mixed. It's not just cut and dry.
And that's what a solid game. A game some people are going to think is solid. People are thinking it's not.
Mixed. Usually, a mixed game is not that great. So let's be real with ourselves. We're so many games out there. If we're talking about a mixed game, it's not that good.
It's only 363 reviews that are mixed out of 72% that is positive, and that's 4,019 on Steam alone.
Those reviews don't count.
You got to look at the big picture.
Those reviews don't count. They don't count. It's only
what
I feel like saying is bad.
Do you think the 3,000 that gave it 50 don't count? We can kind of pierce numbers out there. You can look at the Metacritics. They have 50,000.
The point is that
they have 30. They have 3,000. 3,000 give it a 5.
Even based off your Steam reviews, what you're saying doesn't compute. It's not even. It doesn't back it up because there are plenty of people that are saying that the game is not a 50. You are trying to make it seem as if everyone was saying that this game is terrible. And
50 is an aggregate. 50 is an aggregate, though. 50 is an aggregate. Understand that.
You can just admit that you're wrong. It's okay.
50 is an aggregate, right? So it's all the reviews together. Because again, any game is going to get good reviews. Any game is going to get bad reviews.
I didn't even see that, but. What I'm trying to say is what do you mean
you didn't see that? Go back. What do you mean you didn't see that?
It says mixed. Does it say 50 somewhere? All of them?
Actually, you can look at it. Actually, it's 60.
63% of the 363 reviews are mixed.
Which is so it is higher than Metacritic.
Which is not 50.
But 72%.
Okay, we gotta stop, guys. We gotta stop. Hell just froze over.
No!
Let me make an announcement here.
Okay.
The Angry Vigilante show. OJ, you're familiar with this gentleman.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
He says, I give the win to player essence, and that should say a lot coming from me.
Wow.
Yeah. So how about this then? We can since it's been called. Well, I'll concede.
Yeah,
do you want to talk about? We still have some time. Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about something else then? Because we talked about some other topics. I'd be down to talk about change the topic.
Did y'all talk about the Nintendo Direct, or
I want to know what I want to know what y'all got in Florida. That's what I really want to know. What is in the water?
Oh, we got Gourds Gone Wild. We got Gourds Gone Wild.
You guys are drinking you probably share like a water well or what with the alligator. Is that what's happening right now? Like what happens in Florida where the people that in Florida,
26.
y'all be saying the craziest things at times. What is going on in Florida right now? Alan, you are the Florida man. You call me attendees. I'm gonna call you. You are a Florida man through in and throughout, like 100%.
I don't think it got anything to do with Florida.
Bro, not everybody in Florida is like, but this man, he is a Florida man. I gotta give him props. I gotta give him props for being a Florida man. You know,
we love it.
Oh my god!
I just think he a Switch hater. That's what I think it is. And I'm a Switch hater, but I'm an unbiased Switch hater. I have real complaints.
Do you want to get into? Do you guys want to get into the Japanese sales? Because I know that's one more thing that.
I don't know. It's hard to go into Japanese sales specifically unless there's something you think about. I think I brought it up, and I wasn't sure. Like,
I said let's go into the Japanese sales. We can go into that.
Because I don't know what we're going to talk about specifically. Do you want to just talk about sales kind of in general? Because I guess that would be they have the best sales. You know, we talked about Circana, but they have the best sales data.
Well, I think you said ultimately you're saying like it's going to fail or the critics are going to be
yeah. Actually, funny. I wrote an article about this actually recently, but it's only for the Switch. Okay, thank you by the way. So to be fair, the Gold Edition for Metacritic is only for Switch 2 version. The game is rated. Okay. So that answers the question because I don't know where this fucking game existed, but that answers that question. So, and actually, if you want to argue with me, we'll hit this point. So my opinion is that, to talk about sales in general, is that I think, because you talked about the launch of Switch 2, but I think what's happening is that, and we're kind of seeing this a little bit, is that I think the system is not going to do that well. Now, it's not going to be a Wii U because it's almost impossible, but I think it's going to be more of like a 3DS situation, and I think we're already seeing that. And the Japanese sales, most recent sales have kind of been around like the 30s to 40s. Most recent, it's gone a little up, so it's 46,000. So I think that, you mentioned a little bit, kind of when we were talking about Mario Kart, all the way back in the beginning, that you talked about, the fastest selling system, all this stuff. You mentioned a few things. But I think that that's kind of short-lived, and I think long-term, it won't really be doing that well. And even, I mentioned the Mario Kart sales, I think that's going to be the trend. I think next month or two, we'll probably see similar results from Circana, even after the bundle ends. But basically, I think that we're going to see that Switch 2 won't do that well. I think I think we're starting to see that now.
So in Japan, you said it's dipping in Japan. What's the stock like in Japan?
So from what I've heard, it's gotten better. Can
you walk into a store and buy a Switch 2 easily?
I think so. Yeah, I think now it's gotten to that point.
That is false.
Is it false now?
It is false.
I mean, look. So I don't. So the only. Well, okay. Show me. Do you have an article for that? Because I've heard it's a different story. I've heard it's gotten better. I've heard it was for a while. So from what I understand, it's gotten better.
Wait, hold up. So Nintendo is still doing lotteries in Japan. Japan still has.
But I think the stores have them.
The My Nintendo store.
The lottery.
Now,
but I think stores now are. They did lotteries before, but I think they aren't doing lotteries anymore.
I have people that are in Japan.
Okay.
I have Uncario that's in Japan. I have JCat that has people in Japan. I have Genki that's in Japan. He's a big Twitter guy that's in Japan. You can also just go on the Japanese stores and you can look. The stock there is depleted. They still just can't walk in, and it's normal. Like Nintendo just doesn't have a bunch of stock in the stores, and Japanese owners can just walk right in and grab one. That is not true. So the problem,
I don't know
with that is that what you're doing is that you're probably watching other people's videos, right? That's where I'm guessing.
I'm actually looking at Famitsu data. I'm looking at Famitsu data.
So Famitsu data doesn't say that there's a bunch of people that can just walk in and buy a Switch 2 no matter what. They don't say that. There's nothing.
So the sales now are the lowest point they've ever been.
Yeah,
in their history's life. Why would
we're getting ready to go into a holiday?
Well, that's because the stock is.
I don't know. Their holiday's a little different though. I don't think they have because theirs is Golden Week. Is really their big holiday.
The best sales for Japan are in the holiday
season. The holiday season. Yep.
Yeah, that's for the best Christmas.
Sales. Okay,
that's the best sales everywhere.
Right now, nobody's buying anything because everybody's getting ready for the holiday.
Any Switch that
they had a holiday recently. That was a double. It was about 4 weeks ago.
That's Oban, and it sold 180,000 units over Oban because Nintendo tried to get as much stock there as possible. So what I'm trying to say is that any stock that goes to Japan, it sells. They don't have a bunch of stock.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
Say this. In terms of what OJ's saying, it is correct. Now, in terms of, arguing sales right now, what I would tell you, Japanese sales or otherwise, I don't argue sales will switch to right now. Reason being is we had the launch period. We had the huge launch rush.
Yeah.
We knew that was going to be big. Right now, there's a little bit of a lull as people prepare for the holiday, and then it's going to go right back. Whether you can find the system in stores or not, that's going to change because it's going to be sold out the entire holiday. Everything sells during the holiday season, right? So what I'm waiting on before I finally look at numbers and kind of give some real analysis is I'm waiting for the investor numbers this coming spring. This coming spring, the holiday rush will be over. The launch rush will be over. Nintendo was brilliant in putting it out in the summer because they got they got two holidays. They got their launch rush and they're going to get their holiday rush where everything sells out. Once that clears, once that fog of war clears, and we get into the spring, we will be able to see, one way or the other, what is really going to be fucking going on with the Switch 2.
Okay, I do agree. Now I kind of like to kind of go predict a little further out, so that's kind of why I'm doing this. Because I think that's a good way to think of it. I've heard other folks do the same thing. Sean Malmstrom, if you ever read him, he's kind of said the same thing.
I read Sean.
Yeah, he's great. He's one of the best. My thinking, the reason I disagree a bit with it's a stock issue is that if you look at the sales, it's kind of the same trend, just downward. If it was a stock issue, we'd see more of a peaks and valley type graph, but we're not really seeing that. With the exception of that holiday, we kind of are just seeing not really, it's just consistent going down. So
it was actually teetering in there and the stock's been a lot down. All the stores are doing lotteries right now. And if you go on their websites, you can look, they don't have a bunch of stock. My problem with what you're saying with Japan, at least before we go to the other countries, is that you're making up something that's not true.
What do you mean?
Stores are doing lotteries. You can't just walk in and get one. So you're saying, "Oh, it's going down." That's because the stock is just not there in Japan.
So we would see the thing is
you can look on the stores yourselves if you want. You can go on there yourself and look.
The reason I disagree with that is because if it was a stock issue, the trend would be a little bit more. That's what I'm saying. The trend would be a little bit more peaks and valleys. Some weeks are really good, some weeks are really bad.
So can you go in and buy a Switch 2? Can you go in and buy a Switch 2?
If you look at the long-term trend, of the sales, you can see it's kind of just a smooth downward. It kind of implies a reduction in demand.
You have zero data that says that.
You know what?
Time out.
I would be surprised if there was a down.
Okay, hold up. I've been doing sales for.
Actually,
I've been doing sales for a decade plus, and you're saying it's just going down based off of what? Based off of
data.
What? Sales go up and they go down. You are not comparing it to Switch 1. You are not comparing. Wait a minute. You are not comparing it to Switch
1. Yeah.
You're not comparing it to Switch 1. You're not comparing it to Xbox. You're not comparing it to PlayStation. You're comparing it to just whatever you think is what the Japanese sales are. You have not given 1 point of data when it comes to the comparison of going up or down outside of comparing it to itself, which is already selling at a faster rate than any other system out there without the holiday season. Without the holiday
season. So this chart
season.
this chart is weekly Famitsu sales. So basically what I did is I took now this is from Gamatsu is where I took this from.
Okay.
So I basically took weekly Famitsu sales and I just charted them out. Now the reasons of oddity there with that weird flat is just because I took 2 weeks and just put them together to give a comparison. But you're kind of seeing that. You're kind of seeing it's going just a constant trend down. There are a little bit of peaks and valleys, but not as much as you would think. Because again, it's still kind of going down. You wouldn't think if it was going down to the 30s, 40s, that it would have done that in previous.
So once again, does the stores
not in
this graph is terrible. And once again, do the store? So this is not even right. But anyway, regardless,
why is it not? Is it not right? I can give you the
regardless. Do the stores have stock? Do they all have stock where you can go in and buy a Switch 2 whenever they want? Yes or no with the stores in Japan?
From what I've heard, it's gotten better. I heard the stores.
No, I'm asking you, can you go to any store right now, multiple stores, and be able to buy a Switch 2 in Japan, no problem? That's what I'm asking.
Let me get on a flight. I'll get right back.
So you have not researched. You have not researched yet. You said yes, you can, and then
what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not researched.
You've not researched. You're saying that it's
source data, by the way.
You're saying that it's going down, and it's going down, but it's not because the demand is going down. It's because the stock is not there. Because when
the reason, and I'm sorry if that's a little hard to read. The reason I posted that there is you kind of see that it's been consistently going down. So there's been some weeks where it's higher, like 720, 25 it gets up. Obviously 718 because that was 2 weeks. But you see, it's just trending a bit downward.
So when the holiday comes and it peaks back up, then what?
Yeah.
Does it throw off your whole balance, or what happens?
Well, you'd have to say it's a long-term trend, right? So I think what Flip is saying, like it's going to do well in the holiday. I think that's what you're getting at, Flip. You want the long-term trend. You want to smooth it out, right?
And I have another question. Did the Switch 1 do the same thing?
Yes.
That one I haven't looked at because I haven't gone back.
Okay, so this is my problem. Thank you so much.
Well, I haven't gone back. So I haven't gone back to
my
2017
problem with what you're doing, and I said that you're going to do this in our.
Whoa! Stop! You're just saying because I didn't get a specific data point.
No, my point is this. My point with you, Alan, and my point.
It is a little early. Yes, you're correct.
This is hack sales analysis. This is legit.
How's it hack?
It's hack because you're not comparing it to anything else. You're not comparing it. You're not comparing it to.
You should have said that. You should have said that. I actually do.
You're not comparing it to Switch 1. You're not comparing it to Xbox.
You should have said that. You might regret that one.
You're not. Okay, go ahead. How much better is it doing than Xbox or Switch 1? Go ahead. Let me see.
So I have comparison for Switch 1 because this is a Japan analysis.
Okay.
And if you actually look, I'm sorry, it's bad. Switch 1 at about the same time, the previous year was actually doing about 10,000 better.
10,000 units?
Yeah, so about 10,000. So on a weekly basis.
So you're telling me that you're basing your whole analysis of how the Switch 2 is going to do long term on 10,000 units
a week. So this is the most recent weeks. So the most recent weeks.
All
right.
So
you're seeing baseball
I'm done here. Alan, you're a hater. You're just a Switch 2 hater. You are basing your analysis of long term, not on games coming out, not on potential sales of Pokemon, not on sales of games, but on 10,000.
Do you want to talk about that?
Wait, hold up. 10,000 units in a comparison of week to week where the Switch 2 outsold it significantly more overall.
Wait, stop. What are you saying? That doesn't make sense.
Time out. Both systems had stock allocation problems. It varies from week to week. It varies from week to week. You still think for some reason that you can just walk in and buy a Switch 2 in the stores. You can't. We all know that you can't, but that's okay. You can act like you can to make.
You're saying these things, but you're saying these things. How do you know they're true?
Because if you go to the stores, if you go on Amazon, go to the stores and see if you can buy one, and then you can go from there. Ask someone that lives in Japan. Ask someone that lives in Japan. Ask them if they can just go in and get it, no problem. The stores are still doing lotteries. They're still doing lotteries. Nintendo made a post about still doing lotteries.
2 links that show that they are indeed still doing lotteries right now.
Okay. Oh, thank you. So this graph and these charts are ridiculous. This you can just throw all this out.
They're very ridiculous. Not only did you compare them to Switch 1 sales from last year, what I thought you were going to do is what something that somebody would research, and they say they do articles and stuff about sales that they would compare it to year 1 Switch sales during the same time. And so I can link you this. I can link you this because again, this is in OJ's defense with what he's saying.
Yeah.
In the week 36 of 2017, September 4th to September 10th, the Nintendo Switch sold 45,000 units.
That's why I said this is hack. I said it's not even correct.
But isn't that higher than what? So what week was that?
That was week 36. That was September 4th to September 10th of 2017.
September 4th to 20. Okay. So that would be, and you said 46, so it's about the same. So it's not necessarily doing any better.
And if you look at
you're not accounting for that. There's a lottery system, and that the Switch 2 is more limited than the Switch 1.
They were both having stock. They were both having limit. That's why I said that this whole thing is you need to throw this whole thing out because it's the first couple. It's the first year. It's the first 6 months. You cannot determine the overall sales of something by saying it's trending downward of this. But
so do you think the trend is? You think the trend is going to change? So, do you think the trend is going to change?
How do games sell? How do systems sell?
Well, I have a question for you guys.
Yes, the trend will change. Yes, the system sales will go up as they actually get more stock because there is lotteries going on. Yes. When they get more stock.
So the reason I disagree with that is because if you look at the long.
I have a question.
Yeah, hit me.
Is there anything else that anybody can think of that's going on in Japan right now, macroeconomically, that might also be a reason why those sales are down and could potentially remain down? It might be a point.
There's nothing macroeconomically right now because if you compare it to Switch 1, it's right around the same as Switch 1, and it's already sold way better as they have stock.
The only thing I can think of the price or the
This guy is a hack sales analyst, and he is a hack sales analyst, and the reason why I'm saying that he's a hack sales analyst is because he's saying even though he didn't know that there were still lotteries, yet he's making graphs saying nobody's buying it as much. He didn't know that there's lotteries at all. He didn't know. He didn't compare it to Switch 1 in the same.
So I think I figured this out. I think I figured out something, OJ. I think I figured out something about you, OJ. What you do is if you
Can I go first real quick?
Yeah.
Consider the fact that Japan is in a population implosion right now. Population is actually decreasing in Japan right now.
Yeah.
That could be why, as of right now. So if you adjust those numbers, you're probably looking at the Switch doing pretty similar to the Switch 2. If you adjust those numbers, but nobody ever does. Nobody does
that. So when Pokemon comes out, right, and the numbers jump all the way up, then what? Then we're gonna sit there and say, oh well, it's going up now. Maybe it's gonna do better. And then if it goes back down, maybe it's gonna do worse.
So that's in your favor. OJ.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, no. That's in OJ. That's in your favor then.
No,
because if Pokemon comes up and sells the same level as Switch 1. The population decrease. Now Switch 2 is outperforming.
But I guess the question is, has the population decreased that much from 2017? I don't think it has to make a big difference. 2020,
there was a significant decrease across.
Like I said, to me, it is impossible.
I don't know that would make that big of an effect.
It is impossible right now.
And then it would also explain the comparison of 2024 to 2025, which is what I use.
2024 Switch sales to 2025 Switch 2 sales.
Oh, that's why.
Why are you? You're supposed to launch behind the sales. You're supposed to launch behind the sales. Why are you not launching behind the sales?
That's why I brought up the 2017. That's why I brought up. That's why I brought up week 36 of 2017. That's right around this time in September, and they're right about the same when it comes to Switch 1.
Oh, wow.
Back then, and Switch 2 now.
I told you all that.
What?
So the reason I did that is to try and see what demand for the Switch was a year ago and compare it to demand for the Switch 2. Currently.
Dude, the Switch is 8 years old. The demand wouldn't be as high as it is for Switch 2. What are you even
Wait, what do you mean?
What are you drinking in the water down there, dude?
Listen,
so why would that be?
Listen.
So the problem is what I'm trying to say is what I'm looking at is like, okay.
Alan.
No. Let me finish.
Bro. Honestly, Alan. This is not your forte. Like legit, bro. Like I'm being honest.
Yeah.
This is not your realm. Like legitimately.
I think you're.
This is not your realm, bro.
I think you're crazy, but. So the problem is when
we're gonna wait.
No. I'm trying to. Well,
we're gonna wait and we're gonna see what the people say. We're gonna see what users say about your analysis. Okay. So listen, it's not. We got guys that hate my guts that sat there and said I'm winning. Okay. So we got guys that hate my guts that said that I'm winning this. Dude, Alan, you're doing bad, and I'm being honest with you. And I'm not. This is no cap. You're doing really bad right now. Like this is hack. This is hack. Bottom tier trash.
Well, I'm gonna take a look at
sales
so why
analysis.
is it hack? So what?
This is terrible.
Is hack analysis?
Explain to me that. This is what hack is. You are one. If you're going to compare two systems, if you're going to do it, you would launch align the systems. You would compare from the launch year and the launch year, and then align them from month to month. This is the reason why people will say, oh, well, compared to PS4, compared to PS5, launch aligned, PS5 is this much down compared to PS4.
Oh, actually, so I can kind of explain why I wouldn't do that. And the reason being is because
the explanation,
yeah. So the problem was that the Switch, you were talking about, so when you're talking about two systems, right? So you're going from the Wii U to the Switch. So a lot of times when you're talking about a new console, the old console is going to affect the sales. So obviously the Switch had a slower start because you're talking about there are only 13 million people that may have been interested in the next console launch. Now, go to the next one. You have
100... Did you just ignore the 70-something million 3DS owners?
You know what? You're right. So 70 million. So we'll see 70 million.
I'm going to reiterate what OJ said.
We're going to do 80 million. So we'll even say 80 million. But again, so we'll say 80 million. I think the reason I use 15 because, again, it's like you're talking about consoles. We'll usually compare the two. But even still, you're talking about, okay, we have 150 or about, let's say 150, because I don't know the exact number, people that bought the Switch and that they're going to upgrade to the Switch 2. So it's obviously going to look a lot better. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, is that initially it's going to do really well, right? Because you have a lot of people coming over from the previous console. They're going to upgrade. But the question is, what's it look like afterwards? So that's why I kind of tried to compare the two, because I'm comparing the two. If I'm comparing, I'm saying, okay, well, what was the demand a year ago? Because again, economics changes quite a bit, especially post-COVID.
Here's why that's a terrible comparison, and here's why it makes no sense. There is no super rage or demand for the Switch 1 last year in Japan. You can walk into any store and buy a Switch 1. The Switch 2 last year.
Exactly. So why is the Switch 1 doing better than the Switch 2 at the same time period?
The Switch 2 is limited with lotteries for the millionth time. So the reason, again, like I said, that be as high because there are lotteries to buy one. You comparing.
So I explained to you, OJ. I've explained to you before. The reason I disagree with that.
I let you talk and I let you go on with this terrible comparison. Now let me tell you the reason why it's terrible. I'm telling you, and everyone's gonna say the same thing. There is no super big demand. There are no lotteries for a Switch 1. There are lotteries, and there is stock limited for Switch 2 in Japan. It just is. You comparing the Switch 1 sales where you can walk in easily and go buy one, and there's plenty of stock for anybody who wants one last year, compared to a new system launching with limited stock, whether you need a lottery just to get one, that doesn't matter. It is irrelevant to long-term sales for this system. You cannot deduce that the system isn't going to do as well by comparing an 8-year, 7-year system and where you can just get one to a stock limited system where you can't just walk in and get one. There is no comparison to be made between those two. None.
So actually, can I answer? Actually,
I'm gonna just be honest with you. I am not a pro Switch 2 guy right now, but OJ takes the win. Like, dude, you are completely out of it. Like, none of this makes sense, and I feel really bad for you. This should probably be deleted off the internet because this is not gonna look good for you.
No, you can keep it up. I don't know.
We'll let the fans decide.
Oh, so this is flipping content. Flip it. You keep it, buddy.
It's on my channel. I might delete it though. I might delete it because I feel bad for you. I honestly feel bad for you, Alan. Honestly, bro, stop analyzing video game sales. Stop, or listen to other people that know better than you and learn. This is a bad comparison. It is a terrible comparison between a new system with limited stock that's running lotteries compared to a system that you can just walk in and buy anytime that you want. There's no comparison between them. Launch align them,
the reason
and compare them in that way.
OJ, well, first of all, launch align doesn't make sense. You're talking about two different times of the year.
No, launch align. So you in the first month,
right, but one was launched in March and one was launched in. That wouldn't make sense. One's launched in March and one's launched in June.
One launched in March, one launched in June. But if you're going,
so you're talking about different times of the year. That's why I did this comparison.
If you're going to do a comparison,
but why would I launch it two different times of the year? Sales trends change all over the year.
Sure, sales trends change all over the year. Yes, absolutely. But if
why would I use launch aligned in that when you have two consoles? Usually you can do launch aligned because they usually come out in Christmas. This one didn't come out in either of those two times.
Just have to adjust.
Jesus
do
Christ.
it.
You
Here's
can.
the reason- here's the reason
maybe
why
you
launch-
can, but you can take a little bit longer.
Here's the
The only
reason
problem
why
with launch line is that again.
Here's the reason why launch aligning is better. Here's the reason why launch aligning is better because there are more circumstances that suit each launch. They're both going to be limited in stock. Switch 1 was severely limited in stock in Japan. It was limited. Switch 2 is also limited in stock where they're doing lotteries as well. So it is a more of a better comparison in the first years to see how consumers are responding than in a 7-year system where you can just get one whenever people already have it, blah blah blah, not as many games, the next system's already announced or people are anticipating, compared to a brand new system. There's not enough variable factors, or there's not enough factors that are the same in there to compare the 7th year of a system and that you can get anytime that you want, and a limited stock system that just launched. Launch alignment.
And again,
is
you
what
keep saying
most
limited edition.
analysts-
The reason I disagree with that is because if you look at the trend, that's not what the trend line is showing. Again,
tell me what analyst
if it's,
doesn't do launch aligning. Tell me what analyst does. Every single
Well,
analyst,
no. I'm
every
talking
single
about
sales
you keep
analyst,
saying-
everybody
you
does
keep
launch
saying it's
aligning.
very restricted.
You for some
You're saying
reason are doing a 7-year system versus a first couple months system and saying,
you also are relying a lot on the. You're relying a lot on the. You're saying that must be limited. But the problem is,
I haven't lied
it's
on
so
anything,
limited.
fam.
Why is it changing in this way?
I have not lied.
it's-
I have not, because stock changes.
I didn't say you lied. Actually, you never said you lied.
Did you not?
Anyway, what I would say, Alan, is first of all, first of all, Alan, never stop doing analysis. The reason
No, I'm gonna keep doing it. Don't worry.
Analysis is
You
trash.
disagree with me.
It's garbage. I think this is Nintendo.
You know,
this is like Nintendo's alt. This is Nintendo's alt.
I actually know at the beginning though. I told you my blog. So you can read my whole blog. That's where I got these charts
Bro,
from.
I ain't reading that blog. Hell no.
Whoa! You told me you should read reviews, and you don't want to read the blog now? Come on, OJ. Come on.
This blog is written by.
Come on, OJ. You said you should read things, and you're not gonna read my blog. Come on.
This is the information that you're doing in here, misinforming people by not launch aligning sales, by comparing a 7-year system to a first-year system, by comparing a system that has lotteries compared to no lotteries. There's not enough factors to compare these two systems and what you're doing from 2024 to a launch year. You launch align the systems and then you go from there. That's what you do. You launch align them.
Well, I'm going to say this, OJ. You want the launch align system because it would look better for your argument.
No.
I
want the launch
align. Yes. So what you do, OJ, I've noticed this too, because you didn't think I had the data too. I remember before I posted, you're like, oh, you don't have the data. I have the data right there. But what you like to do is you like to find a specific issue and then hammer that. The point is where I disagree a little bit on it must be the lotteries. It must be the lotteries. Is you wouldn't see a graph with a consistent downtrend line like it's having, because usually what happens with most consoles is they'll have their initial launch and that's when they're the worst stock, and then but as time goes on it will get better. But we're seeing with Switch 2 is while there was that in the beginning.
That is false.
Is it now? Okay,
that is false. So
here's
here's what actually happens with launches.
Is it?
Here's what
I don't disagree. Usually
what actually happens. It peaks, okay? It peaks and it goes up near the launch, and then it kind of goes up and it goes down as stock allows for it. PlayStation 5 was the exact same way. Xbox was it for a bit. Switch 1 was also it as well. Peaked at the very top, goes down, kind of goes up, goes down, kind of goes down more depending on the stock for the first year. That's why you launch align it, because there is a variable. Or
that's what I just said. OJ. So I said that the biggest gap is going to be in the very beginning. So because again you're going to have a big initial demand, a big push, everybody buys it, brother, and then you're going to have a decline.
Let me ask you this, Troy. You keep saying that you look at like the analytics and the sales numbers, and you try to compare, but then you show us Switch 1 from 2024, and then you compare Switch 2 to 2025. Now I've been quiet because I've been doing your job that you supposedly do by just simply asking Google. How many weeks has it been since the Switch release to now? It's been 13 weeks. So if we compare those 13 weeks to the same 13 weeks between from March 3rd to early June 2017, because that would also be 13 weeks. Lo and behold, the Switch 1 sold 37,000 units in the first week of June in Japan.
I was in that,
right, but that would be Japan. We're talking about September. So
yeah, oh my Jesus! You didn't understand what the hell I just said.
Didn't you just say you're talking about week 13? You're talking about July, right?
Listen, please,
week 13,
please
July, right?
Please listen.
Yes.
From March 3rd to the first week of June in 2017 was 13 weeks.
Yes.
I'm so
From
sorry,
June
chat.
5th
I'm so sorry, chat.
to now
I'm so sorry.
has been 13 weeks in 2025.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, chat. Jesus Christ.
From what you showed us is 46,000.
Mm-hmm.
In that in Japan, it was 37,000. Same week 13. Mm-hmm. What does that tell you? Which console sold more? Which console sold more?
In that situation, in that comparison, it would be a Switch 2, right? Because you're talking about 10,000 units, right? Right?
Yeah, in the same amount of weeks. Mm-hmm. The same exact weeks, 13.
So, right, and the reason I didn't like that one as much is for two reasons. Is that it's actually still good. It's still good to compare. I think but for my comparison, the reason I use is because one, I wanted a year-over-year comparison. I wanted to see what demand was a year-over-year, and I was like, you know what? The Switch 2 should beat the Switch 1. So in my mind, it shouldn't be less. And the other is that I wanted to see kind of like based on more current economics, because a lot of things have changed since 2017.
You know what?
Right.
Thanks,
so
Alan,
I want to see. I am leaving. I picked that. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm more just saying that I was like, okay, what's current demand?
I appreciate you, Alan. Jim,
and
thank you for being here.
If you know that like the outcomes of like the economy right now are like complete dog shit compared to 2017, and the Switch 2 still outsells the Switch 1 in the same amount of weeks. And this is a system that's holding a lottery system, and that is still not in stock fully in Japan. Mm-hmm. And that you have a bunch of games like Pokemon releasing. You get 2 Pokemon games. No, you're getting 3 Pokemon games within a year's time span. 3 so far that are, pretty much we know that are confirmed. ZA, which is October, Pocopia, and then you have Gen 10, which is obviously 2026. That's 3 games. I'm not even being petty and including the Nintendo Switch Online game that they'll possibly add for the 30th anniversary.
Mm-hmm. See, this is very similar, Alan, to what you do with Steam reviews. I just noticed that you'll find information that you think will fit your argument, even though.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's what you. OJ, are you crazy? Why would I not do that? If I'm making an argument, I'm going to use points that support my argument. Are you fucking out of your mind?
But see, the problem is that that's
I'm not out of my if mind. I'm going to use I'm going to make an argument.
That's why I said that you're a hack. That's why I said that you're a hack. You're not looking for the truth. You're looking for stuff that just simply says that you're right. And you'll bend and you'll twist. You'll play Twister. You ever played Twister before? You will play Twister to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? Well, you'll bend and contort your body in different types of ways. To the point to where you would compare a lot of the rebate. First of all, you didn't even know. So, I mean, you didn't even go into it.
No, I knew about the lottery. Now, I disagree with you. I've said this multiple times. Yeah. I don't think it's as big as you're saying it is. Because I talked about the sales trends. Yes, because again, why is it so low now versus other weeks earlier in the month? I think what you're just counting OJ is. I think what you're just counting OJ is. And what you're not understanding is that we can see the trend line, because there are going to be weeks where it will be supply limited, because supply has been stronger in Japan than other regions, and you see it in the graph. But then you see a constant trend downward. So why would I think that these most 3 weekend weeks are the worst stock issue?
Have the same trend line. What about the Switch 1? Why did that go back up?
I'm not talking about the Switch 1. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about your point about
your trend
stock limitation. No, stop. You changed the topic. Oh
my goodness. We're on the same topic. You are
no. Stop.
You are comprehension deficient. That's because
you changed the topic. So what I'm saying to you, OJ, is you're saying that Switch's supply is limited. That's why those sales are so low. The 3 most weekend rates. Okay. Well, then I look at the graph. I would say, okay, what I expect that, okay, I kind of like that. That the 3 most weekend, I would say that, okay, well, if it was supply limited issue, I should see it be more inconsistent. Because again, if it's a problem of people can't get them, I should see those issues throughout. And you do agree, but then I'm consistently seeing where it's like, okay, well, here it's 90, and here it's 60, and then maybe it has up, but then it goes down and down and down. I shouldn't be seeing, if a supply, I should see more kind of peaks and valleys, but more consistent trend line. I shouldn't be seeing a downward trend.
Based off of what system does that? Based off of what? Where are you saying it should be this? So based off of what system? Go.
Wait, what do you mean based off what system?
Based off of, you're saying I should see more peaks going up. Based off of what? Based off of what?
Let me explain it again, OJ. If a system is out of stock,
I got what you said.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
Why should your information show what it shows? Because you're saying I should see more peaks going this way. Based off of what?
So if the issue is supply where demand exceeds supply, that's when you get shortages, right? That's the basic definition of a shortage. You should see a more peak and valley because what you're going to see is some weeks they cannot meet demand.
How much?
So that week will be lower. So what happens is that week will be lower because they didn't meet demand. That's all they could supply. And then when more supply comes in, the numbers will be higher because what happens is that week they met demand a little better.
Do you know how much?
So it goes up.
No, wait. Do you know how much was shipped from each week to week?
I only know how much was shipped total because Nintendo reported 1.2 million.
So you don't know how much is shipped from week to week, but you're trying to tell us that it should go up based off of a number that you don't know.
What I'm telling you is a theoretical of how supplies and
I'm not looking for a theoretical. I am looking. What are
do you
the
not
numbers?
Know how OJ? Do you not know how?
No,
do you know,
listen, Alan. What
OJ,
are the numbers shipped week to
work?
week? Give me the numbers for the peaks that are going.
OJ,
give me the numbers. What are the numbers shipped? What did they ship out?
OJ. Do you know the numbers that are shipped out? Do you have the information?
I am not the one who is sitting there and trying to say the peaks.
But why are we? But why are we now going to ship numbers? What I'm explaining to you, OJ,
that the lottery system. OJ, I am telling you that the lottery system allows for a very wonky in terms of how much is shipped out. I don't know the shipping numbers. Here's what I do know. I know that they run lotteries in Japan. So any systems that come in are sold. That's what we know factually from people that are in Japan, from even in the chat. They link that to you. If you go on the websites and try to buy one yourself, it all says the same thing. You are making theoreticals about, oh, it didn't meet supply or we didn't have enough there, so it should have been higher, but you are not basing it off of year one Switch 1 sales. You are not basing it off of Xbox. You're not basing it off of PlayStation. You're basing it off of your imagination. On what you think should happen.
Imagination, I gave you the data.
But it is imagination. Legitimate. I'm not, no cap, it's imagination. This is your imagination.
OJ, I think maybe you misunderstand how much. Do you understand what a shortage is? Do you understand how shortages work?
I understand.
From the basic economic principle, can you explain it?
The basic economic principle of what? Of a shortage, supply, and demand?
Yeah, explain it.
Whenever the supply, so there is demand for a product, right? There is a demand for a product, and there is supply. And when the demand outstrips the supply, that causes a shortage.
Right. So you will have some weeks because, again, you can't sell more than, and you agree, but you cannot sell more than what you supplied, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So you would see then if there was a supply issue where Nintendo has struggled to get supply, that you're going to see a week where you're going to see weeks that are bad because you're going to see some weeks where they couldn't get supply. But then you should see weeks where they will have supply, right? So you should see, if you see a downtrend, why would you think that would be a supply issue?
There? So how much supply was sent in the bad weeks? In the down weeks where you said it's keep going down. How much supply was sent? Is there enough supply to meet? Is there supply there? Can you easily buy it? No, you can't. And that's what you don't understand. Yes, sure.
What I'm saying is the data doesn't necessarily support your argument.
No.
And again, you're all pointing the online lotteries, but sometimes and this happened with Switch 2 as well. You usually could go in the store and just get one.
Alan,
so sometimes online,
true.
Usually Switch had this problem in July where you couldn't get one online. But you went to the store, you were easily able to get one.
That's why you launch Align the sales, so you can compare factors like shortages and what TM did for you. He did it himself and showed you the data when it comes to launch Aligned and what was happening in 2017 with the Switch.
But I'm saying is, I think you're wrong about there being supply being so limited. Okay, as far as I know, I'm not seeing that data, and I'm not.
The thing about it is that
the data doesn't support your argument.
Alan, you have proved that you like to do minimal research. That is something that is consistent throughout this whole thing. Even to the point where you didn't even remember you didn't read the article that.
Whoa! How much research did you do? I did
more than you, because I know.
No, you didn't. Oh, fuck you didn't. No, how many drafts have you prepared?
Here's why I did more.
Did you prepare a graph on this?
Here's why I've done more research than you. One, I know that there's lotteries in Japan. You do not, and you're going so far to try to prove your point.
I know there's been lotteries in Japan. I'm saying they're not as extreme as you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
What is the
I'm
extreme?
saying that you are overstating the lotteries. You're saying that the supply is very constrained.
So
I'm saying it's not.
Can you go in and buy a Switch 2 whenever you want in Japan?
Can you, do you know? Have you been to Japan? When was the last time you've been to Japan?
I have people in Japan that are on my stream all the time.
You have people?
Yes.
But have you been to Japan?
And also, if you go on the stores, you can go online and try to buy one, and the same thing comes up if you try to buy one. You can't.
That happened in America too, though, and you can still get it in. You can still get it in the stores.
No.
So why do you then think
There's no
what you
lottery
say?
in America, man?
We're talking about Japan.
Well, we had so I was comparing the online stores. The online stores were
online stores. You can't just go buy one, no problem. It's a lottery.
Right. But I'm saying I was comparing it to the online stores had the same problem. You couldn't buy the Switch 2 online, but you could get it in the stores. That happened a lot.
Listen, I am telling you that since we do not know the shipment numbers from each week, and there are you're saying that I'm exaggerating the lotteries. I'm not.
Yes.
I am not exaggerating the lotteries. You are making an assumption about something that you do not know about. You do not know about the lotteries. You did not know about them before we even started.
OJ, what I did, OJ, is I looked at the OJ. What I did is I looked at the data and saw, there seems to be a consistent downtrend. It seems like that might be an issue. You want to talk about the lotteries because the data didn't really work for your opinion. So you're like, well, what about the lotteries? And you really haven't said much besides the lotteries. So you're like, lottery. And you all mentioned you have. I get that.
Because listen, I do not know the weekly shipments from Japan. If Nintendo shipped more to there, they would have sold more.
So what you're saying is you basically you don't like my data because you're saying that I need data I can't get to make the conclusion I'm making.
It's not that I don't like your data.
It is actually 100% that. But it kind of shows the opinion you don't care for. Because remember earlier in this conversation you said, you don't have it. You don't have it. And then when I showed you it has to change.
Your data, you don't have any data. Here's what your data is.
Famitsu is not data?
Your data is
Famitsu data not good enough? Is Famitsu data not good enough?
Everybody has Famitsu data. Your comparisons, that's why I called you a hack. Your comparisons are trash. That's what it is. TM launch aligned the sales for you that give you a launch align to see how the Switch 1 did compared to the Switch 2 in similar circumstances in terms of their months that they've been out, and you threw that away. We have data here that says that there are lotteries. You say we're exaggerating. Everything that we say when it comes down to it, you have some type of stupid response to because you don't like the fact that your comparison is bad. And nobody here thinks that it's a good comparison. Not a single person in the chat here, not a single person that's going to watch later says that you should compare a 7-year-old system to a launch system and then make predictions on long-term sales, not based off of video games, because systems sell based off video games, but based off of a 2-week trend of a lottery system that you think is their lotteries are not that bad because I don't know, but I'm just gonna say that. That's because I'm right.
Well, you just say that, but I pointed out where I disagree with that, and I've told you multiple times.
You have no data on the shipment numbers. You have zero data on the shipment numbers.
But that's kind of, you're asking for the impossible.
Zero data. Okay. You don't know what you're talking about. You never know what
you're appealing. You're appealing a bit to the impossible because none of us will have it, and we can only really get from Nintendo's financial reports.
And then later, when the system does way better than what you're saying, when the system sales go up because of Pokemon and because of more stock and all that, then your data's going to say what? Then it's going
how about that? Actually, what? You know what? Actually, that might be a great. Do you want to cap it on that?
Let me take a crack at this. Can I?
Yeah, hit me.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry that I subjected you to this, flipping the switch. Goodness gracious, I will never do this again. I will never do this again.
No, I want you guys to come back. Maybe not.
I can't.
I'll come back. Yeah, I don't care.
We're not going to debate bad faith hack sales analysis. TM gave you perfect sales analysis.
Well, I want to hear a flip. I want to hear a flip side.
And this is.
I want to hear a flip side.
This is disrespectful. This is disrespectful.
So what I'm going to do, Alan, is I'm actually going to step in on the Switch 2 skeptical side for a second here. I think it's needed at this point. No offense, buddy, but I do think it's needed. OJ, do you mind if I step in and give you an argument here?
Feel free. I hope you have better. I hope you have something logical to say, Flip.
So we don't have any long-term data that we can actually use to do an analysis. It's certainly not a macro or even a micro analysis right now in terms of Switch 1 versus Switch 2 or Switch 2 versus anything. System's been out for what, 3 fucking months?
About 3 months.
About 3 months. Yeah. Okay, 3 fucking months this goddamn thing's been out. guys, what we can do is we can take a look at conditions, and we can take a look at certain market conditions that can give us some clues as to how the Switch 2 may perform. Okay, so factors that I want to analyze and discuss. Increased competition. The Switch 1 was a disruptive, innovating device that had no competition in its class until later when the Steam Deck came out. We're likely to see at some point a Steam Deck 2. We're likely to see other, maybe not the ROG Ally X, that thing's a fucking joke at $1,000, but we are very likely to see other hybrid handhelds enter the market. Now, are these going to eat into the Switch 2 significantly? I don't think so. But they will eat in more than handheld consoles ate into the Switch 1, because just by virtue of there being more of them. So increased competition is one thing that potentially erodes a little bit of Switch 2 sales. Macroeconomic factors such as population decline. Overall, it's undergoing a population decline. Tariff situation giving instability to supply chains. It may just get harder, especially if other things happen, to get the parts necessary to manufacture and distribute Switch 2s. So that could certainly be a factor. It's certainly a more chaotic manufacturing environment than it was in 2017. And that trend looks to be increasing as time goes on. Geopolitical instability. Over time, we're going to see more and more geopolitical instability in many countries. All of these are going to have a direct factor in everything from production to manufacturing to facility layout to logistics in terms of getting systems across the world. Emerging markets, primarily being dominated by mobile and PC gaming. In every emerging market, from Turkey to Saudi Arabia, we see consoles, whether it's PlayStation, whether it's Sony, whether it's Nintendo, not being able to adequately penetrate in comparison to already established PC market. Whereas in the past, even the Switch had, I wouldn't say significant impact, but it had decent impact in penetrating the Chinese market and getting at least something there. Fucking something. So altogether, while I don't have the details in terms of sales, because we don't have that long-term sales data to do that comparison, what we do see is we see a lot of macroeconomic factors that don't really favor Nintendo's new console, nor do they favor anybody's new console. Not to mention the fact that a lot of market data shows that most people play games that are around 10 plus years old. And so, long story short, what you're going to have is you also have indications that the entire games industry has overshot the market significantly. So there is question to whether it's the Switch 2 or whether it's whatever newfangled fucking thing Sony comes up with. Is any of this valued by the mass market in general? Now, factors in the Switch's favor. Whale capture theory. Could very well be that as economic adjustments are made and more wealth is stratified in the in the upper percentage of people, so top earners, that video game companies, including Nintendo, which might explain some of these price increases, might explain some of the DLC, all video game companies are beginning to leverage what my friend V calls whale capture theory, which is you're not selling as much, but yet you can still increase profits by just leveraging the gamers that are wealthy enough to stay in the hobby. That's certainly one factor available. The other factor is as the Switch 1 wanes and goes out of favor, that competition, which right now is fierce, directly with the Switch 1 goes away. So altogether, what I would say is, looking at the analysis, I won't have my full numbers until we get those full numbers here this spring. I'll be able to look and see what's going on, where that Switch 2 is stabilizing with no holiday rush. But I can see a future where not just the Switch 2, but all gaming has at least a marginal decline. And that's why I actually said as of right now, unless something major changes, like another big game, for example, Nintendo could come out of nowhere with another Wii Sports that we don't fucking know about. All of this could factor in to create a market where we go from an NES to an SNES trajectory. I don't think it's going to be a Wii U. I don't even think Nintendo has to sell what the Switch 1 did, but I do think it will be a significant decline. So now, what do you think of that, OJ?
Okay, so no, very good analysis. Like I get that. That is from a broad analysis that uses, some points of data that you can talk about looking at economic conditions. And I think that that's maybe a little bit better than comparing year 7 of a system to year first couple months of a system and then claiming that people don't know what they're talking about with lotteries. That is definitely better analysis than that, and saying no, the lotteries aren't, no, you're exaggerating when it's not true. Clearly everyone in the chat and everyone's saying no, this is how it is if you try to buy a system. So I do appreciate that more. I will say this, when it comes to systems and when it comes to any system in terms of sales or what sells or not, it's based off of software. Nintendo knows this better
every time,
than anybody. It's based off of software. You cannot make a determination of how well a system is going to sell or not sell until you see the full software lineup. Switch 2 by month 3 you couldn't tell, or sorry, Switch 1 by month 3, you couldn't tell if it was going to sell 150 million. There's no way in hell that you could have guessed that Switch 1 was going to sell 150 million units in month 3. There's no way. This is why I
did predict it was going to sell at least 100 million. I did predict back in 2017 it was going to sell at least 100 million.
You predicted that it was going to sell at least 100 million, but it wasn't based off this data. Because the data.
It actually was based on. I think it was based on the games. I actually did get to play.
It was based on games. Earlier. Based on what?
Yeah.
Games?
So Breath of the Wild. No, I thought they would needed a 2D Mario. I think if they I thought originally, which they did get one way later. But my thought was if they had the Zelda, I thought was going to do really, really well, and I thought because again. It was basically, I think, just it's hard to get into. Maybe not. Everyone knows my Breath of the Wild is great, but I figured they need a 3D Mario. Not 3D Mario. 2D Mario. They didn't necessarily need one. COVID helped a lot too. Actually,
do you have any?
But I did predict it.
Do you have anything that shows that you predicted that?
Ooh, it might be lost to time. It might be lost to time.
Okay.
What happened was it was the old.
I'm not going to take his word on it. But I mean, if you do, then you do. But I'm not going to sit here and act like, because you're not doing it
afterwards.
You're not doing a great job of explaining why you felt that back then, because you said Breath of the Wild and now let me give you exactly why I knew that it was going to sell over 100 million and why I actually do have it locked in. You can look it up it's on Twitter. All you got to do is just type it on my 100 million and you'll see that. It's because if you combine the Nintendo 3DS and you combine the Wii U, two of Nintendo's worst selling systems of all time, and you put all of their games that they do on one system, what's the number that you get? You get right around 90 something, 80, high 80s, 90 million. So you can make up that 10 million or so or whatever it is by having great marketing and by having better games and marketing those all to one base and one platform with a solid message.
That's the minimum, yeah.
Both 3DS, yeah, exactly. Both 3DS and Wii U both started out slow. You want fast starts. That's what you want. Most systems that do well have a fast or a good start, especially in Nintendo history. So if you're going to look at trends, you're going to want to look at fast starts. The Wii, fast start. The NES, fast start. All of Nintendo's, the DS, not quite as fast, but they turn things up as fast as they could when it comes to the DS. You want quick starts and you want them as fast as possible. Even the Game Boy, fast start. Old school, but fast start for back then. So that's the reason why you're going to look at the Switch too. You do not want to have a slow start. The 3DS had a slow start. The Wii U had a slow start. The GameCube had a bit of a slow start. Their worst systems have slow starts. You want fast starts, and you want all your games on one platform. And that's the reason why Switch 2 is going to do well, because you're going to have the big 3D Mario, you're going to have the next big Zelda, you're going to have the next big Animal Crossing, you're going to have the next big Pokemon Gen 10, and maybe even another gen. You're going to have all these games that drew people to buy the Wii U and the 3DS, even in their lowest point. Those people are going to be back when they see something that they like. Looking at a Japanese sales chart trend and then making a prediction based off of that is hack. What you should be looking at is the fact that, man, it's off to a really fast start. And on top of that, they really don't have any competition. If you're looking at a hybrid platform, PC handhelds, the best-selling PC handheld is the Steam Deck. That has barely sold 4 million units. The Switch 2 has outsold it in record time. Almost in 3 days, it outsold it. They have no presence in Japan. Yeah. They have no real presence because the sales, nobody cares about a damn PC handheld. It's just wackos online that sit there and like to push these things as if people buy them. They don't. The media doesn't talk about it because they like PC handhelds. Wait, and let me just say this. The sales numbers are going to be based off of the big games that come out. That's how every system lives or dies. It's based off the big games that come out.
It's not necessarily true for PlayStation, but
It is
can I
true for
interject this?
PlayStation.
Alan, real quick,
It
hold on,
is
buddy.
true. You know why? It's true
Yeah,
for-
I'm sorry, Flip.
You know why it's true for PlayStation? It's true for PlayStation because what they feel and what PlayStation people want to buy will be big third-party games. So it's going to live or die by those big third-party games, and people that just like PlayStation because it has third-party and it plays it decent enough or whatever the case is. So any system lives or dies by the games that come out for that system, especially if it's exclusive. There's never been a single Nintendo system in the history of Nintendo systems that has done well and not had incredible games. That's how you do well. That is the key to all of this. It is not a sales chart in Japan 3 months in. It is games that come out for it. Yeah. That is what does well or not, and that's just the facts, guys. That's just the facts.
So let me interject here real quick. So, yeah, in terms of software, and I said that in my analysis, any game can become that game. Hell, might not even be a Mario, might not even be a Zelda. It could be something we don't even fucking know about that Nintendo's cooking up. They're the best at that. They're the absolute best at that. Nobody does it better. So, absolutely, I agree with you that everything always hinges on software. It's the games. It's always been the games. Like Yamauchi said, Nintendo is just the box you buy to get to Mario. Now, to kind of clarify on the portable PCs, the hybrid PCs, right? I don't think it's going to be a significant increase into the Switch's sales. I do think that there will be more. All I said is I think there'll be more that eats into Switch 2, that eats into Switch 1 by just sheer number alone. There's just, again, these are economic birdmen. So
these PC handhelds are $1,000 for the new ones.
Correct. Up so that's the other problem.
They're up to 1,000. So let's say it eats in flipping the Switch. Let's say it eats in. The Switch 2 does not have to sell 150 million. It can sell 120 million. It can eat in, but the problem is that I don't see where is it eating from. It's eating crumbs or it's eating out of the trash can. Because
it's not significant.
Well, actually, so we're gonna add something. There actually is an interesting point.
Hold on, Alan, real quick. Hold on now. So I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a significant eat-in. It's just something that you want to look at. The reason for that is because there were zero in the Switch 1. There was zero competition. When that thing set sail in the blue ocean, nothing around it. Now, with these PC handhelds, now they have a problem. The problem they have is that they overshoot the market. The problem they also have is that PC gamers are specs obsessive, hardcore gamer freaks, and they care about specs and they care about frames per second. And there's not really a reason for them to drop down into the hybrid world. They already mocked the Switch for that. They're not going to want to eat that hardware dip, right? They're just not going to want to. But I think there'll be enough, and I think there will be more people buy these other hybrids than bought them during the Switch era, and I think that is an easy prediction to make. If I'm wrong, but I think that's going to come true. Even if it's not significant, because there's just more of them on the market.
You're true, and there's a lot of them on the market, and a lot of them not selling well too. There's a lot of them. A lot of them aren't selling very well at all. They're too expensive. They're not selling well. They don't have custom software built for it when it comes down to it.
Correct.
And at the end of the day, you're looking at the sales numbers, and you're looking at the Switch 2 and even the Switch 1. At this point, they're blowing them away in sales. Even the Switch 1 is blowing these handheld PCs away in sales.
I don't disagree.
There's going to be more. But
listen,
when the Switch 1, it was about only, I think about 3 or 4 years before the Steam Deck rumors started. And when Steam Deck was coming out, people were saying Steam Deck is going to eat right into that market. And I swear, I kid you not, there are YouTube videos from Review Tech and other people out there that were saying that the Steam Deck is going to eat into the sales because it's such a better device.
Did you really believe Dickers? Did you believe Dickers?
No, I didn't believe him. Just like I don't believe you right now. So that's what I'm
believe
saying.
Dickers.
So let me actually, so either one of you guys.
Can I jump up to your point, Flip? Because there's actually something interesting.
Sure,
talking about
and again, I want to be clear for people because I'm getting torn apart on the fucking player as of shit. Guys, I'm not saying it's significant. I'm listing you about 20 fucking factors that are going to result in worse macroeconomic conditions than Switch 1 had. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, no,
I think it's really going to eat. But don't worry about PC handhelds.
Which
guys, they're all. Hold on, OJ. They're all spurging out about the PC handhelds. What I'll tell you guys is, don't worry about those. That's the minimal thing I mentioned. The thing that's going to eat the Switch 2's lunch is the economy. It's the economy and it's 100%. The geopolitical instability. It's going to eat its lunch.
I think,
but it doesn't mean it can't do well, and it doesn't mean it can't put out banger games. It doesn't mean it can't make Nintendo a profit. It will. You mark my fucking words. It will sell less than Switch 2 or Switch 1. It absolutely will.
And that's fine.
I don't think
nobody's
that's a great prediction.
Nobody's saying that it needs to outsell. How many times has Sony outsold the PS2? How many times has anybody outsold the PS2? Nobody's outsold the PS2.
Nintendo got close.
Well, hold on.
You know,
hold on. Switch 1 would do it if not for Lion Crying Jim Ryan.
And that's fine. Lion Crying, but even the DS. The DS was a magical, tiny little system that had a bazillion games and that was at 99 and was cheap as hell. And the games were cheap and everything that people complain about today, that didn't even outsell the PlayStation 2. So even if you want to take the DS, that cheap little system for $50 they were selling at some point or not, that didn't outsell it. So getting these numbers, first of all, getting to 150 million is almost impossible. You know how many systems have done it? 3. Switch 1, DS, PS2. 3 systems in the history of systems. Nintendo knows, we all know that that's almost impossible to have 2 systems that do back-to-back 150. It's very likely to not happen, which is why people tell me, is it going to outsell Switch 1? I'm like, probably not, because nothing outsells Switch 1. Nothing is able to get near that, you know?
Can I add to your point, Flip, that you kind of made about PCs?
Alan, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you're good, actually, because there's something interesting, too. I don't know if you've seen some of the recent kind of things, is because I think, I know people bring up the handheld PCs, and they mention they don't really make an impact, which, yeah, I didn't think they ever would, because the Steam Link never really made an impact. Steam stuff doesn't really sell that much. But I think that where I think the big risk is from PC isn't necessarily, it's just the ecosystem in general. Because if you're looking at how younger people are playing, they aren't in consoles like the millennial generation is. They're in phones and PCs. Well, and the games they're playing are like Fortnite, Roblox. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah. They're not in hybrids either. They're in fucking mobile phones. Yeah.
Right. They're not. So I think that young people are not playing hardcore PC. Young people are playing mobile games, and they're playing Switch.
But you can even play a lot of these stuff on like cheaper laptops and stuff. So like the problem is, I think the risk is just that from the younger generation is they don't grow up in the normal console environment, and they tend to value lower prices. They value free to play for sure. They value crossplay. So there's a lot of risk kind of from the newest generation that Nintendo kind of likes to court. Usually they tend to court younger, that they may not be as big into the walled garden thing. And we even see kind of some of the risk in a lot of sales. Like, you know, a lot of where the money's being made right now is the Steam. Like Sony's Helldivers was a great example of that. I think 80% of Helldivers sales, a Sony system was not on PlayStation 5. It was on Steam. Okay. More and more companies are kind of looking at Steam.
Oh, hold on real quick. You don't think Mario, Animal Crossing, Zelda, Mario Kart, you don't think that'd bring them into the walled garden?
The problem is price, maybe. I think that's one thing too, is that young people are spending a lot less, but I think there's a big price issue too. I think I got to your point, the overshooting issue, is that games now, a lot of AAA games are like Mario Kart's $80, but like they're $70. And I think what's up?
$450. Depends on how you.
It's technically $450, right? But I think the problem is a lot of people are just there's cheaper options on Steam. It's clear that I think Silksong's the great example that $20 works, but they're willing to buy cheaper games. They're seeing cheaper options there, and they may not want to go into it for the high cost. And again, like I said, I think right now Switch is the console appeals more to the millennials who grew up with it. But I think the Gen Z and Gen Alpha aren't, and even the millennials as they get older are going to move to PC because they will have the money to build.
You got data that shows that the younger generation's not into Mario and into all that, because it seems like the data.
Here's what I'll tell you. So I have a 5-year-old nephew. I'm a 5-year-old nephew. Just turned 5. He came to the party in a Pokemon shirt. He's obsessed with Pokemon. I think as long as you have things like Pokemon, which is literally the highest.
I was just about to say that, because it clearly shows that franchises like Animal Crossing, Pokemon in general, more like Pokemon, Mario, these franchises.
I'm not worried about that.
I can also add to that.
They got more reach than Helldivers on Steam. I can tell you that for the younger.
But I mean, they have more reach than Roblox and Minecraft.
I've got a 6-year-old niece though.
They don't,
and she's addicted to a tablet. She plays Roblox and Minecraft,
and I'm definitely not arguing Roblox and Minecraft. Roblox.
She has a Switch, and she does not touch it. She does not touch the Switch. I don't even know why they got it for.
Roblox and Minecraft are super big on the. I have a daughter. She's 13. She likes Roblox and all that. She plays that, and she plays Switch. She'll play Switch like with me a bit. She'll play. But what I'm trying to say is that there are plenty of. There's plenty of kids. Okay, there's plenty of kids that play lots of stuff. And second of all, there is a franchise like Pokemon. There is Mario. They do have the Mario movie. They do have the theme parks. These are all things that kids, as they get a bit older, as they can actually afford more things, or their parents will buy them things, they will get into. It's not all millennials going to Nintendo World in the theme park. It's not all millennials watching the Mario movie. Who's watching the Mario? Is it all just old people?
It's kind of the Disney's been done.
A bunch of neckbeards to go to the amusement park.
It's kids. If you go to if you've been to Super Nintendo World, there's a bunch of kids there as well. There's kids that are watching the movies. There's kids that are playing the games.
But I would say, Alan.
But to be honest, do you guys know what the biggest demographic on Switch was, Alan? Do you know?
I had to look it up. Nintendo did release a chart.
I don't want you to look it up. I want you to tell me right now.
It's very interesting.
Just tell me. Don't look it up. Tell me.
I forgot.
You don't know. Okay, so the biggest.
No, I know that they released data on it. I just don't remember what the data said.
You don't know.
It's been a while.
Exactly. It's been a while. So let me tell you, the data says that the biggest amount of people that are playing on Switch 1 were 25-year-olds, people in their mid to late 20s. That was the biggest in 2021 or 2022. So once again,
consistent.
But that would be like Gen Z, I think, right?
That's
late millennials.
That's people in my age.
Yeah, so
that is consistent.
So it's not like Nintendo needs to somehow have this massive influx of a bazillion people. They will get people either watching their movies, eating their snacks, buying the cereal, whatever, going to Nintendo World, and those people will grow and they will look at certain games, or they'll have parents like me who say, hey, check this out, or whatever, try this, or their tastes might change from Roblox later. Maybe they get tired of that and they see a cool Nintendo game, or whatever the case is. There's a million factors, a million variables. It is too early to be sitting here and saying that kids just aren't going to play this because of Helldivers and because of Steam. It is too early. It is way too early for all that.
That's why what I would say, Alan, is I'm far more afraid of macroeconomic and geopolitical conditions peeling off customers because of taking away jobs, and these kids don't have any money that are in that fragile demographic, or peeling them off for some kind of a conflict. I am way more concerned about that than I am with just not getting into Pokemon.
I think in the near term, you're right, because I think that, what was it? It was a report released in August. I think, again, like 24 to 18, spending's down 35. It's down in Japan, too. Weirdly enough, they're down for different reasons. I had to find the article. It's been, I didn't save it. But I think you are right, economically, and that might be one of the big risks to the Switch, at least in the United States, is that I think this is going to be a very bad Christmas. And you can let me know if you think otherwise, but in 2024, a lot of big companies like McDonald's, Dollar General, were kind of sounding the alarm that the consumer's been tapped out. A lot of issues.
So is this just for Nintendo, or is this for other? Because I don't see articles for Microsoft.
It's macroeconomic.
So is this just the Nintendo thing, or is it for everybody?
No,
it'll affect everybody.
Okay, because I haven't seen a single article that you've written for anybody else, and I haven't seen you quote tweet and call other people. That it just seems to be just me and anybody talking about Nintendo.
I mean, I only quote you two times, but I've been around
I'm just
a while,
saying, because you're saying that this is for everyone, but there's nothing on your page that you've written or that you've said that it's for everyone.
Oh, I've just gotten back into writing, so it'll come in time. I actually do want to talk about.
Sure it will. Because, like I said, there's nothing on your Twitter page that has you saying anything with Microsoft and Sony. I barely see anything.
Said this is going to be a problem for everybody.
It's going to be a problem for everybody.
Flip has been saying that, and you can see that. Your page, Alan, not so much. You've talked about video games a lot, but it seems like you don't talk about these issues and these problems on these. Seems like it's only Nintendo. Seems like you're missing Microsoft and Sony, because Microsoft.
It's the most recent thing. Now I will say,
how much did
Microsoft is kind of. I'm gonna be honest, Microsoft's kind of irrelevant right now.
Okay, now what's the PlayStation 5 sales compared to PlayStation 4 sales? Launch alone.
I think they're about even. Last I checked,
they're about 2 million or so underneath it at this point from the last number.
Yeah, so they're pretty close. They're very close.
They're about 2 million underneath it, even with all this economic stuff that is happening and way less first party games. They seem to have nothing to say on that. when I come
But even
down
well,
to it.
I can talk about that if you want me to. Like I can talk about that if you want me to. Like I can absolutely talk about it because you talk about PlayStation.
Sure, let's talk about the
they're
PlayStation
interesting
sales in Japan. How's it doing? And let's talk about the PlayStation and Xbox.
Not
Japan.
well, but talking about in general PlayStation sales.
Let's talk
you
about
want me
it
to talk
more.
about
Why is it not
PlayStation? I'm
doing
talking
so
about
well?
PlayStation.
How's it not doing so? Why is it not doing so well
In Japan?
Yeah,
because
go
Japan
ahead.
doesn't buy consoles anymore. They haven't bought consoles since I think the Wii, because we didn't do that great there either.
They buy Switch.
They do. Switch is a hybrid because they love handhelds. They definitely buy handhelds.
That's the reason why it's not doing so. So you're not going to talk about any charts or trends there. What happened to that? Where's the charts and trends there? Where's the charts?
Do we need? Whoa!
I need
stop.
to see
Do we
some
need to talk
charts
about every
and trends
little
for PlayStation in Japan, like you're doing for Nintendo. I need to see that, my man.
I'm making a specific argument. I'm speaking argument. So it's a little weird. I think you want me to talk about literally everything and anything. And I can talk about PlayStation.
No,
There's interesting things to talk about. Well, let's stop. We're going to talk about PlayStation.
Go ahead.
The thing about PlayStation, and because you talk about launch a line, I think what's interesting with them is they're still kind of a COVID console a little bit, the PlayStation 5, because it came out right at COVID. So it would have been, really COVID was like those years of 2020 and 2021 and maybe a little bit of 2022 where you really saw a big boost. Because I think that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Flip, but I think the industry really started to decline in 21 to 22. And Sony definitely got a big boost. And Microsoft actually did a little bit too, I understand, because I think they were bought when people couldn't buy a PlayStation 5. So that console, even though it's keeping up with PlayStation 4, I think it really benefited from like the COVID boom. Now, I think the question with PlayStation is the PlayStation 6 going to follow that trend? Because the PlayStation 6 is not going to get that same boost.
I don't know. Maybe we should look at the first few weeks and look if there's a trend one way or not. Then we'll find out how the system's going to do for the duration or the lifetime of it. Maybe,
we'll come back to me in 2028 when it comes out. Or 2027.
We'll come. But here's the thing. I'll come back to you on Twitter later this year when the Switch 2 is higher or because of stock or whatever the case. I'll come back and we'll see.
Flip. Flip. What was your target? Spring, right? Was for you wanted to see the
I want to
report.
see what the spring financials bring, and then from there I'll be able to get something more solid.
We could probably do if we're still around, we could probably do this again. See how we came out.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I find, like I said, I find very funny. Once again,
yeah.
Switch. You can compare it to something. There is something tangible to compare to that you guys don't want to compare, that some of you guys don't want to compare to. You can compare it to Switch 1 in the first year. You can do that.
Yeah.
You can just compare it to Switch 1 in the first year because they have factors that are the same. New system.
Well, there's a lot of factors that don't. That's kind of the other thing,
fine,
too.
But it has way more factors that are the same than the factors that are not, compared to a 7-year system, which nobody compares a 7-year last year to a new system that's coming out. Nobody does that, but that's fine. If you want to, that's fine. You can do it. But nobody does that when it comes down to it. So we can compare it to Switch 1 and we can look and see. Or you can compare it to what Nintendo says that they're going to sell. Or you can do that. You can compare it to their own projections of how they think it's going to sell. So that's what you can do. We can do that, and it's very simple and easy to do. Compare it to Switch 1, or if you want, compare it to PS4. That's a good selling system. Compare it to that. Compare it to PS5. Compare it to the Wii. Compare it to systems that sell well. That's all you got to do. And we can
let's go back to what you were talking about, Flip, because I think we got way off tangent again.
That's okay.
I think we talked about. I mentioned you brought up the PlayStation. I can't remember because you were talking about that this whole economic downturn will affect everybody. I think we're just mentioning that.
Actually brought up. I think OJ brought up a great counterpoint to that, which is how's the PlayStation 5 doing in comparison to the PlayStation 4? And they're not too far off. That's a great idea. I think the PlayStation 5 has weathered the least, because again the trend is that the economics are going to get worse over time. I don't think many economists right now think they're going to get better. And they could. If they get better, then you can erase this whole thing. But not really seeing that charting, nor am I seeing what I read on things like Strat4 and other, long-term future analyses, right? So in terms of these take a shot works.
And I'll say this though. Here's the thing, and I know that you're talking about that. I'll say this. Listen, guys, and like I said, I can't stay too much longer. But listen, guys, when it comes to this type of stuff, when it comes down to it, like I said, it's going to be based. You can't make any predictions on long term in the first year. No. Nobody thought that the Switch 1 was going to sell 150 million units by the year 1. Nobody thought that Nobody said it's going to sell 150 million units. Nobody did that. You can't make any these predictions of using Japanese sales for 2 weeks and all this. This is hack. This is hack. This is hack, and we all know it's hack. This is hack analysis. What we need to do is that we need to look at the first year. You can evaluate that. You can look at the software lineup that's coming out. You can look at the Nintendo Directs that are coming out. You can look at the sales numbers, whatever. That you can look at the MPD. You can look at Circana. There's many things that you can evaluate. But really what it's going to come down to, it's going to come down to a long years. And Nintendo's going to throw everything at this system. They're going to throw every single major game in their repertoire. They're going to throw everything. You cannot predict and say it's going to sell like the 3DS, a system that had a slow start, a system that didn't have all the biggest games. There was games on Wii U, there was games on 3DS. It was splitting games. The system that just wasn't it. It wasn't as exciting as the Switch 1 or the Switch 2.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, it just wasn't. It just and it got.
I didn't buy a 3DS. I bought a Switch 1. I did not buy
and
a 3DS.
It had a slow start. And 3DS, even then, people were looking for HD graphics. There was no HD. It was in 240p. The 3DS was an interesting device, but their whole gimmick of 3D glasses, like glassesless 3D, it ended up becoming a non-point because it drains your battery and because it's super unstable. Then you got to buy the new one to get the more super stable. And even then, that one isn't super stable. Then they have one that doesn't even have 3D at all, so it doesn't make any sense. So comparing it to 3DS, saying it's going to be like 3DS, the factors of even what made 3DS sell the way that it is completely different from the Switch 1 and the Switch 2. You're using a system that has nothing to do with it to gauge the sales that it's going to be. It has nothing to do with the 3DS. The Switch 2 is a significantly different system that had significantly different challenges that started off, and it had terrible, awful third-party. Some of third-party support was just, 3DS was okay, but it was bad.
I will add to your point, OJ, and we can leave it at this, is that you talked about the different. Remember, 3DS had a big price issue. 3DS also had a game issue, and we're looking at Donkey Kong
3DS had a 3D issue. Let's be honest.
That is true.
Does the Switch 2 have a big price issue?
Yeah.
No. 3DS had a 3D
based
issue
off of
that
what?
nobody fucking valued.
I don't know. Did you not see everybody saying drop the price, drop the price, drop the price?
And then what happened?
You had a strong initial launch. But again, do you not think that's...
And then what's happened? Is it the best-selling system for the last month that we got in Circana?
Yeah, but do you think that's going to continue?
Now compare that to
that's the question. Does it continue? Because remember,
wait a minute.
That's not always...
You said
it may not continue.
You said
and that's what I've been pointing out.
The same problem as 3DS. The 3DS did not have a big launch. The 3DS did not sell the most.
Oh, no. So the other problem the 3DS had was the drought.
No, but
it had a long time of just not having a lot of games.
And how many games?
And that seems to be that the response from the Nintendo Direct is that there's not a lot of games there.
Nintendo Direct. The response from the Nintendo Direct from people who actually play video games is, wow, we have at least a game a month. That's what the response is from the Nintendo.
I'm going to be honest. What I saw, and I was in the 4chan thread. Basically, everyone hated it.
That's the first problem is that you're in 4chan.
Hold on.
That's the first
on
problem.
on the video game board.
You're in 4chan.
Why are you on 4chan?
Because you know what 4chan said? 4chan said that nobody was going to buy the Switch 2 at launch. That's what 4chan said.
4chan was a lot of things, but they were saying it was pretty awful. And
I've heard
a lot of people say, no.
Don't use 4chan as some.
I'm saying what I'm saying is I saw people's opinions. They didn't like it. So you can say you don't like those people's opinions, but they didn't like it.
Hold on. And that's fine. But the facts are that it didn't launch at the Nintendo. Yeah. And I'll let you talk right now, TM. I know you haven't been talking. I'll let you talk.
Oh, my bad.
I'll let you talk right now after this. The facts are that it didn't have the same launch as the 3DS, and that you're saying it had a price problem like the 3DS. The price problem with the 3DS was proven by the sales being bad. The price problem that you're making up here is not proven by the sales right now. So you have to wait till the actual people are saying, oh man, nobody's buying this because the price is too much. You're just going off of what random people are saying on the internet. We need to go off the facts. And the facts right now are people are buying it, so they don't think the price is too much. You know what they think the price is too much? Portable PCs. $1,000 systems. That's the problem with the price, not a $450 system or a $500 system that gets you markup. Right now, there is no data when it comes to sales that says that the price is some type of massive problem like the 3DS. So that's not true. You're trying to make something that's not true.
About the price was for the software, the $80 Mario Kart, not the console.
Mm-hmm. I think it was both. I think people expected $400. I think the price wouldn't have been as bad if Mario Kart was 70 to 60. I agree with that.
Let me ask you this, right? This is insane to me. First off, you mentioned
Yeah.
opinions of people from 4chan. Online degenerates. That's like me going to 4chan looking to see what people are saying about politics. Hell no. I wouldn't go to 4chan looking for people to talk about video games and having a
even go to
constructive
4chan.
conversation that isn't about bad faith. I mean, excuse me, that isn't bad faith. Now, when I hear people on 4chan were complaining about the price, they were expecting $400. Can somebody please, dear God, find me a console that is under $450 that can do handheld console, mobile, hybrid, whatever you want to call it. Find me that console that's under $450 that can do ray tracing, that can do 1440p 120, that can use DLSS, aka hardware based AI upscaling and machine learning. There's no other device. Spoiler alert. So I don't get the whole price thing, especially when you have people. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just say quickly then. I mean, the market sets the price. So if you can say, oh, well, it's not 550 does all these things. But if they don't value that and they say, well, this should be priced at that, then that's kind of what the
So what do the sales say?
Price is.
So what do the sales
Steam
say?
Deck a Steam Deck was 400, and people were capping for the Steam Deck, saying that the Steam Deck was better than the Switch 2. When hardware-wise, it's not. Maybe the CPU has a little bit of oomph to it, but overall hardware, it's not.
I'm looking at the data, guys, when it comes to the sales. If you're saying something that has a problem like the 3DS did not sell well at the beginning at all, and it took a long time. It took a price drop for it to start selling decently, and even then it didn't sell that great in comparison to Nintendo's other main portable systems outside of the GBA. It sold, but the GBA was on the market for such a smaller amount of time in comparison to it. So there is no comparison between the 3DS and between the Switch 2 right now. There's no comparison with that. With the price, you're just talking about people online. People online say whatever. There are people online that complain about the price that went out and bought the system. Mudahar, for example. He
got shit on relentless
about that, and then he went out and bought the system. And there are multiple other
people. I don't know if Mudahar's the best judge of that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not just him. There were other people that said the price is this, and said, well, you know what, maybe I'll go buy the system. You know, there are definitely people that are changing their mind or whatever the case is. So to me, it's not quite a 3DS thing because people didn't buy the system. People were like, it's too expensive and I'm not buying it with the 3DS. So let's not rewrite history on what happened with the 3DS and like what happened with that system. And once again, it didn't have everything. It got a lot of games, but Nintendo still had to split games with the Wii U. That is terrible. Right. You split games with the Wii U, and that's fine, but you're not going to be able to get a maximum amount of sales. The Switch one was the first system ever that Nintendo had where they didn't split games, and look at how it did.
People underestimate how significant combining both eggs in one basket. It was a big risk. It was a big risk at the time, but the reward they got is incredible because now they're firing on all software cylinders on one system, and the software pipeline used to be one of the biggest weaknesses because of the split.
Big gaps.
Which I think was an interesting thing. Kind of one of the I think risks that consoles have development. Kind of talk about that is that you look at Gen 7 and you had 5 consoles, and they all did really well, and now we're in Gen I think this is 10, and we have Switch 2, PlayStation 5, and Xbox is kind of becoming irrelevant. So there's been a big change since then. So it's interesting you mentioned that. I don't know. Maybe I was just bringing that up, but
no,
it's
but
just,
you're bringing. But it kind of falls into the point of the Switch 2 probably doing better because Xbox has been phased out a little bit. There's a little bit less competition there, and for as bad as Xbox is sold, PC handhelds has not even sniffed Xbox Series sales. Not even close. To Xbox
the point
Series.
I'm making is that it's kind of, and it is a risk, kind of talking about, I know Flip makes a ton of risk, but it is a risk is that there's been this kind of long trend of just, because even PlayStation and Xbox, they together have been declining. Nintendo's been kind of the weird variable because they go up and down. But even now, as we have fewer consoles and, they're not doing as well back then. Switch 1 did very well, but you got to remember it had like it was an 8-year lifespan. It never, outside of COVID, you look at some of the Wii sales and they had some crazy years. So I think it's just
PlayStation 2 had almost a 10-year lifespan, so it's not. The 8-year
life. You might be right. I haven't looked at how they got to 150 million. I just know that because I don't know if they made it in a shorter amount of time because they sold forever. You're right.
PlayStation 2?
PlayStation 2, yeah.
PlayStation 2 got God of War 2 like in
PlayStation.
No, I just don't know. I just don't know it's annual sales that much. So you might be right. It may just done a ton at the end.
Sony
did. PlayStation 2 sold a ton at the end of its life.
It did sell a ton at the end of its life, but it had already sold incredibly well. By the time that the PlayStation 3 came out, it had already sold, I think almost not quite 100 million or up to, it was around that. But I can't definitively say that or not, so don't quote me on that one. But it did do a lot afterwards. But I mean, even if that's the case, like I said, you're looking at it right now. I mean, people need an escape from some of these issues and some of these things that are happening. Switch 2 is going to be that for them. Once again, people said that. Alan, I don't think you actually said the Switch 2 was going to start out good. I don't think you thought that it was, and now that it's doing that. And I think that's where your analysis comes from. It's for looking for points to where you're right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're looking for points to where, maybe I didn't think it was going to do well at the beginning, but it's going to do. It's going to.
No, it was always going to do this well.
Huh?
It was always going to do really well at launch.
Anybody who says that,
you
didn't say that, did
like the 3DS.
I thought long term was going to sell at 3DS, which was I think my prediction was like 80 to 90 million.
Yeah, okay, 80 to 90 million.
3DS.
Okay, 80 to 90 million, which, I mean, 90 million is not a bad number at all. That would be
like the high number. Yeah, so this 3DS was like 75. So I think it was never going to do as bad as the 3DS because it's going to have a good launch, but I didn't think it was going to do.
So the sales are going to slow down significantly because the 3DS was on the market for like 10 years or something like that plus, and so the sales are going to slow down to the point to where it's going to be really slow when it comes down to that, right? Because it's already started out way faster than the 3DS could have ever dreamed. So you are predicting that the sales are going to slow to the point to where it goes below the 3DS, or on par, or actually you said 80 to 90, so that would be about 5 million more than the 3DS. So is that what you're predicting, that the sales are going to be as on par with the 3DS? Like, that's how slow it's going to be. So in Japan, it's going to, not sell as much anymore without there being any competition in Japan, really. There's not much competition at all.
I can't give a number yet.
Yeah, so you think that...
Yeah, I can't do quarter by quarter. That was kind of my long-term prediction, like what I think it's going to end at. Okay, so that's I don't have a quarter by quarter number.
So, but you think it's going to be selling at a pace of around the 3DS?
I think it's going to end at close to that price. That's what I predict.
My overall analysis in terms of decline would be NES to SNES, which isn't huge.
Yeah, I would
say anywhere from 100 to 130 million units, probably.
That is an incredible. Like, if you get to 100 million units, that's already, you've done something that very, very, very few systems. Only the PS1.
I think it does.
Yeah, PS1 was the first system to get to 100 million. Obviously, there's pop growth. That's a factor.
And again, I've always said that it doesn't have to do 150 million. The only thing I've said, and I get so much pushback from this, and it's insane, OJ, is it's not going to sell what Switch 1 sold. Yeah, but it's still
like I said,
the thing is, I think everybody agrees with that. I don't think
there's only two, and I mean, the only way that it gets to what Switch 1 did is that if Nintendo just rides out the generation for as long as possible. If they ride out this thing for like 10 plus years and they give aggressive price drops in the future, and they just continue and just say, screw it, we're not going to do something else, and they release, like, let's say a Switch 2 Pro or something like that, it could get there. But once again, they'd have to do a lot. They'd have to make a lot of aggressive moves in order for it to reach that point.
I'll be adjusting that number as we get sales. So when we get to spring, I'll make an adjustment and I'll go from there.
I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I thought the Switch 2 wouldn't live up to the Switch 1 when it comes to sales, but I don't know. Like, I've been thinking about it, and I think it could. Not like 150 million, but I feel like it could hit 130 million. Like, if this generation lasts for 6 years, 6 to 7, if this lasts 6 to 7 years up to like 2033, 2034, I can see it hitting 130, especially if they do a Switch 2 Lite. And then they do a price drop on top of that, and then you continue to do software. I can definitely see them do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To your point,
Pokemon seems to be a yearly thing, and Pokemon's a system seller. And you have just 2 Pokemon games at the start of the generation, like 2 mainline games, and then you have a spinoff. And then Animal Crossing is nowhere in sight. Like, we don't even know if the next Animal Crossing is ready, and we know Animal Crossing is a system seller.
So I think, kind of to that point, actually talking about Animal Crossing specifically, I think one of the big risks is going to be people forget how much of the COVID boosted Switch sales. Because I think like if you take the only quarters that ever sold more than 20 million, or the every years, I'm sorry, not quarters, was related to COVID. Now it may have still done 20 million at the end of fiscal year ending 3/31/20. It might have done that. But it really sold a lot during that course. Like if you take those 3 years together, it's like 72 million. And a lot of that was like, I think it sold 28 million. I could be wrong on this. You can check it. In fiscal year ending 21. So the problem I think Switch 2 does, is it's not going to get that same COVID boost that Switch 1 got. And that really made the difference.
Yeah. Okay. And did PS4 get a COVID boost?
I think PS5 got a COVID boost. That's kind of what I mentioned before.
And are the sales right around the same? With PS5 got a COVID boost?
Well, I mean, that's why it was sold out for like 2 years. So I think that's what I would argue.
This whole COVID thing, it doesn't. My point is, it doesn't matter because the sales are right.
No, it absolutely matters. The game industry is killing it in 2020. It absolutely matters.
Here's why it doesn't matter. Where was the COVID boost for the PS4?
It boosted. Well, actually, it sold I think it boosted it, but again, it boosted the PS5. The reason the PS5 was sold out,
was there a COVID boost? Was there a COVID boost for
the PS5? Was limited.
Yeah, PS5 absolutely got a COVID boost. Because again, keep in mind, it sold a lot.
Was there a COVID boost for the PS4?
Right, and I think I created the demand for it.
Okay. Was there a COVID boost for the PS4?
I don't know. I don't know its boost specifically. It may have gotten a little bit, but I think everyone's buying PS5.
Okay,
or they're buying the Series X.
So
Series X.
On how you get it. On one hand, guys, I mean, the COVID-19 locked down a lot of gaming's competition. Gaming doesn't just compete with entertainment; it competes with everything. But on the other token, it also caused supply chain issues, which may have limited the PS5.
Thank you so.
And there was also you had to be thinking about stimulus checks too. There were a lot of stimulus checks went around, which also helped. I think that's really helped Sony as well.
Didn't get a COVID boost. The PS5 was scratching and clawing to simply even just get systems out. They had a chip shortage, manufacturing shortage problem, which caused shortages. It wasn't because of COVID. People were gonna buy those systems regardless. COVID or not, they're gonna buy those systems.
Secure a pre-order, you had to get it.
But I think that really helped the demand for it. And I think it's also helped about scalpers for sure. Because remember, people got a lot of stimulus checks. Like Trump and Biden both gave out tons of money during those years that people spent on video games.
Sure, but what I'm trying to say is that it was a manufacturer shortage. If Sony had more systems, they would have sold more systems. So it wasn't 100%.
Possibly.
It wasn't a COVID boost. It wasn't. That was going to sell like that regardless. If there was COVID,
shoulda, coulda, woulda. Hard to say, right?
It doesn't matter what the PS5 was going to, because you know why? Because the PS4 did that way. The PS4 did that way. Even without a COVID, when the PS4 launched, it sold great. People loved it. It sold out. It sold so good. It didn't need COVID. It did just fine without COVID. Those same PS4 people that are gonna rush out there, they're gonna rush out there and buy the PS5 as well. It's the same. That's why you launch align things. That's why you launch. But
you have to understand though too. You got to realize the biggest years for video games were 2020 and 2021. There was a massive spending on video games. So I think to ignore that, it's a little silly.
But sure, there might have been a COVID boost where more people play games or more people buy things. But I'm telling you that whether they have a COVID boost or not, when the PS2 launched, people were rushing out and buying it. When the PS3 launched, people rushed out and bought it, but that didn't do as well. But when the PS4 launched, people rushed out and bought it. People are probably just gonna rush out and buy the PS5. Like, it was probably going to do well, whether it was COVID or not. Sure, was there a boost? Absolutely. You can say that there's a boost, sure. But chances are that people were going to rush out there and buy it. There is no COVID boost right now with Switch 2, but people still are rushing out and buying it. It's still.
But that's why I'm saying it's going to be its risk is it doesn't have
more holiday lead right now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, the PS4 had no COVID. It seemed like people rushed out and bought it. And that was coming off the PS3, which was their worst selling system of all time. Home console of all time, and people rushed out and bought PS4. Chances are people were just gonna rush out and buy the PS5 anyway, if there was COVID or not, because of PS4.
Actually, you could say that more people wanted to go out and get the PS4 because remember, the Xbox One launch was horrible, and it pushed a lot of put a lot of Xbox fans to PlayStation 4. I remember that.
Yeah,
because they just hated that launch.
I agree, and I think that a lot of those guys were just set that I'm just gonna buy the next PlayStation regardless. I think because Microsoft put out they put out 2 systems, they put out a cheaper system. Nobody gives a crap about the Xbox Series S. That thing is not selling incredible. So when people talk about price,
They ruined their
price.
brand.
If people were talking about price being a problem for everything, why isn't Xbox Series S selling incredible? Can anybody tell me that? Why is not the Xbox Series S selling? Because price is a problem, economics. Why is not the Xbox Series S blowing up in sales? Why didn't I mean, they got a price increase, but before the price increase, for all these years that it's been out, why isn't that system blowing up in sales? Can anybody tell me the reason why? It's cheap. People don't got money.
I mean, it's Microsoft. I mean, according to Phil Spencer, he claims that the Xbox One generation was the worst generation to lose because that was the generation that established digital libraries. So he believes that really screwed them long term. That'd be his excuse.
What can you do with Switch 1 to Switch 2?
Wait, why are you talking about Switch? What the fuck are we talking about Switch?
Just in general. Digital libraries, right? People love their digital libraries that they can transfer over. That's a big generation to lose.
No, we don't.
Switch 1? Big
well, I think Switch owners, for sure Switch owners, and you can tell me what you think about it. I think Switch owners, and I'm the same way, it's physical all the way.
Physical, baby.
It's 50-50 right now at this point. But what I'm trying to say is that regardless if you have physical...
Okay, hold on. If you're talking about data, yes, it's 50-50. But for me...
But regardless, whatever, even if it's not, even if you have physical games, you can take everything that you have from Switch 1 and put it on Switch 2. All your physical games work, all your digital games work. So that's the reason why...
some of them are a little funky if you don't give that update.
Sure. Some of them are a little funky if you don't give that update. But for the most part, most games tested either run better, run at 60 FPS, or run way better, or run at lock 30. You can finally play Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity at a decent frame rate without emulating.
The thing about specs though, when it comes to the Switch 2, I remember so many times Nintendo fans would be like, the whole argument is like, we don't care about specs with the 4K twins or whatever. We care about having fun. We care about playing games. And to use the whole spec argument with Switch 2, it's like
here's
I
the
thought
thing.
y'all cared about fun.
There's a lot of Switch owners out there. When Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out, did Switch owners care about the performance of the game?
Yeah.
How about Hyrule Warriors?
Yes.
That one I remember.
Yeah. So people wanted something that was decent enough to play the first party games that are coming out. Do they care about 4K 5,000 frames per second? Absolutely not. If the next Mario game isn't in 4K, nobody's gonna give a damn. Nobody's gonna care if the next Mario game is in 4K or not. All they want it to be is to be good and play decently. That's what most Nintendo fans want. I see what you're saying though, Phil. People were saying, but it's the overshooting. People don't care about a PS5 Pro level graphics. Most Nintendo fans don't need a PS5
I don't. I think pros were a mistake. I really dislike that Xbox and PlayStation got rid of their identities and decided to chase the PC. Like, you ruined your consoles.
And maybe it was but they had to.
I think they had to.
Yeah, they
should
had
grip
to.
them. Damn.
They had no choice.
That said, I will say that Scarlet Violet still sold incredibly well, despite people claiming to care.
It did sell incredibly well.
Pokemon are a different breed.
It did sell incredibly well. I agree that it did, but people were still pretty burnt about that. And the thing about Scarlet and Violet,
I'm playing it now. It's rough.
It's that if you play the multiplayer, you're actually set. Because the multiplayer it runs just fine. The multiplayer.
A long time I remember there was issues on it, but I haven't played it since.
Competitive multiplayer. Sorry, cooperative, or not like where you're running around in the world, but like raid battles,
like
right?
actual battles.
Yeah, like actual battles. It's fine, but everything else is jacked up around it. Switch 2 fixes that and so much more. So people, obviously, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is still a bestseller. If you go on the eShop charts, it's still a bestseller on Switch 1 because people are buying it on Switch 1 to play on their Switch 2 and all that. The next Pokemon game is coming out. You're going to see a huge spike in sales. Gen 10 is coming out. Now, let me give you guys another thing, too. This is I think maybe we'll have to end on this. But there's been no system. The 3DS is the lowest system when it comes to mainline Pokemon ever in the history of Nintendo when it comes to sales that has a mainline Pokemon game on it. 75 million. The chances of, and that was the 3DS with all the issues that it has, the chances of this system repeating the 3DS with everything and mainline Pokemon, I would say is slim to none. And they've also created a new side main series with Legends. So they're going to have Legends and they're going to have mainline Pokemon. The chances of this thing being a 3DS repeat, like I said, the sales would have to slow to a crawl, and something else would have to get those sales, or this industry is doomed. This industry, this industry is doomed.
I've said that, OJ. I've said that if Nintendo goes, the whole industry goes. Nintendo, even for all my critiques, it is the only fucking company even remotely interested, even half the time, in expanding the audience. If Nintendo goes, which it won't, but if the whole thing stick a fork in the whole fucking
side main series. I don't want to put out misinformation. So, Pokemon Legends is a main series game. It is a side main, like an alternate main series, side main series. You have the main.
Oh, we're getting complicated here.
Yeah, but it is a side main series game.
No. It's considered main series. It's just main.
We don't think that that horrific eldritch abomination that is that human Ditto is going to scare players away, because that thing is fucking nightmare fuel.
I think people are going to play
that's
that.
more of a spin-off.
I think people it's like Animal Crossing.
It'll probably do the same as all the other spin-offs, right?
I think it might do a little bit better.
Oh no!
If that thing is like, if they try to charge $80 for that game, though, that
it won't be. It won't be $80
that
though.
looks like a $40 or $50 game to me. Probably more like
it's
a $40.
It's gonna be a $60 game.
Ditto can be.
It's gonna be $60. It's made by the people that did Dragon Quest Builders, so it'll probably take off in Japan.
I think it's gonna be 70, honestly, because
Ditto can now do anything in the lore. Anything.
Pokopia. Let me look and see where
Ditto is scary.
In fairness, I don't know. Pokemon lore is crazy.
Where is it?
I mean, it's not new though.
There were some cool things announced at that direct. I can give it that, but man, there was too much in it that I didn't like.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to buy a Switch 2 right now or at all. I mean, even if you didn't buy one, that's fine. Don't buy one. There's plenty of other systems or plenty of other games. If Microsoft and Sony have better stuff that you want, you can buy on there too. What I'm trying to say
is go on Steam, baby.
You can go on Steam and buy that. Shout outs to Nintendo Prime. Thank you for the raid, bro. I appreciate that. But what I'm saying here is that even with Steam or whatever the case is, there's no other company that's dropping this amount of first-party games that's at least trying to get, like, nobody is dropping this amount of games. Within the next number of months, you've got what's it called? You've got Pokemon Legends that's coming out in October. You've got you've got Metroid Prime, that's going to be December. You've got Hyrule Warriors, that's going to be November. You've got all these different games that are coming out overall. You've got Kirby Air Riders that's also coming out too. So you've got, and then also
don't get Zoo started on that.
Well, actually, so
that fucking Bomba Bin game.
So OJ, I actually do have a legit question for you. So you mentioned Metroid Prime and Pokemon. So what would you say to a critic then that says, well, those are just Switch 1 games? Because they're playable on Switch 1.
Just Switch, then that's fine. They're on Switch 1. That's cool. They're on Switch 2. That's also cool. There's nothing, and I said the same thing with God of War Ragnarok. The same thing with Horizon Forbidden West or Horizon whatever. They're on, but they're still games that people are gonna buy, pick up, and want to play on their PS5 because they're gonna get you better performance on your PS5. You want to play Pokemon? If you're a big Pokemon fan, you want to play Pokemon Legends at 30 frames per second with frame and pacing problems, or do you want to play it at 60 FPS with no issues at all? I think a lot of people that are core Pokemon fans would take that 60 FPS option. Metroid Prime. A lot of Metroid Prime people, they like graphics the most. You want to play Metroid Prime at 4K 60 or 120 FPS? You're probably going to want to play that on the Nintendo Switch too, because you're going to get way better performance on there compared to the probably 900p 60 FPS. Maybe there's some frame rate issues in that open world or something. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? You want better third-party support. You want actual native games that can run on the system. Well, Resident Evil 9 isn't coming to the Switch 1. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not coming to that.
Well, we still don't know if those are actual physical, but
Resident Evil 9.
I'll also say,
the game is coming to Switch. It's still a game.
Switch to box art versions.
Well, whether
for those, I guess.
Whether it's
those are so ugly.
Whether it's physical or not, it's not existing on Switch 1 at all. Or you're getting a cloud version of Resident Evil 7, or a cloud version of Resident Evil 8. So it's either these are your options. Your options are buy the game on PS5 and have a disk key that allows you to play the game, but it's installed on your hard drive, but the game's on
That's
there.
not a disk key. Those are actual games.
That's
on
sure.
I got 500 plus fucking
it's-
Switch games. They can stuff it in their ass.
It's not actually running on the game but itself, but that's fine. It's on your hard drive like a PC. It runs just like a PC. That's fine. And you have the game and it's yours. That's great. Or that's your option. Your option is that, but if not, your option is picking it up on Switch too. And there's going to be a lot of people that say, you know what? Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's whatever game key or whatever the case is, but I want to be able to play this game anywhere that I want. And maybe maybe they'll have bigger cartridges, whatever the case is. You know, maybe they will. But Switch 1 was an anomaly. It's a little system that didn't get a lot of the big AAA games, and when it did, they did these weirdo things to get them to fit on tiny cartridges. If you want Resident Evil, and if you want Final Fantasy, if you want these games, they're not going to cram them into 16 gigabyte cartridges like Switch 1. They're not. It's going to run and look like trash.
Well, but here's the thing. So the Switch 1 did a brilliant thing, right? And so it didn't necessarily get all of the AAA super duper games. What it did get is it curated a collection of the best third-party games from across time. So we got great, I mean, banger classic.
Witcher 3 on a cartridge was pretty amazing.
What I'm saying, man.
That game's ass. I'll just say that right now.
Point is, we got
that game's ass, and it's even more ass on Switch.
PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4.
But they got it all on a cartridge, which was impressive with the DLC.
That's right.
You got in it. That's impressive.
It was a 32 gigabyte cartridge. Now, how many other developers decided to spend the money on a 32 gigabyte cartridge? Go ahead.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Exactly. Not a lot.
Yeah,
People don't want to pay. People don't want to pay for these cartridges. They didn't want to pay for them on Switch 1. That's why you didn't
They cannot have my money.
And that's fine. That's fine. They don't have to have your money. They don't have to have your money. You can play Switch 1. Switch 1 has a million games that you can play till the end of time. Honestly, there's so many games on Switch 1, you know? You don't have to. But for everybody else, we would like a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? We can on Switch 2.
I respect that.
You can still play Switch 1. Switch 2 is a Switch 1. You can still play all your stuff and even better. You know? So that's why I said, like, listen.
The thing is, though, if you're going to care that much about specs, why wouldn't you just get a machine that was more, it has better specs? Like
what
I mean,
machine?
there's machines. There's machines out there that are more powerful than the Switch 2, or should be.
Like what?
But you would have to pay
PS5?
more. But you'd have to. You would have to put not PS5. I'm talking about. I guess if you cared so much about specs, I guess you'd be like, oh, let me get a high-end PC.
Can you take a high-end PC anywhere that you want? Can you take a high-end PC anywhere that you want?
No, that's not my argument. My argument is if you cared that much about specs, you would get the machine that's all about specs.
Yeah, and once again, I think that there's people that care about specs, but there's also people that care about games. So yes, there are going to be some people that care about specs, and they're going to get a high-end PC. But there's also going to be millions of people that don't care as much, and they just want decent performance. It's not about having the best ever.
I agree that.
It's just decent enough to where your Pokemon game doesn't run like dog water. That's all people were asking for.
Yeah, I gotta have. I like my Switch because my Switch has physical cards, man. I'm not getting the fucking Steam
You're
Deck.
just old too. Zoo, you're just old. You're just old.
I'm old too. I'm old too, man. I like my physical games as well.
You're just old.
I want to know that I really own my games, so you know.
No, I get.
I don't want that e-waste. You can keep your e-waste.
I get it. That's fine. And you guys can stay on Switch 1. Stay on Switch 1. Enjoy your 17 frames per second Hyrule Warriors.
That's what I'm planning to do
Age
for
of Calamity.
2026.
And enjoy it. Enjoy your Age of Calamity at 15 frames. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. Switch 1's a great system. It's a great system.
Let me ask this. So did y'all expect, right? Did y'all expect these companies, these capitalist-driven companies that don't care about you, to spend money for a cartridge to hold 90 gigabytes? Like these AAA games, did y'all walk in expecting that?
No, I don't expect them to do shit. If they can get a game on the card, I'll probably buy it. If not,
that's pretty much how I feel.
I think most people just
get it on there.
So why be disappointed by the outcome then? You knew it was going to happen.
To be fair, I'm much more zen on it now. Like I told you, I actually think I am old. And what I tell folks is,
Indeed.
I don't have a right to shackle future generations of gamers to my way of doing things. It could very well be that I'm on the losing end of this. And if that's the case, so be it. They have a right to determine the path they want gaming to take. It's their hobby now. I'm just along for the ride as long as I can be.
I don't think you've experienced the greatness of just having a digital game installed.
I have.
And then you're like, hold on, but then you're like, man, I don't want to get up and swap the disc or swap the cartridge. I already have this game installed. And then you just boot up the digital game and you don't got to put in the cartridge like that. That's how I am, right? Like Persona 5 Tactica came to PlayStation Extra, and I have the disc, but I'm super lazy, right? Like I don't want to get up and change the disc, so I downloaded the PlayStation Plus version. It's digital. I don't care.
Long time ago, I had a Nintendo Wii, and I loaded that fucking virtual console up. And then I'm told that this fucking Wii U abomination, fucking weirdo thing, not only does it it has no account system. And so I'm sitting there thinking, okay, my iTunes, there's an account system. But gaming is apparently fucking special. They're not going to give me the goddamn account system. And so that was my heel turn on digital gaming. I had a fuck ton.
Can you transfer those virtual console games, though?
You can.
You could not.
Yeah, you could do that.
Transfer the virtual console games.
You should be able to transfer your games from Wii to Wii U, if I'm not correct.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah, I'm almost
I'll
positive.
look into that. I was always
Yeah,
under the
there's like
impression
a Wii transfer system.
there was no account system back then.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's why you got to do
I don't know if you can still do it now, but
it's a system transfer. That's what Nintendo didn't have an account system beforehand, so you do a system transfer. They have an account system now.
I forgot about those. Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
They have an account system now to where everything's tied to your account.
System is what you need, yeah.
Yeah, so all your digital games are now at this point, but back then they would do system transfers.
I know, but I'm sour on it now. I'm old and sour.
My thing is, Nintendo hasn't always been good with their digital games, so I just rather rely on my physical. Like I said, I'm like Zoo. If everything's gonna go digital, then it's going to go digital. But if I still want to be the old man rambling out the sky about my physical games, then I'm going to be. That doesn't stop anybody else from doing what they're going to do, because that's your own money. Do what you're going to do. I'm going to do me. That's how I look at it.
To people who are digital gamers.
Yeah.
No hate.
Like if you look, I'm a fat boy. I'm lazy as can be, but I'll still get my fat butt up and go swap that cartridge just because I like it.
So,
I mean, that's what I'm used to.
It's exercise.
Yeah, it's probably
it's physical activity. It's physical activity, unless you if you planned and repeated it. But but I guess based on how you guys do physical, how you guys like physical games, it might actually be exercise. You know what I'm saying? It might actually, because you guys only buy physical games. You don't have any digital, or you don't play. So you'd have to be like, oh, I'm playing 5 games today. So that means I'm planning on repeating 5 times that I'm getting up, walking there, grabbing the game, and putting it there. You know, so it could be planned and repeated with you guys.
You know, speaking of the Switch, I was always surprised that they didn't go ahead and just put a 3DS cartridge in it in the first generation one. I said, man, that'd be so cool if they would have done that, so that you could play Switch on top and 3DS on the bottom.
The chipset.
I think
the difference.
Yeah.
Where would you fit that 3DS for it to fit in a Switch?
Screen.
I just mean to play the games, like the cartridge shot.
You would need I mean, unless you were running emulation, you would need the chip work in there. You'd have to put that in there. That would be ridiculous to do that, and it would jump the price of the system up significantly.
I know, but it would have still been cool, man.
Yeah, absolutely, it would have been cool. But I mean, that would have also caused issues with the screen, and then playing with the 2 screens as well. So that would have also, unless they figured out some way, it would have to have been emulation. But even then, like, that's rough. Because even like with the Switch 1 to Switch 2, how they did that was emulation. How they did that one. So, that would be tough. That would be tough. That would definitely. I mean, it'd be cool though, for sure. It would be really cool. That's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think we've exhausted everything tonight. I think we've exhausted everything. I think we went far enough. I've taken up enough of you guys' time. So I want to say, Alan.
Hold on, OJ.
Yeah.
Hold on, man.
Yeah. What's up?
Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem. Black man, main character.
Oh wait,
man.
Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Oh my god. See, that's what I'm saying. Some of you guys are uncultured. Fire Emblem is an incredible announcement from that Nintendo Direct. Fire Emblem is going to be so good. I cannot wait.
Yeah, Fire Emblem was cool.
That game.
That was one of the games that I was
I
and then
want
the
that game.
Fatal Frame 2 remake announcement.
Frame 2.
Wow. I did not expect that. That was I hope that's
the Yoshi
physical,
game. The Yoshi game geeked me the fuck out.
Yeah, the Yoshi game was cool too.
Because it looks like the Super Nintendo game. That's what I like about it.
It does.
Yeah. It looks
Yoshi game looks good. Metroid Prime 4, Samus on a bike. Samus on a fucking
Dragon Quest 7
I still wish they would have gave her the ability to control.
Dragon Quest 7. Yeah.
I'm just cynical because like Fire Emblem was really the only game I would be like really interested in. For me, it was really that was kind of the one.
It's beast. It looks good.
And really, for that direct, I was just waiting to like show me why I should consider getting one. Because Kirby's Aeroid might be the one thing that would get me to get the system.
What games? What would they have shown for you to say I'm gonna get it?
Star Fox probably.
Okay, so like
Wait a second, Alan. Did you just say Kirby Air Riders could sell you a Switch too?
Oh my god!
One of the games. You don't like?
What? I've heard everything now. Oh my god.
See, no. Did you not play Kirby's Air Ride back in the day? Kirby's Air Ride was so fun.
I did.
Me and a friend.
That game back in the day.
Oh my god!
Kirby Air Riders is a fantastic game. See, here's what I'm trying to say with this, and I think that's interesting that you say, oh well, if there's a Star Fox, there's this. Exactly. I think it proves my point. I've been trying to say, games will get people to buy the system. At some point, there might be a new Star Fox. There might be a new Star Fox. A new Fire Emblem's coming through. You've got Mario Tennis that's coming through. You got Yoshi that's coming through. You've got all this stuff that's coming through. You've got games that they've listed more games than anybody else. First party games. Valve ain't doing a damn thing for you. Okay, where's all their games at for Steam Deck and all? Where are they? Where's the Steam Deck Direct? These PC portable things, they're just trying to release.
Steam Deck literally has 0 games.
They're not doing a damn thing for you. Gabe Newell is worth $11 billion. $11 billion. Gabe Newell's worth $11 billion. I looked it up. This dude is just sitting back on his yachts, collecting
he's living a good life.
Third-party revenue, while guys like Alan sit here and praise me to Steam all day because of Steam sales, while he's sitting here on his ass doing absolutely nothing. No games.
He makes a great service. He makes a great service.
Pretty much what Microsoft
Where's the Direct at?
Yeah, it's Microsoft and Sony the exact same fucking thing.
Where's the Direct?
Basically.
Where's the Direct? Where is the Direct for Steam Deck to say, hey, look, we've got games that we're going to customize and make for Steam Deck? There's no effort whatsoever. When you're worth $11 billion, there's zero effort whatsoever. I'm just tired of PC guys.
I think you're missing the purpose of Steam.
No, I'm not missing the purpose.
The point of Steam is it's just a location where I can get all the games.
And that's fine. And that's fine that it's a location. What I'm saying is that there is no effort from $11 billion man when there used to be an effort in the past. There used to be Left 4 Dead. There used to be Half-Life. There used to be Counter-Strike. There used to be a bunch of Team Fortress. He used to actually try. He's got his $11 million. He sits back from guys like you that will sit there and praise it up as if it's the best thing ever, sit back and collect billions of dollars off of you guys, and you will sit here and write articles.
As if Nintendo doesn't do the same to you?
After articles.
Nintendo does the same to you, buddy.
They try. Nintendo tries to create experiences. They try with directs. They try. Valve is just sitting back and collecting. At least Nintendo
because they made a great service. They made a great service.
And that's fine. And I'm just sitting there and saying, you guys will sit here and criticize Nintendo to death over everything. You'll write articles and you'll do all that, and you won't say a peep. You won't say a peep about $11 billion man that's sitting back collecting money on his yacht, okay, and not doing a damn thing.
What's the complaint about? What's the complaint about Steam? Everybody's happy with Steam.
Where's the new Left 4 Dead?
I don't need a new Left 4 Dead.
Exactly. You don't need it. Steam has conditioned you into thinking they don't gotta try. They just get whatever they want. They'll just get everything and get whatever they want. They don't even gotta try. They don't even have to try at all.
Because there's some kind of rumor about...
How about that Steam Deck? Can it play all the games no problem? Does it have problems with verification or not?
Yep.
Does it have problems playing the games that you on the Steam? Does it have problems or not? Yes or no?
Yep.
I mean, everything's...
How much is the Steam Deck?
No, I like good
Does it come with the dock? It's
I know
$400.
Video Games is really, really good too.
And it's $550 to $600.
Have to do.
My issue with
actually, visually Ed said it really well. They don't really overcharge you.
Honestly,
and again, Steam
I
it's
feel
just a
like
good service.
I don't mess with Steam.
The best thing that can come from a Steam Deck is really all the other features, like being able to get GOG on there, being able to get access to all this other stuff, and then be able to load it up with ROMs.
Sure.
If you're going to just use it, if you're just going to use it for Steam, you're using it wrong. You have to use it so much. And it's a lot of work because a friend gave me one for free. So I've been messing around with it, but I'm not happy that you have to buy
that's
the
the issue that I have. They released this hardware, and sure, for ROMs and all this other stuff, whatever. We have a million devices for ROMs and all that stuff outside of Steam Deck. You don't need a Steam Deck for ROMs. That's fine. It's a good ROM device, and it's not a bad device overall. What I'm trying to say is that at least with this Nintendo Direct that we're talking about here, at least you have someone trying. If I'm worth $11 billion and running, I would probably try a little bit more if it was me. If I'm worth $11 billion, I'd probably try a little bit more to release something. Nobody ever criticizes this thing that I just said right now.
Let me ask you something, OJ. Does Nintendo give you community hubs?
Community hubs. What is a community hub?
For each game. Where I can have a forum, we're going to ask questions about a game, we're going to discuss a game. Do they have guides in the eShop or accessible from the screen?
They have communities, but it's not like Steam's, from what I understand.
Right. So they don't have that.
Okay.
They don't have achievements, obviously.
Okay.
There's none of that.
They also don't have free online. That's a big pull.
That too, yeah. And I mean, I can get every game on Steam. Like,
hold up. I'm not saying that Nintendo's way better than Steam when it comes to a service. I didn't say that.
You're saying they're not trying. I'm saying
that they're not trying. The reason Steam is great. You're talking about communities.
Yeah.
You're talking about that. I'm talking
right
because
they're providing me a store service.
I'm talking about games. I'm talking about games. I'm talking about actual trying. When you're worth $11 billion, when you're worth $11 billion, you're not. Why isn't there more? Where's the next Left 4 Dead? Where's the next games at? You're worth $11 billion, bro.
Yep. Where's the next Half-Life?
Where's the next Half-Life? Where's the games at?
They could make a lot of killer games with that $11 billion that he has.
Well, they're making
this.
They are making Deadlock. I don't know if there's going to be.
They're going to make another system, like another console, like that Steam Box thing. And if that's the case, it's like, why would you even bother if you're not going to have games? You would have to have exclusive games that were only on Steam, that are only through Valve, and then maybe other developers, studios that you create to make it actually work.
Here's the thing, though. They're not going to worry about that, Phil. What they're going to do is they're going to just make it and sit back and collect 30% of everybody's revenue.
They will.
That's what they're going to do. They're just going to sit back and collect 30%, and that's fine. The man built a business, and I'm not trying to sit here and cap on capitalism. You know what I'm saying? Or sit here and say, everybody, that's fine. You make as much money as you can when you can make it. I'm just saying, I see a lot of some of these PC people that will sit here and criticize a Nintendo Direct on 4chan and all that, and then they'll run to Steam for what Direct? For
all the games on Steam. They're going to run the games.
Where's the new announcements from Valve? Where's the new announcements? You're just waiting for Sony or Microsoft to announce a game that you can get on Steam, or you're just waiting for something else. So that's all I was trying to say there. There's not much effort from Valve when it comes to releasing games like they used to. There's not just much effort. And I'm just putting it out there. You have no problem writing things and saying how bad Nintendo and calling people tendies and all that. So maybe there's an issue with some of you guys too. Maybe some of you Valvies or you Gaben worshippers. You know what I'm saying?
If you're gonna come, you gotta come with a better one.
Maybe there's something.
And by the way, it's Master Race. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? You PC Master Races. Maybe y'all should ask Gaben.
Thank you.
Thank
you, peasants.
Whatever. Ask Gaben for something. Ask Gaben for some actual games.
But why? No, Gaben gave me plenty of games. Gaben's given me so many games. Why do I need to ask Gaben for more games? Gaben gives all the games.
Gaben ain't give you nothing.
You the games.
It's all these other third parties that are giving you stuff. That's what Gaben ain't give you nothing.
Gaben brings us together. He is the great unifier of
the great unifier.
Oh, come under.
See, look at this. This is you talk about being a peasant. This is peasant mentality. You let somebody else make all the money while you sit there and think that you're doing well, while he's worth 11 billion. That's how pyramid schemes work.
Well, again, I don't have access to be able to make a storefront or even make a console.
You guys, Worship
By the way,
Lord
keep in
Gaben.
mind, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft also take the 30%. So it's not just and Apple actually.
They do, but they at least try to make something
but
in the
they have a
process.
physical fan.
At least they try to do directs, or they try to do. You have an Xbox showcase, or you have a PlayStation showcase. At least they try. They got some first party games here and there. What does Gaben do?
Very
Sit
cute.
back, sit back and collect money off of guys like you.
Actually, so I'm gonna disagree with that a little bit.
People peasants, while he's worth 11 billion.
I would actually disagree with it. One of the best ways to see new and unique games is Steam's Next Fest. Next Fest is far better than Sony's Showcase or even the Nintendo Direct.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You never heard of Next Fest?
What's been announced at the Next Fest?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what are the best announcements for
The
the
difference is Next Fest gives you demos. You get to play the game.
No, I'm
my
asking
God,
you,
man.
what were the
You talking
best
about indie
announcements
games,
for
dog.
Next Fest? What
Yeah,
were the best
it's great.
announcements?
What is this?
What are the big announcements?
Next Fest. You ever heard of this?
No.
I've never heard of Next Fest. What is this?
And every so
It's
often,
just a bunch of
twice
indie
a
games.
year, Steam does a Next Fest, which is basically a lot of games either that are coming out, and it's a ton of different games. And there is slot because it gets basically everything, but it gives you access to a
leaving out
ton of
context.
games,
It's indie games. It's purely indie games.
and that's some of the greatest games. I see no problem with this.
So where's the big games? Where's the big games
you're
from?
You're telling me that it's better than a Direct, better than an Xbox showcase, better than a Sony showcase. There's no indie game on this world that you could show me that would be better than Nintendo showing me Xenoblade Chronicles 4
Void
or
Stranger.
Spider-Man 3 or Gears
Void
E-Day.
Stranger.
You're crazy.
Yeah,
Void
There's
Stranger
no
crazy.
indie
I
game.
feel that's some of the
Played
best
all
games.
year. It's better than.
I don't know, man. There's some
Some of the
pretty
best
killer
games-
indie games out there.
Yeah,
No,
some of the best games I've seen the last 2 years have
I'm
been
going to repeat
indie
myself.
games.
There is no indie game that is going to excite me more than Xenoblade Chronicles 4,
You haven't played Void
Spider-Man
Stranger.
3,
What are the
Xenoblade-
big
Xenoblade
reveals
4,
from the
Spider-Man
next
3,
Steam Next
Fable.
Fest?
No,
I'm just
like, come
gonna
on.
say that indie games have really blown up. Like a lot of indie games. Heck, Hollow Knight revived Metroidvania. So I mean,
Just
Oh,
play
Lord.
Void
that.
Stranger. Everybody play Void Stranger. That's my message.
Void Stranger is freaking amazing.
I'm not here
know
trying to
Maybe
crap on
they're
indie
not
games.
like the AAA graphical.
But
like,
what are the
good.
big games
showcase
announced at
games,
Steam Next Fest? I want to know, what are the big indie games? What were the
Yeah,
big
back to that,
incredible
yeah.
announcements?
Oh god, there's so fucking many. I remember, that one group. This was fucking cool game. There's like a little game where you're like a skeleton, and I think
What's
you had
the
to
name?
do is you had to game. Oh, I have to find it again. You know, I
Oh,
have to
it's so
find it
big
right
you
now.
forgot the name.
It wasn't necessarily one of my games. It wasn't like one of my favorite games, but it was one I remembered.
It's so big you
It was so
forgot,
cool.
bro.
Ooh, it's hard. It's groups. There's so many fucking
Oh
games.
man,
with
bro.
urban
Listen,
names.
I remember the name of Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I remember the
Here's
name
the
of
thing.
Yoshi
Basically,
and the
most of the
Mysterious
games I
Book.
usually see are pretty good going on my wish list. So it's been a while, so I
Now,
can't remember.
now here's
But
one
if you,
thing
I always
I
say
would
this.
say. If you wanted to make a good comparison, like it, Steam Next Fest, they give you all those. I'm like, it's so many demos. I don't even know how you can play. Like, it's a lot. It is
You have to
way
ask
too many.
people.
I remember I was going down like 2 hours, like spend like an hour
That's-
just
and
going through
what
all
is
the
Steam
demos.
Next
and go,
Fest?
"Ooh,
What
I'm
is
gonna
Steam Next Fest? It's Gaben doing all this
Let me
to collect his
finish, let me
30%. To collect.
Let me finish. If Nintendo gave us demos for all those games that they showcased, I guess it would be like an equivalent to what.
Yes, that would be.
It's
that would be pretty good.
Gaben doing nothing but sitting there and getting you to give me my 30% while doing nothing
You know what it is?
himself.
It is
While-
basically
while doing
giving
nothing.
you, the player, access to the game. You get to play the games.
The
You
developers
give me
need the
access to games I'm
play
not
the
even
game.
looking forward to, though.
Yeah, the developers are doing. Gaben sits back. All I would
You
like
don't
is
know
for some
that.
effort.
Look,
You don't know that. Like,
Listen.
there's so many games on there you may actually
who
like.
here
if
has
you
played
play them.
sports?
I mean,
There's a lot.
Have you guys played sports?
I've seen Steam Next Fest. I am an avid Steam user. I'm an avid PC user, and most of that shit I see on the Steam Next Fest, I click through it because it's a bunch of indie games. I don't play video games for indie games. That's just me. I don't like if you were to show me Xenoblade Chronicles 4 and then you show me some indie game with pixelated graphics and it's like an Undertale clone, I'm picking Xenoblade Chronicles 4.
No,
If you show me something like
Here's the thing, TM. You guys, we've all been on a team before, right? You ever been on a team?
Yeah.
Football, basketball, baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. So what if you're working real hard? You're hitting ground balls, or you're shooting the hoop. You know what I'm saying? You're doing all this different type of stuff, and you're busting your butt, right? And then the coach says, "Man, you guys suck. Just give me money." But But I put this gym up. But this guy just sits back and collects while you guys do all the hard work. That's Val. That's Gaben. That's Gaben. He just sits back.
I ain't gonna argue.
While all you guys do the hard work, and the coach coach's ass just sit back and do nothing. He used to help you. He used to give you good tips. He used to help you out back in the day. He used to provide. He used to give you
the problem is
you're
comparing different things. The thing is, like I mentioned before, Steam gives you a better service than Nintendo gets you.
I already know that. I already know Steam's better. TM has talked to me about Steam. I already know. TM has talked to me a lot about Steam. I have Steam. Steam is absolutely an incredible service that Gaben has earned his billions. I am just making fun of him. He has earned his billions. I am making fun of him because he has stopped trying because he has earned his billions. Nintendo has made billions of dollars.
Almost like Nintendo has stopped trying a little bit.
Did they? Well, hold up. How many games do we got this fall? How many games do we got?
I like what I'm hearing from OJ here because it's important to criticize Steam because here's the thing. Everybody criticizes Nintendo. Nobody ever criticizes Steam, which means they should be criticized as well.
That's true.
Criticism. And so I love
exactly.
I've never heard Steam criticized.
You can't, because if you do criticize Steam, if you do say anything, people jump down your throat. I don't even really believe everything that I'm saying right now. I'm just doing it because I find it funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just do it because I find it.
But I think that says a lot, doesn't it? If nobody's criticizing it, then it's clearly doing what the customer likes.
People criticize it. It's just that the reason why people don't criticize it as much is because I made one video talk about how I traded in my Steam Deck for a Switch 2, and I had 1,000 comments of psycho PC people telling me how dumb and stupid and this and that I am. So I'll just like screw it.
I don't think that's right. That's not right. If you wanted to trade in your Steam Deck for a Switch 2, there's no reason why.
I don't give a damn if somebody trades in their Switch 2 for a Steam Deck, for a Beam Deck, for a Light Deck, or a Smite Deck, or any type of deck that you want to get. You can trade it in for, with any type of deck. You can trade it in for anything. And I don't care. Steamboat, go get yourself a Steamboat too while you're at it. I don't care what people trade it in for. You can trade in whatever you want. That's not my business. That's your money. You know what I'm saying? But all I'm trying to say is that's why I don't really say nothing. I've been a little bit more vocal now because I kind of take it as a little bit of a joke. But I've had a ton of PC people kind of try to run through me when it comes down to this. Like, Steam is this holy service with this holy man that's some type of ascending Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God Gaben. How correct?
I would honestly say
$billion
anything
Gaben
on PC that would be good would be GOG, because at least you could preserve those games digitally.
Look at this man, Gaben.
GOG does deserve a shout out, 100%. I think he doesn't get enough love.
He's got you guys calling other people peasants while he's worth $11 billion. Tell me that's not some reverse mind control.
No, we're
and you know he's
the
really
peasants are everybody else.
Because have you seen
We're with
him?
Gaben. We're the beautiful people.
He looks more hairier than a hobbit's toes. I'm just saying.
This is what happens.
I like old fat Gaben better.
This is what happens when you have a monarch, and like all the subjects are loyal to the monarch. They think that they're rich. No, they're not rich. He's rich. You're the peasants working for him. You're the peasants working for him. It's not the other way around. Because people like to talk about people being greedy, Microsoft being greedy, Sony being greedy, Nintendo being greedy. Valve's greedy too. You don't get to be worth $11 billion.
They're all greedy.
Do you guys know how much $11 billion is? You know how many times a million which adds up to $1 billion, and then you do that again and again and again and again till you hit 11. Where is this money is coming from? There's definitely, and by the way, all that money, where are the games?
I don't know, man.
Crickets.
I don't know.
Crickets.
You're right.
Where are the games? Where's Left 4 Dead 3?
They need to make more games.
Where's the games? You provide a great service.
It's crazy because anytime Valve has put out a game, it's been a banger. It's done really, really well. So I don't know why they don't put out more games. It's so weird. With 11 billion, you could buy so many. You could either buy studios like Microsoft did, or you could create your own.
Like that strategy.
No, they don't have to buy studios.
Pretty awful.
But funding some more games would be great, or making some more games would be great. They sit
just
back.
want Half-Life 3.
Yeah, they sit back and collect. And they have their minions. And then listen, all fan bases can be trash. Okay, Nintendo. All fan bases can be completely garbage, but all I'd like to see is a little bit more effort. That's all I'd like to see. Like I said, a coach that's going to sit there and do nothing, but then take the credit. Valve, they did a great job of building what they've built. I have Steam. It's very, 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 very good. And there's a reason why people like it a lot and all of that. But they did used to actually make stuff. Gaben's, and like I said, Gaben's worth $11 billion. Let me double check so I make sure that's not false information. I'm almost, let's see, Gabe Newell, net worth. Okay, and net worth is everything that he owns. Yeah, he's worth $11 billion. September 14th, 2025, he's worth $11 billion. So it's basically his yachts, it's his luxury vehicles, it's his houses, plural. He lives in Seattle, that's expensive. It's his houses, it's all of that stuff combined, and of course his business. And that's great. He's an American success
11 billion, and he can't drop the price on the dock for the Steam Deck. Come on, dude.
Well, listen, a lot of stuff is expensive, right? So everybody, my point is everybody's greedy. I see these things. Nintendo's greedy, Sony's greedy. Everybody in this business of games, when it comes to this owner of a platform, they're all greedy. You don't get $11 billion not being greedy. There ain't nobody that I know in the world that somehow made $11 billion and wasn't greedy in some sense. It's impossible.
With the shareholder model in general, right?
They're private business too. They're private business. So
here's the difference though, and I think this is when you talk about greed. This might be lost. This can be less point, but I think the reason why everybody shits on Nintendo, and I think rightfully so, is because when you talk about greed, you can say, well, he's collecting 30%. Well, the difference is the games are cheaper. Things actually go on sale. With Nintendo, they're charging you. They're push prices to $80, and they're selling you all these games at $70, and then they're trying to sell you amiibos at $50, and they want you to buy the Nintendo. They want you to buy online at $20. Steam's free. They want you to buy the Virtual Boy thing at $100 and pay for the subscription. They want you to buy. They want you to spend and spend and spend on every little thing, and they increase the prices on every little thing. So
95% of the shit you said is completely optional, dog.
I mean, you're talking. They're still doing it. I mean, keep in mind these things were cheaper. Amiibos were cheaper.
They're still doing it.
The online was free. The games are cheaper. Mario, you're selling two Wii games for $70 when the last one was $60.
Yeah,
Had three games.
They're remasters.
Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are. Listen, I don't like the price either. I actually made a video saying I don't like the price either. But Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are significantly better than Super Mario Sunshine and Mario 64.
I think 70 is pretty fair. I ain't gonna lie because I'm the same person.
It should have been cheaper. I think, but to compare 3D All Stars as if Sunshine and as if Mario 64 are some type of incredible experiences compared to Mario Galaxy 2. It's not. Mario Galaxy 2 is significantly better than Mario 64, and also it's also in 4. I mean,
I think Galaxy kind of sucks. And I agree. I think Mario Galaxy 2 sucks. Mario Galaxy 1's great.
Mario Galaxy 2 sucks. It doesn't suck. It's very boring. It's very.
It takes all the soulless. You know what? It's the soulless game.
But I'm gonna go back and play all the 3D Mario.
It's not soulless. It's really good. But regardless, it doesn't matter. The point is, people love the game. People thought it was really good. You could probably look at user reviews and people would say that it was really good too. So I mean, whatever way you want to evaluate that, you know what I'm saying? That's fine. Whatever. The point is that when it comes down to that, I already agree with you. You know, when it comes to the price of some of those things, and yeah, sure,
perfect, awesome.
They can talk about that. You can talk about the prices and how they're raising the price and all that. So let me ask you a question: does Valve make amiibos?
God, thank God they don't.
They don't. So they don't make that. Does Valve make consistent games to price games?
They make some games. I mean, they're working on Deadlock right now.
Do they make consistent games?
Nobody cares about Deadlock.
They don't make consistent.
People are hyping Deadlock. I don't know if it's good or not.
They don't make.
People are hyping
They're not
Deadlock. Deadlock is dead.
Yeah,
no pun intended.
Isn't it also an alpha though? It's also an alpha.
Regardless,
you can say a lot about. But
Marvel Rivals exists. It's never going anywhere.
Valve is not consistent in their game making. If they actually had to pay employees and pay development studios and pay people, they'd probably have higher prices on things. They'd probably do things a little bit different, but they don't. They sit back and collect money and all that. Look at their support for Steam Deck.
I guess in the end, isn't that better for me as a customer? If they
is it better for you as a customer?
Yeah, I mean, I want the games. They give me the games.
How many games have they released?
How many saying that the games? No.
How many games have they released for you as a customer?
Let me answer your question. I'm saying that the game prices. You're saying prices would go higher if they did all these things Nintendo was doing, and I'm happy with Steam because the prices are lower and they're more competitive than Nintendo.
What do they make?
Yeah, I don't.
What do they make? What do they make? All they do is collect. Nintendo has.
But if that makes the game prices lower, that's a good thing. It's what you kind of made the
we're
choice
talking
on.
about third-party games. Third-party games get
Yeah.
price drops on Nintendo Switch too. You can look. There's all sorts of price drops on Nintendo Switch too. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you are comparing Valve that just releases third-party games on there. There's discounts on the Switch too. There's discounts on Switch 1 for third-party games. What I'm saying is that Valve is a smaller company that doesn't make anything, that doesn't release any new games, that doesn't release anything at all. They don't make any peripherals, they don't make any amiibos, they don't make anything for you as a consumer. They just sell third-party games to you and put the wrapping around it. And you're comparing it to a company that actually tries to consistently make games, to consistently make experiences, to consistently have events, and to actually have developers and pay employees. Valve is like
And the
400
Steam
people. That's it.
And the Steam service is better, and my experience as a consumer is better.
Okay, your experience as a consumer is better. They don't try at all. They don't release any games. Then maybe Nintendo.
Then what's Nintendo doing? They're trying and giving me worse service.
So maybe Nintendo should stop releasing games. Maybe they should stop releasing games, stop releasing Amiibo, cut down to 400 employees, and just collect money from third-party developers. Maybe should they do that?
So Alan, real quick question for you.
Yeah.
No, that's a big bold statement.
Should they do that? I mean, that's what Valve does. Valve just makes a great service. They don't make anything. They don't make any they barely make any first-party games from their perspective. So should Nintendo just do what Valve does so you can get a better service? So should they just not have games, not have directs? Because Valve doesn't do any directs. They don't do anything. They do Steam Next Fest with indie games. So should Nintendo just do Nintendo Next Fest with indie games? Should they stop making first-party games? Should they stop making amiibos? Stop making actual content. Stop making that and do what Valve does. Is that what they should do? Honestly.
Nintendo should be more like Valve and do things that Valve is good as well, such as give me reasonable price, give me a better storefront.
Valve doesn't make anything.
Dumb plastic shit I don't like.
Valve doesn't make anything. They don't make. They don't make anything. I
feel like I'm getting overcharged. Maybe
they don't. What game does Valve make? You can get third-party games on Switch 2 on discount too. They don't make anything.
I got a question. Raising my hand, buddy.
Let me ask you a question about Star Wars Outlaws on Steam. It's how much? If you wanted Star Wars Outlaws, how much is it on Steam?
$70.
Yeah. It's for the gold edition. It's $100 actually. For the gold edition, it's like
it's not even better.
It's like $100. On Switch 2, how much is Star Wars Outlaws? It's $60. So you can get third-party games on sale on Switch 2, or you can get them cheaper.
There's other storefronts than just Steam. You can get like Steam codes from other places like CD.
That's not Valve. Then that's not Valve.
Yeah,
Valve doesn't do that.
Nintendo should be like Valve.
Valve's not deciding.
Nintendo should be like Valve.
Somebody's selling it.
Better service.
Nintendo should be like Valve. You know what they should do? They should release a system where a lot of the games don't work properly for it at all. They should not make first-party games. They should not do Nintendo Directs. They should not make amiibos. They should fire their employees all the way down to about 400 people.
They're going to cost $50. They should make them.
That would be a great thing for Nintendo to do. They should be more like Valve. That would be great.
Point of clarification. Alan, I have a question for you, goddammit.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're clarifying something here. So,
yeah.
I think your point is, outside with what OJ's saying, your point is that some of the lack of labor and overhead is being passed on to you as a consumer, and you like that, correct?
Yes, essentially, yeah. Because what I was responding to when, yeah.
So how would you propose, and just to kind of get your thoughts out there, so OJ asked you a question, which is, should Nintendo be like Valve? You said that they should take some from Valve. So just looking at it from your perspective, how would you thread that needle? I'm just curious how you would do that. And then once you're done asking, I want TM, he had a thought he wanted to give on this.
Yeah. Okay. So
very efficient.
So simple things. One, I think online should be free because it's free on Valve. Two, I think they should do more demos because Steve, that's one of the best ways to find out about games. I talked about Nexus. The reason I hyped it up is because that's a great way to find little gems. And that in the industry we are in right now, like little gems are like where you kind of have to find the quality. So
yeah, I agree with that.
So the other thing is I'd rather the game prices be cheaper. Their game prices are way too much for what they're charging. I'd rather also they start going on sale more often. So even if if they want to charge a high price, I could get the game eventually at a lower price. Things like that. There's probably more, but like things like that. I mean, they goes to not make amiibos because who's buying those fucking things anymore? If you're talking about one thing Nintendo could do, but the thing is, it's like that's like some example of some things that they could do that would make this console better. or even just a reasonable price. You know, I mean, like, I mean, maybe you can say whatever about the Steam Deck, but it's like it's still expensive to get in, especially if you're going to give me a much more limited library on Switch 2. Switch 2's library is very restrictive compared to Steam.
Is it?
I can get way more on Steam.
Now,
how many games are on
OJ's
Switch 2?
How many games are on Switch 2?
Do you know?
Do you know?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what is it?
No,
we're probably approaching.
Do you know or yes or no?
Aren't we?
Well, does it matter? Is it more than Steam?
No.
Let's ask that question.
No.
Exactly. It's not more than Steam.
So you said it's very restricted. There's like 15,000 games plus because there's everything that Switch 1 has.
Oh, but it's not even close to Steam.
Okay, so how many games do you have installed on your Steam account?
Why does it matter?
Because you're saying it's nowhere near as much as Steam. Are you gonna play all those games that are on Steam?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
If I bought them, I'll play it.
No, you're not. How many do you have?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What's your Steam profile?
7, 8, 9.
Oh no. Okay, I see what you're doing. Okay.
What's your Steam profile? I just want to see something.
You know what? Gucci. What is it?
You got really quiet all of a sudden.
I don't look it up. That's why. Actually, what I'm doing is somebody fucking name. I'm retarded. Jesus Christ, I'm so fucking stupid. Actually, is there a let me see. Is there a? It's been a while.
Hey, go put that Steam profile in there. Let's take a look.
I think it's just Spoogie Monkey. You literally can look me up as Spoogie Monkey.
I'm not a Muji Monkey. All right.
Man, you own 78 games on Steam, man. If you don't,
what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? He's talking about how big Steam's library is. This dude got 78 games on the whole Steam.
That's great.
Well, I mean,
what's wrong with that?
He might just be interested in 78 games. Right?
So what's the problem with that? What's wrong with 78 games?
Nothing.
Wait, why is there a magic number? Why does it matter? Why is
because,
fucking...
Oh my god.
Because you own 78 games. You're championing PC and Steam this hard, but you own 78 games. And then you're saying that, but then you're saying that the Switch 2 library.
You only have 78 games. You talking about this vast library of stuff that you're not buying or playing. Look at all this stuff that you aren't playing and you aren't buying. What's the point of having all that so you can look at it and say that it looks nice?
I mean, it gives me more options. Why would I not want more options?
Options for you not to buy anything?
So it seems weird. Like, why is the number? The number doesn't.
So why aren't you buying?
I have 75 games. That's a lot of games.
No, it's not.
Why aren't you? No, it's not. No, it's not. Why aren't you buying the options?
I don't buy tons of games all the time. I'll play the games I like.
Exactly.
It's just a silly. That's a silly comparison.
You're good with 78 games, man.
78.
Yeah, that's a lot of games. I probably have enough to be able to play for like a whole year. I could probably never buy a game again and be satisfied. If people don't buy that many games, you don't need that many games. Steam gives me options. Steam gives me plenty of options.
Usually you can play significant parts of games on demos, so maybe he's just playing a bunch of demos to try them out.
This is why I have the problem with these PC, some of these PC people, bro. You be talking like you're some type of game master. You're out here with 78 games championing this thing. With 78 games, like you're some type of massive game master,
kind of logic, though. You're like,
it's not consumer kind of logic. It's not. It's about. It's not frauding and capping logic. You're capping for Valve. It's about they give you these options, yet you don't buy those options. You own 78 games and you've been on Steam for almost a decade. I've been on Steam damn near as long as you. And I have 368 games.
We got another request to tag in. Angry Vigilante.
I've been on here for a decade, ain't playing shit.
I did not know he was going to be that long.
Habitually played on PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox. I'm a true multi-platform gamer. I buy into whatever the games are. I'm not out here going to cap for Valve.
You know how many games I got on Switch, bro? You know how many games I got on Switch? Yo, I think I might got more games than him on Steam. I don't even play it. Hold up.
Wait, why are you playing? Why do you have that many games?
Oh man.
Because we are gamers.
Yeah.
I got tons of games on GOG though, not so much on Steam.
So do you beat like one game a year?
This man.
Everybody's okay.
I play like a few games a year.
No, I didn't say play. I said beat.
Guys, hold on here.
Okay, go ahead.
Angry Vigilante wants to come in. Are we good
Depends
with
on
that?
what I like.
No, I don't. Bro, it's already too late, bro. We need to wrap this one up. At this point, I'm just joking around and clowning at this point.
Okay.
So, like, shout outs to Angry. By the way, I got 81 games on Steam, and I don't use. I got 81 games, by the way. I just want to say.
I guess I just don't understand the gotcha with he's got 78 games. What's the deal?
That's a lot of games.
Over the course of 10 years.
I don't even know how we got
That's
on
not a
some
lot of
of these
games.
topics.
I mean, I've got
honestly.
500.
No,
Wait, so
no.
that's 7 games a year. If you're talking about- you're talking about-
Hold on. We got here because I've always said that these people that champion PC are not who they say they are. When you're championing PC and you're saying that, oh, y'all love PC gaming, but you own 78 games, but you've been on PC for over a decade, and the achievements are hidden.
I play Morrowind every day, man. Maybe he just likes certain.
Then you're not playing PC. What GPU do you have, Spoogie?
I have to look it up.
You have to look up what GPU you got, man. Open up the
actually, you know what?
the details.
It's not even relevant
on
to
your
this.
computer.
It's not even relevant.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No,
because you're
it's
a PC
relevant,
gamer.
fam.
What's
It's
the
relevant,
GPU?
fam. It's
What's the
relevant.
GPU?
Who's been on PC forever and all he plays is Morrowind, so
Yeah, he's not he's not sitting there saying that PC
Also,
that gaming's God, that he's gonna pray to the
I
Almighty
have a
gaming.
PC just for Morrowind.
This man
Just
goes
for
and
Morrowind.
prays to the
Yeah,
altar
I mean,
of
I get
gaming.
that, but y'all aren't capping for PC like Spoogie is. Spoogie, you're saying you're a PC gamer, so what GPU do you have?
I don't care. We're not doing this.
Yeah,
Hey,
we are.
I don't care to look it up. It's too late. I don't care to look it up.
It's not too late. It's not
It's
too
too
late.
late. It's too easy. I'm too tired. I'm tired as well. My boy and my wife are they're gonna move out because I'm over here yelling in this room for this long.
Here's the thing.
See, now it's too late when I ask for the
10
GPU.
games a year. It's just this is such a silly point to die on.
Now it's too late when I ask for the GPU. That's crazy.
Where's all them sales at, bro? They have so many sales and discounts, bro. You should be buying more than that. They out here hooking you up. You got all the Steam sales.
As somebody that is a Nintendo fan that's probably got like 300 games on my Nintendo Switch shelf over here, I can say that I don't really agree with all the pricing, and I think some of the stuff they did in the Direct was a bit egregious. I did like the game announcements, but I felt those prices were just not good when compared to other prices in the past. Like, man, it's really hard to justify Amiibo going from $11.99 up to like $50, $30 for standard Samus Amiibo when the 2-pack of Metroid Dread Amiibos are like $30. I'm not gonna justify that.
Let me ask you a question, my man. Where are Amiibos from? Where are they from?
Japan.
Where are they
but
from?
I don't really care because
where do they manufacture Amiibos, my man?
I don't know. China, Japan, something
Taiwan,
like
probably, or Vietnam.
China.
Vietnam.
China. My man, how about all products from China? What's happening with China right now?
I understand where you're going.
You know where I'm going on this one. So, my man. That is what's happening with that. It is not, bro. Nobody wants to pay freaking $60 to $70 or $50 for an Amiibo. Nintendo doesn't even want to charge that for an Amiibo. But you've got somebody.
That's a doubt on that. They absolutely want to charge you as much as they can. That's a doubt.
They're not making any more money. If you have a tariff, I know some of you guys don't know how tariffs work, but if you have a tariff that charges this much more to your product and you raise the price to cover that tariff, you're not making any more money than what you would have made. That's why
tariffs only 15%.
Here's my argument against that, though.
It's not 15%.
If that is affecting the Amiibo prices, why isn't it affecting the Switch 2 price? So they're picking and choosing
because one, the Switch 2 is not manufactured in China. It's manufactured in, I think it's Vietnam. So it's not manufactured in China, so the tariff isn't as high there.
Which also
so that's the one thing. So it's not manufactured in China. Second thing is that they offset it to other things like Alarmo and other things because they don't want the negative PR of having a price increase for a system that's already doing well, that's already kind of more. So economics affect the price of things. Like, you guys got to realize that it's not just video games. There are a million other products. Walmart, Home Depot, all these other products that are affected through
supply chain and other factors,
through tariffs.
Well, I will say though, I don't really agree that the tariff prices should be affecting the Nintendo Switch because most of those have already been over here in store shelves. I just feel like that was just deliberate to kind of offset some of the other costs. Like, oh well, let's just go ahead and increase these prices.
The Nintendo Switch 1 barely. I mean, it doesn't even sell that great. The last 3 quarters, I think quarter they sold 0.98 million in
it wasn't a lot
worldwide.
Yeah.
So they barely sold 1 million. They're not making any money off of increasing the prices of Nintendo Switch 1 when there's a tariff.
Well, I don't know why they did it then.
But that's kind of the argument for them being greedy, isn't it? They didn't have to do it.
It's like, why did they do it then?
The argument for them
it's just greed. I think it's just pure greed.
All of the Microsoft, Sony, and Microsoft,
hold on. Before you even continue this conversation about greed, I want to know what GPU you have, because this is extremely relevant to the conversation of greed and modern day gaming.
We gotta say that.
Because if you don't have a modern GPU and you're talking about greed, why are you even talking? Because that means you're not even buying modern games, which means you're not even in the conversation because you're not a part of the modern consumers.
In 1 second here. By the way, hi guys, Nintendo Prime here.
Oh wow, okay.
So the thing is, I'm hearing all this talk about PC gaming and how you guys are PC gamers, right?
Yeah,
you don't even know what hardware you're running.
He doesn't. I'm not.
That's what I'm wondering.
Literally PC.
I'm wondering, but hold on. Don't jump in here trying to bully him, because you were on Twitter last year telling people that you can build a PC for $700, outperform a PS5 Pro. When that's a goddamn lie.
Whoa.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, that's
you okay, Brian?
So don't start jumping in. And you were claiming that you know about PC gaming when you don't either. So don't start jumping in like you know about PC gaming. Y'all are two of the same coin.
Time out. I've been PC since 1995. How about you?
I don't care how long you've been PC gaming. You don't play PC. I've seen your Steam profile. I made a tweet about you. I made a tweet about you.
Why y'all arguing about PC games? Hold up. See, this is what Gaben wants. This is exactly what Gaben wants for all of us to do.
Y'all people
this is
claim
all
PC
under
gaming.
Gaben's plan.
Pull up. Y'all don't really play PC. Don't do that. Don't start jumping and trying to bully him when you were telling people to buy a $700 PC and it'll outperform a PS5 Pro, knowing that's a goddamn lie. You cannot buy a PC for $700 and it'll perform like a PS5 Pro. You cannot do that with new parts. You can't do that, especially not in this economy.
Okay, that when I said that, it wasn't in this economy. That was literally like 3 years ago, dude.
Oh my god, a 4070 GPU was like $699.
Oh my god, the PS5 is
a 3060 was like a 3060 was what, $499? That's
you know what's funny about this, buddy? You know what's funny about
that's almost 2/3 of the price of a PS5 Pro. The PS5 Pro is comparable GPU wise to the rasterization to a 3060. That's a $499 card, bro.
I got a 1050 Ti.
I also have a 14900K.
A 1050 Ti is never
you aren't playing Steam games.
The Morrowind PC.
And you aren't playing Steam games.
Yeah, that's a dude. That's Dookie. That's Dookie.
See,
I got a better PC than that. I got a 3080.
Now you're the vice versa of this dude. You have a 4080, but you don't play PC games.
This man talking about I'm a big. Look at all this service I get for.
Why do y'all do this?
This man's bought 7. Gaben would be upset. You ain't giving him enough money. You ain't. Hey, yo, Alan, you ain't giving enough money, fam. A decade and 7 games per year.
I play on PC more than I play on Switch too. I PC.
Oh my god, are your Steam achievements private? Yes or no?
I don't play games on Steam. I play them on Xbox Game Pass and Good Old Games.
Typical.
How is that typical? What's wrong with those platforms?
Those good old games. It just sounds weird. I don't like the way that it sounds. So I'm gonna say that it's trash, Brian.
Just like
trash.
Whoa.
Yeah,
don't get too mad by saying God is trash.
PC gamers who say they play on Xbox Game Pass.
I'm joking, guys. Good Old Games is fun. I'm actually being ridiculous right now. And if you guys, for the past, I think about an hour, I've just been saying stuff.
Wild, man.
That's why we're looking at.
I've just been.
Oh my god!
But I gotta ask about this thing with the prices with this Nintendo stuff. Like I said, with that, like I get what you guys are saying, but once again, the problem with the situation that we're having right now is that we have, like I said, we're not going to get too much into politics, but we have an administration that is psycho with tariffs. That's tariffing everything that Nintendo does, from Taiwan to Cambodia. Like, did I say Taiwan or did I meant to say Cambodia? I think it's Cambodia, or is it? No, Vietnam. Vietnam, Cambodia, Japan,
country we don't have
China,
tariffs on?
all of these places are tariffed higher than what they were when the Switch first started. And you still have to pay more to ship those in. You still have to pay more to ship those in. You're not making any more money. If you're paying more to ship a Switch 1 in and you up the price, you're not making any more money than you're not. You're just covering the cost of that for a system that's on its way out anyway. So same thing with Microsoft, same thing with Sony. You think Microsoft really wanted to raise the price of the Xbox Series S? Do you guys really
So,
like, we're greedy. We want to raise the price of the Xbox Series S. You guys really think that?
Well, you did say they're all greedy earlier. So.
Yeah, I'd say that. OJ, you said the tariff was 30%, right?
China.
On China, yeah. So let's say the amiibos come from China. If an amiibo, I mean, they used to be $15, but let's say an amiibo price is normally $20. That only adds, $6 to the price.
You're not doing the tariff importing, right? But that's okay. Like, we don't have to. You're doing it wrong. You're looking at it from a percentage from the actual price. We don't know the shipping percentage of how much it costs to bring in.
Right. It's based on whatever the importer pays.
Yeah, it's not
but
based
still,
on
it would be.
but
that would be a lower amount, I think. Anyway.
That's not how tariffs work.
PC hardware,
that's
and
why I didn't want to get into
build a
politics
PC for
too much.
$700.
You know,
show me back in 2024 that you can build a PC for $700. Show me. Show me the price of a 3060. Show me the price of a 7700 XT. Show me it.
Talk.
The 2024 price right now. Show
Prime,
me.
why
it.
can't we just do this? Prime, why can't you just say, you know what, I was off base on that a little bit? Why can't we just do that?
We'll do what?
Just say, yo, I was off base on that tweet a little bit. That's all you got to do.
What's the graphics card you're trying to find?
The graphics card that's comparable to the PS5 Pro is a AMD 7700 XT. And then the NVIDIA equivalent is a 3060.
Must have read this wrong.
Okay. How much were those GPUs in 2024 retail?
I don't know off the top of my head right now. I'd have to go, I don't know, history looking.
I think we should just say, Prime, honestly, I think we should just say, yo, man, like, I was off base on that one. I don't think that's big of a deal. It was like years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of like how I got cooked on the whole Xenoblade thing, Prime.
One dude was saying the 5700 XT.
I just have to say that I was off base on that. It's okay. It's no big deal.
Okay.
You know, I got cooked on the Xenoblade thing, right? Remember when you cooked on the Xenoblade thing?
Yeah, I know. No, I know on that.
You cooked me on that one, man, and I appreciate you cooking me on that one. I feel better when you just admit it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels good. I felt free after that. I played Zork
One of his subscribers had a 5700 XT. A 5700 XT at retail was $399. That's already like half of the price of a PS5 Pro. Then you have to account for all the other parts. Then you have to account for shitty PC optimization, as if we didn't see Borderlands 4 running like dog shit on high-end graphics cards. As if Unreal Engine 5 games don't have UE5 stutter on PC.
Yo, Alan, you got like a 750 Ti, huh? Is that what you got?
I have a 1050 Ti for Morrowind.
What you got? This man got a 745 Ti.
Throw that away. Throw that away.
Works for me.
Throw that away.
Works on my machine.
745 Ti.
Works on my machine.
The greatest fucking game of all time.
He's got a 725 Ti, a decade of gaming and 5 games to his name, bro.
Greatest fucking game of all time.
And that kind of just says you don't really need that much to enjoy PC gaming.
Christ.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you,
I don't
man,
need anything crazy.
Built his PC to play only one game, and that was Morrowind. That's why his PC is that way.
I don't know. I haven't had a problem with most of the games I've played, so.
Because you don't play anything.
Well, I play 7 games a year. Play 7 games a year, don't I?
Have you played a game? Have you played a game on your PC that has released in the past like year?
Yeah.
Like modern AAA game.
No, because I'm interested in those
Guys,
games.
angry vigilante gamers, come on.
Like, has there been any AAA game from the past year that you played on your PC?
Most recent one would probably have been Sonic Crosswords because I did the network test. That ran fine.
Yo, guys,
Go ahead and bottom
my Wii U's working pretty good too.
Go ahead
I ain't
and do
playing
it.
nothing new though, but it out here.
It's just I don't know what the I don't get the
Hey, Phil says we're
problem.
good. Everybody else?
I play what I play what I want. So what's the fucking issue?
Is everybody good with having vigilante on for a bit?
Yeah.
Bro, I gotta go.
Yeah,
bro.
I probably got a few more minutes left.
We out here too. I'm just clowning Alan, and I somewhat feel bad because I'm just having fun. So
I don't really care. You Gucci boo.
You know, so like, I'm gonna.
Well, actually, so I asked you before you leave. Then I actually want to ask:
What's
we
up,
want to
man?
try and revisit this because you mentioned, or not mentioned, I'm sorry, Flip mentioned that talking about sales, because he said like you said in no in your time frame, which would have been like it'd be April because it's when the March report comes out.
Yeah, it'll be when Nintendo's financials come out next spring. Yeah.
So we could try rehash this again, see what happened.
Rehash it all. You rehash it all you want to. Like, what you don't know is that Nintendo's already more than halfway to what they wanted to sell for the whole fiscal year. So, like, I'm cool. You didn't know that. I knew that, but you didn't know that. So, Nintendo's already more than halfway to that. They've already done that. You know, they lowballed themselves. So.
By the way, they did that. They did that first year with Switch 2 as well.
Okay, they don't know how much it's gonna sell. Apparently, you know how much it's gonna sell more than them. So, like, you know more than they do. So, because of Japanese sales, and you're comparing it to Switch 1, that's not So you're doing all sorts of stuff.
I think it's gonna start declining. I don't think it's gonna keep up the same.
That's good.
But we can talk about that later. How about that?
Switch 1 declined too. Switch 1 also declined too. You didn't want to talk about that.
Bougie, I still want to know, man. What is your GPU? Please, I need to know.
He posted it down here.
Let's not talk about how Switch 1 sales were stacked up launch line. Let's not talk about that. It doesn't fit his point.
Yeah, I think it's there, right?
It doesn't fit his point, boys and girls. Let's not talk about Switch 1 sales and how it compares to Switch 2.
Man,
it doesn't fit his point. It doesn't fit his argument.
Oh man,
let's not talk about that.
You got a 6700 XT. Oh man, yeah. How much you pay for it?
It's been a while, so I don't know.
This
it probably was expensive. I will say, you're talking about Prime. I think it was more pricey than the earlier.
Isn't this PC's actually decent though?
Yeah, this isn't bad.
It's not a bad PC.
I mean, if you're playing at like 1080p 30, it might be good.
I mean, for what he's playing, this dude's clearly not playing video games. So
he doesn't like AAA games. He plays indie games.
Yeah, he's just playing indie games. Yeah. He's just playing, and that's why
I play occasional one.
That's why the pricing thing is a big problem, is because he's just playing.
He's better off buying a Switch 2.
He's just playing small indie games. He's not playing games that are bigger, so the pricing's going to be a problem.
It varies. I kind of play what I like. It's just a lot of AAA games.
He's better off buying a Switch 2. Switch 2 got all them indie games, and you got the Nintendo games.
Nintendo games are too expensive, man. They're too expensive.
Okay, I think so. So, guys, I think Vigilante's wanting to come on. Are we good with that?
I'm down.
Like I said, okay. I'm gonna bounce because we've been.
I'll probably bounce pretty soon too, but I'm down.
I'm gonna bounce so you guys can have fun. No shots to Vigilante. He seems like a good dude. I already apologize. Whatever the case is, but
no, you're good to go. Hey, OG, tell everybody where they can find you one last time, man. Thanks for coming on.
They can find me getting a divorce from my wife. That's where you can find me because I'm over here being here way too long. So
now you're gonna make me feel guilty.
She's gonna ban you from your Switch too. That's what's gonna happen.
She's gonna ban me from streaming. That's what's gonna happen, bro. I'm gonna have
to go patch up with your wife. Get out of here.
Yeah. All right, guys. Take it easy. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a million.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have a good night, man.
All right. Yep. Bro, I'm mad that I did that, but I'm also happy that I did that. Like, I'm mad and that I'm happy that I did that at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Because it was an interesting discussion, but at the same time, this Allen dude has no idea what he's talking about. Like, legitimately, Florida man has no idea what he's talking about. So many bad faith arguments, so much nonsense, so many weird points, so many horrible points. So I said, y'all can go back and look at it when I was actually being serious. For the last hour or so, I wasn't even being serious. I was just cracking jokes on Valve. I was just cracking jokes on Steam. Like, I wasn't being serious. That was not part of the discussion or the debate or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? I want to say big love to everybody that subscribed to the channel. We actually got a ton of new subscribers during that stream. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. We also got a bunch of donations as well during that stream. So thank you, Alan, Shadow Fox, all that. Thank you, Benz 310. Thank you guys for the donos. And thank you, Minato Max, for the 58 months too. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was a long stream. That was 6 hours plus between me and between talking with them. I think we started 4 hours. Yeah, we started at 6 o'clock, so 4 hours ago. So I don't even know how we got that far with that, because that guy just kept on going in on stuff. But it was whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was whatever. I appreciate you guys coming out, though. Thank you guys for the donos, man. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow off. I need a mental day to just take off. I need a mental day to take that off as well. So yeah, man. Like I'm good. I'm good. You and the other guy showed off how the publicly sneaking Nintendo haters out all about. There's no ifs, ands, or buts that it's a Nintendo. Obviously, he's a Nintendo hater. That's why I put that. He's clearly a Nintendo hater. Where's the stuff on Microsoft? There's literally nothing on his page. He's just a Nintendo hater. That's really what it comes down to. He had Switch 1, doesn't really play. Dude's not even really a gamer. Dude plays what 78 games on Steam. He's a predominantly PC gamer, but only has 78 games. He's always talking about pricing because he just doesn't want to buy nothing. He's just sitting there playing indie games all day. This dude's barely a gamer. He's barely a gamer, barely cares. He's okay with the baseline of nothing. He's okay with Valve giving him nothing. He's okay with all that. He wants communities for games that he's not even a part of, that he doesn't even care about, because that would be new games coming out. Like, this is ridiculous. We gotta screen these people beforehand, or I'm just, like I said, I'm not gonna debate people like this. Like I said, I gave him a chance, I gave him an opportunity, and also it was good for Mongunzo. But at the end of the day, man, like it's got to be somebody that actually has a bit more clout. But I think after this guy, he didn't clout chase off of me. There was no clout chasing, So yeah, OJ Metacritic showing Switch bias with showing Switch recently biased with Star Wars Outlaws. OJ Metacritic is showing Switch recently biased on Star Wars Outlaws. What does that mean? What does a recently biased mean? You mean like what are you trying to say? I said the same thing. We need to screen. Yeah, we do need to screen people. We do, but then again, I shouldn't have agreed to it based off of his, like, the way that he was going, whoa, 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 like screaming at me at the beginning because he was getting crushed so badly. He was getting destroyed so badly in the debate. He had to sit there and go, whoa, 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 whoa. And he got tilted when I would make a good point, and he would just make up stuff. Doesn't know shipping numbers when it comes to Nintendo, but says there should be more peaks and going up. Dude, you don't know how much is coming in. How can you know how it's supposed to go up when you don't know how much is coming in? Saying that we're lying about the lotteries, saying that we're exaggerating. There's no evidence that we're exaggerating anything. I told him multiple times, go and try to buy a system. You can't. It's a lottery. You can't just go in there and buy one. So you're saying that we're exaggerating. We're not exaggerating. You can't exaggerate a lottery. He just makes up things that fits his argument, and he gets mad, or he gets tilted, or he says that's not true when he's wrong on things, or when we bring him evidence and proof, which was linked to him in the chat. They linked that you can't just buy a Switch 2 in the stores. He takes the Switch 1 sales in the 7th year, then compares it to the Switch 2 sales in the first number of months, then says it's not the same, and it's off by 10,000 units. So it doesn't even make his point that he's trying to make. You're supposed to launch a line-it, and if you launch a line-it, the Switch 2 is above the Switch 1. So this guy is just being ridiculous. It's just a crazy hater, and this is why I'm going to start. I don't like to generalize people, but when you see people on Steam, when you see people on PC, when you see people on Twitter, this is how they are. Like, this is how they are. This is exactly how they are. When they go on rants about Nintendo, when they go on rants about prices, when they go on rants, this is who they are. This is just like this guy. You know what I'm saying? Just like him. Don't want to buy nothing. Sitting there saying that Nintendo should just cut all the stuff that they do and make themselves like Valve. Just this weird ideology, bro. Just this really, really weird ideology. Completely fine with Gaben being worth $11 billion and making absolutely nothing. Like, that's what I'm talking about with these people. That's why I wanted to debate him. Honestly, that's the reason why I wanted to debate him, because I wanted to put a fork in the, stick a fork in it, right? I wanted to put a fork in these people that have this ideology, that Steam or Valve, that this is the greatest thing ever or whatever, and you can't, and if you're a Nintendo fan, or if you're willing to pay for something, you're a problem, man. Ain't nobody a problem but these guys. These guys are the problem. Sitting here making hack analysis, hack sales numbers, stupid comparisons, dumb things because they just don't like Nintendo, and Steam is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Never mind gaming doesn't give you anything. Never mind half the games on Steam don't even work on Steam Deck properly, or the verification system's busted. Never mind all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is what these people do, bro. This is what these people do. I ain't taking none of them seriously. No more at all. If you've got legitimate criticism, I will acknowledge that. But a lot of these guys are just talking just to talk. That's really what it comes down to. I could barely hear you half the debate. He was very loud. Elderly stay up past 10 p.m., bro. I know, man. It was so bad you got Vigilante siding with. Yeah, that's how bad it was. I got Vigilante siding with me, and like he hates me. He does not like me whatsoever, which I don't care if he likes me or not. I don't care. He can say whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. But like I said, yeah, you got people hating my guts that are siding with me. So it really wasn't that hard of a debate. It really wasn't, because the dude didn't know what he was talking about. But it's always good. You got to practice. You got to use it or lose it. If you don't do debates, even with people that are stubborn, sometimes you're going to lose your ability to do the debates. I admit that maybe I was a little rusty at the beginning, but it kicked in as soon as it kicked in, and I didn't even go through all of his tweets and what he said. He was saying a bunch of nonsense, you know? So he seemed to get upset when I wanted to read his tweets. He seemed to get salty when I wanted to read his tweets overall, bro. So that was the funny thing as well. But yeah, that was just the arguing with the moron. I know, seriously. Listen to refute, not to understand critical thinking, bro. I'm telling you, man. Brother started blaming his drink less than 5 minutes in. No debating skills, bro. He lost the debate in the first minute. It didn't take very long. So yeah, I like how that one guy could. Oh yeah, that was great with Nintendo Prime. That was so good. That was hilarious with Nintendo Prime. Shout outs to Tia, man. He's funny. But yeah, man. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate that. Shout outs to George FT. I think I need a break from listening to streams for a day. Yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow off, guys. I ain't gonna do nothing. I mean, I might have a video for you guys, I might not, but I mean, I didn't have anything planned. I just need a break. Shout outs to Greg, man. Thank you for the dono. Shout outs to Benz. Thank you guys for the support. You know, I think I just need a break from the internet. But like I said, if you got, I don't want to act like I'm dismissing people like on Twitter and stuff, but if you guys realize, like, you guys see what I'm talking about, like, this is what you get. So it's like, you bring them in and they're just like going wild with stuff. Like they have no actual facts and data. This man said it's going to sell like the 3DS based off of a weak dip that he felt wasn't as big as the Switch 1 last year, that you can just walk in and buy the system. He refused to compare it to the Switch 1 launch line where it was actually higher than it in the same amount of weeks. So it's just really funny to see how some of these people are willing to twist. Like I said, I called it Twister, where he would sit there and twist and turn and contort and bend his way to his will to sit there and say that he's right about something. I'll never debate that dude again. I'll never debate him again. I'll never go back and talk to that dude again. Not a single time. I can't do that. We ain't doing that no more, man. So he barely wanted to admit that he didn't know what's going on with the sales, with the digital sales. He didn't even want to admit that, you know? But this dude's crazy, Florida man, bro. He's crazy, bro. He's acting crazy at times. So yeah, it is what it is. You know, whatever. So yeah. That's that. Whoa, yeah. Whoa. That was the. Whoa. It's like anytime that I'm about to say something that's like he doesn't like my point, like he doesn't like that, I'm like quote tweeting him verbatim. Whoa. Like you can interrupt me like, hey man, wait, hold up. Whoa. Just screaming whoa into the mic. Like Josie whoa, just screaming whoa into the mic. That was actually hilarious. But yeah, I'm gonna take a day off, guys. Whatever. Shout outs to Criosenbaum. Thank you for the $5 dono as well. It said, next time we debate on the Lions winning the Super Bowl this year. Man, that would be cool if the Lions won the Super Bowl, actually. I think that'd be actually dope because, like, you know, they haven't won it in a very long time. So I think that'd be kind of cool if the Lions won the Super Bowl. You know, I mean, obviously I want my 49ers to win the Super Bowl. But, I mean, if the Lions won, I'd be okay with that. Like, Jared Goff getting the Super Bowl would be pretty cool because, like, he's been there. I think he's been there, he's been there once or twice. I know he's been there before. And he lost it, so it'd be cool if he got there, you know. So yeah. Latest meme for your lives, OJ. Whoa. Yeah, we never made it there. Oh, you guys made it to like the old. Was it like the old? You guys never made it to a Super Bowl. Lions never made it to a Super Bowl before. So yeah. Yeah, weirdo shit, bro. I don't, like I said, I don't take none of these PC guys serious, and this is the reason why. I mean, I might pay somebody for a super cut though. Like if somebody can like download the stream. I mean, I don't know if Dank or Dior would want to do it. Like if you guys can download the stream and then like take like the funniest parts of that, I'll probably pay somebody to do that because I don't want to do it because I don't want to listen through all that crap. But if you can like we're like I have like my best slams when it comes to like counterpoints and stuff like that, that would be super good. So I will put that bounty out there. If somebody wants to do that for me, you'll be paid for it, you know? So we can do that if you want. So because like I don't think most people are gonna want to watch a 6-hour stream of this debate or whatever. So so yeah. He really a PC guy with 70 games? Yeah, he's a PC guy with 78 games in a decade. I literally have more games than him on Steam. So that was really when we just started kind of like clowning, and like I was just not being serious, you know? I have 81 games on there, but I mean like, you know, whatever, right? Who cares how many games you have, or right or not, or whatever the case is. But I'm just like every other PC gamer. I have all these games. I don't play nothing. I don't play any of this crap. I don't play any like multiverse. Does that even count as a game anymore? But anyway, they count it as a game. So it's like the Hunter x Hunter demo. So it's all good though, man. It's all good. All the whoa. Oh, the whoa compilations. Those should just be like a separate thing. Like, whoa. Oh my gosh, man. So, last hour was the best part. PC Master Race guy doesn't know his own ring. Yeah, he didn't know his own ring. That was good. TM came there to bully him a little bit, though, man. So yeah, man. It's all good, though. Oh my gosh. So that's crazy. That's crazy. That's good stuff though. It's fun. So yeah. All right, guys. This is awesome though, man. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Yeah, he's not really a gamer. He just wants to talk about video games. He's not really playing nothing. Because, like, if you go on my Switch 1, like, my Switch 1 and my Switch 2, bro, I probably got, like, 300, 400 digital games. Probably, like, almost 300 digital games. And then I got, like, another, like, 200-something physical games. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you going to be a gamer with barely anything? And then arguing about prices and arguing about, you know, I have access to all these games. What games? You ain't playing nothing anyway, you know? So, like, you're just looking for cheap indie games on Steam sales. Like, and that's what Lord Gaben does. That's what Lord Gaben does to these people's minds, bro. Lord Gaben will sit back and tell you that you are a master race while I make all the money off of you. He will sit back and say you are, while providing you with no games of themselves. That 11 billion, all that money they making with no actual games, barely any new games coming out. That is completely a monarchy. You know what I'm saying? A completely like, you are the subjects, and if you you think that you're part of the upper class. You're really not. You're a peasant to this dude. Gaben just is like, yeah, I got $11 billion while making no games, while making nothing for you guys. Yeah, we used to make games. Oh, well, we don't got to make that many games. We're just collecting 30% from all these people, and people buy. So, yeah, we created a service. That's great. Good for him. But no effort whatsoever. No direct. Steam Next Fest. Nobody cares about Steam Next Fest. Nobody is watching or caring about Steam's Next Fest. Where's the support? Steam Deck. No big games for Steam Deck that are customized and tailored. The verification process barely works. Like that's what I'm saying. These fake PC gamers out here talking like Steam and all that is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's very good. I won't lie. I gotta admit. But sitting here and acting like everything's so pricey and everything's so expensive on Nintendo and Steam is doing so much better, well, they don't make anything. If they actually made something and hired employees, they'd have to raise the prices. They'd have to, but they don't do anything. They run a low-budget operation, and that's fine. That's what they want to run. But don't compare it to Nintendo that's running, and Microsoft and Sony that are running high-budget operations, that are employing thousands of people, that are, you know, actually trying to make games and trying to put together presentations. Let's not compare Valve to that. Let's not do that. It's just a storefront at this point where they make a game every now and then. You know? Oh, they're pricing too much for amiibos. Valve doesn't make anything. What do they make? They don't make any amiibos. They don't make anything. You know? So yeah. Like, they don't make anything at all. So it's a bad comparison. So yeah, it is what it is, you know. But yeah, fake gamer. All right, so thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. According to Spawn, Half-Life 3 is coming soon. Oh my gosh, it only took them 20 years. How many years did it take them to make Half-Life? It only took them that long. What about other games? What about other stuff? That is not good enough. I'm sorry, that game pacing is not good enough. That's not good enough in my opinion. I would like a little bit more effort. When you're worth $11 billion, I would like a little bit more effort than that. Just a little bit more effort. When you're worth $11 billion and people revere you as, you know, Lord Gaben. You know what I'm saying? Like, they revere you as Lord Gaben. A little bit more effort than that would be good, you know? But, all right. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. I appreciate you guys. I am done. And I will see you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. We had really good viewership because you guys show up for debates. So thank you guys for showing up for the debate. Thank you guys for coming through. Make sure you guys subscribe to Flipping the Switch's channel. So if you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe to his channel. I'm going to link it again here. And I'm going to go talk to my wife and hopefully she stays with me. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. Thank you guys for being incredible. You guys are great. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna go. All right. Love y'all. Have a good night. All right. Peace out. That was Prime. We gotta have a decompression stream later, Prime. Before I go, Prime. We gotta have a decompression stream where we just sit back, relax, and we just talk about games, Prime. Like, I need to DM you, but like, I want to call it something else, like every now and then, like maybe every like month or 2 months. And maybe we get Switch Force in and we just sit back and actually just talk about games, like good and bad or whatever. I don't know what we'll call it, but I'm thinking, and like we can all co-stream it or we can all rotate or whatever, collaborate. But I want to get me, you, and Switch Force. Maybe we call it like the Triforce podcast or something stupid like that. And we just like every now and then, it doesn't have to be like a commitment. And like I said, we can have it on your channel. We can have it on my channel. We just like sit back and talk about whatever. So I think that'd be kind of fun. And like I said, for like maybe like 30 minutes, not even that long, just like 30-40 minutes is just like whatever, couple topics, we just talk about it, then we just move on. No arguing, no anything, just like, oh yeah, I agree or disagree, and like, yeah, why do you agree? Oh, I agree because of this. Why you disagree? Oh, this. Okay. And then like next topic. Like, I think that'd be kind of cool. Because I don't know, man, this Switch 2 stuff is getting ridiculous. It's too much grifting. It's getting to the point where it's just so much grifting. It's just so much bad faith. Like, I don't know. I don't think I can do this anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like debate and I like that, but I like debate against intellectuals. Like, Prime, you're an intellectual, so I don't mind debating you on things because I know that you're going to bring it with like actual like facts, or at least you're going to try to bring it. But debating it with just like grifters, or just debating it with just random like people that just don't know anything about gaming, this is not my forte. I don't like it at all. Like, it makes me want to make fun of them. Then I look like a douchebag, right? Like, I look kind of douchey towards the end of the stream because you get frustrated with the amount of trash and the amount of nonsense, and like, you know, you can only keep your cool for so long, you know what I'm saying? So like, I get frustrated hours in when this guy's sitting here bringing up bad faith trash arguments, and then when we tell him launch a line, how dare us launch a line? Yeah, you launch a line of system. Why would you compare a freaking 7-year-old system to a 3-month system? Then compare that. Those have nothing in common. Like, stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's super dumb. So it's really getting tiring with these people because it's so transparent on what they're trying to do. They're just trying to clout chase, or they're just trying to grift off of it. Like, there's legitimate criticism that can be had, but like, when you're coming with these type of stats and these type of numbers, or when you're coming with you're calling people names, you're saying certain things, you don't even know the definitions of half the stuff that you're saying. Like, how many, this is now 2 debates that I've had in a row on you know, yeah, 2 debates now that I've had with people that disagree with whatever, where they don't even know the definitions of what they're talking about. Like, where they don't even know what they're talking about, where they don't read the article, they don't know what they're talking about, they don't know what they said, they misinterpreted, like, but they argued tooth and nail on Twitter or on their videos on YouTube. Like, it's like the basic research, not even doing basic research. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dude arguing and he didn't even know the name of the title. Like, it's like, dude, are you for real? You know? So it's like, he refused to show his Steam account. everything's like a Google search away. Like it's starting to get just like there needs to be a separation. Like there needs to be a separation from people that like where you know that it's just a grift. Like to me, it's like I'm not even really responding on Twitter anymore. I'm not really gonna respond too much on Twitter or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's become a grift at this point from a lot of these people that are just trying to, for whatever reason, they're angry about pricing or they're angry about stuff. They're just trying to, I don't know, say whatever they want to say. So yeah, that's really what it comes down to, I think, at this point. So yeah, I'll talk to Prime and Switch Force about that. We'll see what we can do. Like I said, like every couple months or so, you know. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's what I said. It help them cope with life. You know, Nintendo put out a tweet saying like, you know, serious question, like because of this job, I'm borderline chronically online, and y'all completely are y'all completely exhausted by the constant negativity on this platform or not? And I said, yeah, the reality is that a lot of people are suffering personally, and they just use the internet to take out their frustration. So it's like, I don't know, man. Anyway. All right, guys, love y'all so much. I'll talk to you guys next time. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Watch my most recent video. If you haven't seen it, YouTube's algorithm is all jacked up again. Like, the subs counts are all jacked up, too. So, if you haven't seen my most recent video, talk about Nintendo Direct 2, or Nintendo Directs are massive for Switch 2. I'd appreciate that, you know, like I said. Well, I asked them about Microsoft and Sony. Oh, well, yeah, they're going through the same thing, too. Well, I just haven't talked about it at all, and I haven't written any articles about the sales or anything like that because I really don't care. I'm just a Switch 2 hater.